Hello everyone. So I've seen more people say that they would like to see more compilation videos, so I thought it'd be fun to do another one of like forest and nature stories. And this one actually has one of my favorite stories that I've ever done on the channel. I'm curious to see what you think it is. I'm pretty sure a lot of people know what it is because I've said it before when people ask me what my favorite story is, but yeah. I'm curious to see what all of you think, and if you have any suggestions for other themes for compilation videos, be sure to let me know. And with that said, enjoy the stories and have a good weekend. I rested my arms behind my head, skim reading the credits of a movie I'd just watched. After seeing them through about halfway, I lifted myself from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, stretching my arms out above me. I opened the fridge door and found a full carton of juice, so I sat down on the kitchen counter by the window, cracked open the lid, and took several long, noisy gulps. When I couldn't drink anymore, I gasped to let in new air and wiped my mouth on the back of my hand. My evenings were uneventful around this time in summer. It was 9:15 p.m. on Saturday in July. School was out for the holidays, and my parents had gone to visit my aunt and uncle who lived by the coast. They would still be gone for 2 more weeks. I didn't dislike that place or my relatives, but we usually stayed there so long that I'd miss most of summer break, and I'd truthfully rather spend it with my friends in town. I was a good kid who knew how to wash clothes and use the oven and was, generally speaking, not an idiot, so they let me stay at the house so long as I kept it clean. As I sat, I looked out into the garden to check for anything scary in the dark. It was empty and black. I kind of wish we had a pet. A dog or a cat would be nice about now, but their hair always made me sneeze and my eyes go red and itchy. With that in mind, my dad had said no, even though I wouldn't mind it. 9:22 p.m. I put the rest of the juice carton back in the fridge and went back over to the window, hoisting myself onto the counter again. I glanced out to the garden and identified the shadows one by one to make sure everything was in its place. The bushes were their usual shape, 2 small trees stood together by the back fence, and a metal table with 4 chairs sat casually on the patio. I like to check these things, which is largely why I wasn't scared of the dark. I would always get up to investigate small noises in the night, and I hated sleeping with my face to the wall. If someone was in my room at night, I'd rather know about it, so at least there was the faintest chance of getting away somehow. This meant that my worries were quickly put to rest, as I either found nothing downstairs but the radiator popping with the heat, or opened my eyes to see an empty bedroom. Not knowing what could be making the odd noises coming from the kitchen, or on the stairs, or in my room, was what made my skin creep. At 9:30 p.m., I got down from the counter and wandered back into the living room to turn off the TV, and decided to take the rest of the juice upstairs. I went back into the kitchen, opened the fridge door, and stopped. Turning my head to focus outside, I could see someone was standing in the garden. I shut the fridge door and turned off the light so they couldn't see me so easily, and moved slowly to lean on the kitchen counter to get a better look. All the doors were locked and all the neighbors were home. I took a moment to remind myself this. Still, my heart quickened a bit as I stood there, straining to see his or her shape in the darkness at the end of the garden. I had to keep glancing away to keep their fuzzy outline clear in my vision. They were standing very still and were a little thin, but that's all I could see. I couldn't tell anything else. "Oh," I said aloud. It was the garden umbrella leaning up against the back fence. I forgot that we used it for barbecues. I smiled at myself, pleased that I didn't get too worked up, and went upstairs to my bedroom. I lay on the bed and propped my head up on a pillow, opening my laptop on my stomach to see if anybody was online. Apparently, Chris was bored too and saw my name pop up.
Hey.
"Oh hey, how are you doing?"
Bored. Are your parents still away?
"For a couple more weeks, yeah."
Why don't I come around?
"I don't want to be rude, but I don't think I can be bothered to hang out tonight. Thanks, though."
I know what you mean. It's cool. What about tomorrow?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Cool. I'll be around about 1 o'clock. I've got some family stuff to do in the morning.
Okay.
Do you still have a tent, by the way? We can camp in the garden or something.
Aw, a slumber party? I love you too, bro.
Whatever. You got the tent, though, right?
Yeah, somewhere. Let me check. I'll be right back. I got up from my bed and headed to check the cupboard under the stairs. I didn't know where the tent was, but it seemed a good place to start. I opened the cupboard door and started shifting coats aside. Some cardboard boxes were stacked up at the back and might be hiding it, so I started unstacking them. I took out a couple of the easy-to-reach ones and had a stroke of good luck as the tent bag came into view. I leaned over the other boxes and picked up the bag, and took the big garden umbrella that sat beside it too, just in case it rained tomorrow. I paused. I put the tent down. It took me a couple of seconds to get back to the kitchen window and focus on the darkness outside. My eyes weren't adjusted to the dark, so I couldn't see all the way to the back fence. Turning off the kitchen light, I leaned on the counter and continued staring at the same point. The other garden features began to fade into view one by one, fitting my previous mental image. I wasn't sure what I wanted to see. The darkness gave way to the familiar forms I knew, but after a while, I was certain there still stood a figure against the back garden fence. It hadn't moved. I stood there for 15 minutes looking at it. I couldn't tell its shape properly, but it did look like someone standing there. I decided it wasn't a threat. If it really was a person, they probably would have moved by now, and that thought kept me calm. But I also wanted to find out what it was. I couldn't stand there forever. I jogged upstairs, picked up my laptop, and brought it down with me to the counter. Could you come around now?
Oh?
Yeah, I think I can see something in my garden.
What is it? An animal?
No, it's tall. I thought it was an umbrella.
And now you're sure it isn't?
Well, I don't know. I thought it was someone, but now I'm sure it's not a person. It just looks weird, and I don't think it was there before.
Before when?
I don't know. Earlier today, maybe? I can't remember.
Are you scared?
I'd feel better if someone else was here.
Well, I did offer to come around, and I am bored. So, yeah? Yeah, I'll come soon.
Cool, thanks. Use the front gate. I sat there watching the black shape lean against the fence for another 10 minutes. Eventually, the doorbell rang. I opened it, and Chris ran in and bear-hugged me. It's been too long, Chris mock cried. Yeah, must have been a whole day, I retorted, smiling. Oh, the torment, he replied, pretending to ignore me. Look, come over here, I said, pushing him off and walking to the kitchen. I switched off the light and pointed in the figure's direction. Look, give me a second, said Chris. I can't see properly. A minute later, he noticed. That black thing? Yeah. We both stood there looking at it for a while. I half expected it to be gone when he looked. He leaned over the counter. It's just a big plant or a plank of wood or something. Let's go watch TV. Will you check with me to make sure? I asked. Do you have a flashlight? He replied. No, I admitted. Well, we could check if we keep the kitchen light on and open the back door a little, he offered. I thought for a second and agreed, but said we should stay right by the house. We walked around and opened the back door. Stepping onto the porch, I felt the air was heavy and warm that night. Chris walked behind me. We stood very close to the door, peering at the back fence. Should we? I had just started to speak when he quickly stepped into the house again, still looking at the fence. What? I asked, following him in. I turned and realized that the figure was gone. It was obvious from the light coming from the back door that the fence and the rest of the garden were just as they had always been. Where is it? Chris asked. If it was leaning against the fence, it probably fell over into the brush or something. I tried to convince us both. We stared out for a few seconds longer, then decided that we were too nervous to go check. I don't usually give in to my night terrors, but now they were just beginning to click into my head. Can you stay over for the night? I asked Chris. Yeah, sure. It didn't sound like he really wanted to. He kept his eyes on the fence. We both went inside and locked the door before going up to my room. I got out a sleeping bag for Chris and drew the curtains without looking outside into the garden again. We talked about stupid stuff for a couple of hours to take our minds off the garden and fell asleep. In the morning, I found Chris's sleeping bag empty. I called out to Chris and he said he was downstairs, so I threw on a t-shirt and went down.
Sleep well?
I asked.
Yeah, pretty well,
he said. But I kept thinking about the garden and stuff.
Hey, did you find that tent?
Yeah, I answered, remembering that shape which I had forgotten about until now.
Well, I was thinking about the camping thing and thought maybe we could bring the tent to my house. It would just make for a change, you know?
I didn't have to ask him why. I wasn't too keen on staying in my garden after last night either. Wait, last night? Come to think of it, the sun was up, and I wanted to check the garden while it wasn't pitch black. I asked Chris, and he hesitantly agreed. We put on our trainers and stepped out into the garden. I don't know what we were so worried about. It was bright and colorful. The plants and bushes around the edges of the garden smelled good, and there was a bird in one of the small trees singing out for its mate somewhere. We walked to the back fence to find nothing out of place, and looked over the bushes in front of the paneling to check if anything lay behind them. We found nothing. I walked around the edge of the whole garden once more while Chris tried whistling to the bird. It cocked its head from side to side, trying to figure him out. It was a warm day, perfect for camping that evening, I decided. We talked as we filled a couple of rucksacks with sleeping bags and some food from the kitchen. We didn't want to set up a fire, so we packed some tinned hot dogs, bread, a pack of tomatoes, and chocolate, as well as some bottles of water.
There's a forest just next to my house, which is actually pretty good, Chris explained. Our garden backs onto the edge of it. I stayed in a tent there once with my dad for my first little camping trip when I was like 7. I remember I was so excited at the time, I thought we were really roughing it like some hardcore mountaineers.
Chris laughed at himself.
If we get too cold or need more food, we can just go to my house. My parents are out, so we'll have free run of the place anyway.
Yours are away too? I questioned.
It's their anniversary, so they're out for the night,
he explained.
They're staying in a hotel the next town over. They'll be back in the morning.
Apparently, leaving your kids behind was in fashion this summer. At about noon, we left my house with 2 rucksacks, a sleeping bag for each of us, and a tent, and made our way to Chris's house. It was fairly close by, and a part of the same pleasant neighborhood. We talked and joked a lot, walking side by side, nodding to and greeting a couple of familiar neighbors as we went. It was a crazy nice day, and the sun was almost too much. It was hot on our necks, and the trees by the sidewalk seemed to glow green from underneath as the sunlight passed through the leaves. A sprinkler offered us some water as we walked by one house, and it felt good on my hot arms. I was already sweating by the time we got to Chris's place. We hadn't been walking for more than 20 minutes. We didn't go inside his house immediately because it was so hot. So we went straight to his garden and dumped our bags in the shade. He wasn't joking. The gate of his garden backed straight onto an impressive forest. Very tall, thin trees stood high above the house and continued as far as I could see. Some bushes and shrubs littered the forest floor, but most of it was either grass or fairly smooth sections of dirt. I didn't see how this forest was classed as small.
It looks good, right?
He boasted. It's awesome, I admitted, opening the gate and surveying the area. I walked out in between the trees and found a flat spot for the tent. I turned around to ask Chris's opinion and paused, a little disappointed. It didn't feel like real camping when his house was so obviously in our faces.
Let's go a little further in so it at least feels legit,
I said and walked back to pick up my bags. Chris objected to carrying his heavy shit any further. We walked in a straight line from Chris's house and kept checking behind us until the house was just about obscured by the trees in front of each other. We had only gone a very short way in, but the forest was already thicker and greener. There was even a long rope swing hanging from one of the trees, but it looked too old to hold our weight, so we decided to keep our spines unbroken and give it a miss. I unpacked the tent and set it up with Chris's help, and we threw our sleeping bags inside. I laid down inside to test it out. It was so warm and humid I had to adjust my breathing for a second. I stepped out again and asked Chris if he had a flashlight for the evening.
"I can do better than that,"
was his response, and he took off towards the house. I was too hot to run after him, so I opened my rucksack and cracked open a bottle of water, downing half of it and putting the rest back in the pack. I laid down on a patch of grass and looked up at the canopy. The leaves were shifting gently in a breeze I couldn't feel from down here, and watched them sway and mesh together until I heard Chris's return.
"Did you get a flashlight?"
I asked, closing my eyes. The sun shone through my eyelids and colored my vision red. I listened to the soft sound of his footsteps on the grass as he walked past me towards the rope swing.
"That's not going to hold you,"
I warned as I heard him tug the branch with a small creak. He tugged it and it creaked in response. I listened. He tugged it once more and again. There was a moment of silence as I guessed he was still weighing it up, and then another tug. He continued to tug a few more times, and the creaking followed each one. I was sure it wouldn't hold his weight, and I smiled, predicting one big creak and a snap as the rope or the branch broke. I waited as some final tugs were made. I waited still.
"Yo!"
I heard Chris's voice coming from his garden. I sat bolt upright, almost spraining my neck as I snapped my head sideways to face his house. He was jogging through the trees, holding an electric lantern. I switched my gaze in the other direction towards the rope swing. It was hanging still, nothing nearby. I stood up and turned full circle, nothing in any other direction. "What?" I said to myself, walking towards the rope. I tugged it gently. It didn't creak. I pulled it harder. It didn't creak. My mouth went dry. I jumped up, grabbed a hold, and yanked it down. The branch bent a little as my feet touched the floor, and still it didn't make a noise. I kept hold of it as I stared up towards the branches, but eventually the rope gave way under my weight somewhere in the middle, and a soft thud fell on my ears as the thick rope fell in front of me. Chris was rattling the lantern as he came by.
"I've never used this before. I got it for Christmas from my cousin. She buys some weird presents. Oh, I see the swing is dead. Let's have a proper burial in memory of all the joy it gave us."
I didn't respond. I continued looking up at the branch with half a rope swing tied to it.
"Hey, are you good?"
Chris followed my gaze.
"I thought you'd already come back."
I said immediately. I wasn't the type to let things slide with an, "Oh, it's nothing."
"What?"
he replied.
"Someone walked by me and was messing around with the rope swing. Who was it? I don't know. Are they still around? I don't know. I had my eyes closed and was lying right there."
I pointed.
"But then I heard you shout, so I looked around and there was nothing here. I heard them walk by my head."
I felt a bit sick.
Look, calm down a second,"
Chris began.
"It's the middle of the day. We're 30 feet from my house, and even if it was a person, so what? It's just some public woods. Anyone can come through here."
That made some sense, and he was right about it being public. But then where were they? I glanced around one more time. However, the trees quickly layered up, and I couldn't see far at all. I guessed it was possible for me to lose track of someone here in a short distance.
"Okay,"
I said.
"Man, I can stay alone in the house for weeks on end, but I can't handle a short walk through the woods on a summer day." "Well, that's why you brought some muscle,"
declared Chris, wielding the lantern above his head, and I laughed. We spent the day walking around the forest and returned to the tent to get some water when we were too hot. We talked about school and what our plans were for the future. We talked about dreams we'd had and ghosts and creatures that lurked in the dark. Neither of us was too scared of things like that, but they made for good camping stories. Chris told a particularly good one about a woman who lived in the woods. She had the head of a cat, and if you heard her raspy meow, that meant she was trying to find you. If she stopped meowing, it signified you were found, and she was quickly making her way towards you. It made my skin crawl a little, and we stopped telling stories soon after that. The light of day eventually faded, and it was getting hard to see, so we headed back to the tent for the night. The impressive heat during the day had killed our appetites, so we left the food for now and decided we'd eat it in the night if we got hungry. Chris hung the electric lantern at the front of the tent, flicking it on as he did so. It was surprisingly bright and spilled a yellow light onto the ground and onto the trees that faced us. The warm glow looked dramatic, but whatever was beyond the light was hidden in blackness. Our immediate area was clear, but after a few paces, the light seemed to stop dead. It looked weird. Chris ducked under the tent opening, and I followed him. The sleeping bags looked inviting as the heat from earlier had gone, and it was too cold for shirts and shorts. We got inside and took the lantern with us. "Can you hear meowing?" I said, my head tilted as I strained to hear. "Yeah, I can hear some bullshit too." Chris smiled and zipped up his sleeping bag. Damn, I thought I had him. Oh well. I zipped up my own bag and we laid there talking for a little while, and then the exhaustion of such a hot summer's night hit us and we fell asleep. I had a dream that we were walking to Chris's house again, but there were more trees than before, and it was getting dark very quickly. I blinked and suddenly it was night, with the forest sprawling in every direction. The rope swing hung in front of me. I turned around and Chris was gone. I heard a creak from behind me and a feeling come over me like I'd missed a step on the stairs. For some reason, I couldn't turn around. I started walking straight ahead and the rope swing soon came into my view again. I was aware I was in a nightmare. The rope swing slowly lifted itself up into the trees and I watched it disappear. I walked over and stood beneath where it had been, and there was a rustle above me. As I lifted my eyes to the canopy, a black figure with the head of a cat came hurtling downwards with its mouth open horrifically wide. One of its teeth touched my left eye and I tore myself awake, gasping as I sat up in the tent. My back was damp with sweat and Chris was asleep next to me. The lantern was still on and I could see our backpacks at the end of the tent. I took a moment to breathe and then let myself lay back down, my head thumping on the floor a little too hard. I winced and reached for the bottle of water to my side, downing a few mouthfuls. I couldn't fall asleep with the glow of the lantern on my eyelids, so I sat up and searched the tent for it. I quickly realized the light was coming from outside. "Chris?" I said, still confused from sleep. He mumbled something in reply. "Chris, where's the lantern?" Somewhere," he said slowly and sleepily before turning over. Looking around again, the light was obviously coming from outside. I weighed up the options. Either some murderer had snuck into our tent and done nothing but take our lantern outside, or we didn't actually bring it into the tent and I remembered incorrectly. That sounded more convincing, so I knelt by the tent door and unzipped it. From the opening, I looked around. It wasn't immediately obvious where the glow was coming from. Why couldn't I see it? I looked up. The lantern was resting 20 feet in the air, hanging in the dark. Goosebumps swept across my skin, and I zipped up the door before shaking Chris. "Chris, please wake up!" He heard the urgency in my voice and sat up. What's wrong?" Chris said, rubbing his eyes. "The lantern's hanging outside." "But I brought it in," he assured me. I felt sick as my reasoning broke. We both looked at the front of the tent. "We should go back to the house," I said, my resolve buckling. I was just a kid in the forest whose parents were away. "I'm not walking through the dark," he replied. Chris was now looking worried. "We've got a lantern." I stopped myself. We looked at the front of the tent again. We couldn't sit there forever. We were getting scared as we sat there doing nothing, so this was the plan. We weren't going to go back to sleep. We would get the lantern back somehow, leave everything here, and spend the night in Chris's house. I hated being the one to go first. I wanted to turn back, even just crouching by the tent entrance. Unzipping the fabric door, I looked around. Nothing. I peered over the tent behind us. Nothing in sight. Literally nothing. Everything was black outside of the light. I took a step out, and it was cold. Chris said the same as he stood right by my side, looking over his shoulder. He turned back and saw the lantern in the air.
Oh my God.
We stood there looking at it for a few seconds that seemed to crawl by. Eventually, I worked out which tree it was hanging from. The broken rope swing at my feet confirmed it. Way up, out of reach, the lantern hung above our heads, tied to the other end of the rope that still dangled from the darkness. I couldn't work it out. It was high up, too high for even a ladder. The trees were thin and bare besides the leaves that made up the canopy. There was nowhere to climb. Picking up the length of the rope that had snapped off earlier, I bundled it up and tied a knot and aimed it at the lantern. I took a step back and jumped, tossing it into the air. It caught the lantern on its side and sent it swinging. It threw shadows, rocking around us. I suddenly wished I hadn't hit it. The light made the shadows lean from side to side with the lantern. The horrible, unnatural swaying made me panic, and my eyes became wet as fear took a solid hold of me. I picked up the rope again and lobbed it desperately at the lantern. I missed, and the bundle of rope sailed off into the darkness. Helplessly, I turned to Chris, who had already grabbed his backpack. He spun around and threw it with a yelp, and it hit the lantern dead on. It fell and thudded to the floor with a crack, but the light was still on. I ran to pick it up. I turned to Chris and almost cried with relief.
Okay, go, let's go,
I urged, and he started jogging quickly towards his house as I followed. We half ran, half stumbled off into the dark, checking over our shoulders and working ourselves up as our thoughts were consumed by everything that may be waiting in the trees for us. I don't know how long we were moving, but it soon became apparent that Chris's house wasn't in this direction.
For God's sake, where is it?
Chris said, tension taking hold of his voice. We'll have to find the tent and try again. A couple of tears were forming at the corners of his eyes. They were probably on mine too, but my heart was thumping so hard I didn't notice.
Okay.
I took a breath and we turned around, heading in a straight line directly behind us. What if we didn't find the tent? I couldn't stop myself thinking that over and over as we retraced our steps. We walked for what seemed like twice as long before the light finally fell on the side of the tent. We ran up and stood close by its side, looking around to try to figure out which direction we should go. The silence was like the buildup of a nightmare, right before some horrible thing lurches out at you. The comparison made me gag, and I scrunched my eyes shut, the hair on my skin lifting. My temples were so hot it felt like my brain was thudding against the inside of my skull. I couldn't begin to guess where the house was. We could see about 10 feet from the lantern, and then pitch black. There were no clues. Every direction looked wrong. Chris took the lantern from me and walked in a small circle, straining his eyes to try and see. I stayed put.
Chris, turn it off,
I whispered to him hurriedly.
What?
He asked. I stepped quickly and quietly towards him, bringing my face to his.
There's something in the tent.
His gaze shifted past me towards the tent, and he stood there staring. We were standing on the left-hand side of the tent, and from this angle, I could just about see the unzipped door hanging open, but I remembered leaving it that way. So that wasn't what was making me clench my teeth together. A few feet away, my rucksack sat outside on the dry earth, with the food I had packed now neatly arranged trailing from it. Our sleeping bags were also nicely laid out end to end, making the line of belongings lead straight into the mouth of the tent. I took a careful step forward so the light could pass more easily through the fabric. It couldn't have been a trick of the light. Something big and dark was obviously crouched, with what I guessed was its front facing the door. I hated myself for not seeing it sooner. It didn't move at all, or seem to breathe. It just sat, waiting for us to investigate the display it had made.
Turn it off,
I whispered again. Chris continued staring, deaf to me.
Chris!
I pleaded in a whisper. A voice from nearby joined in. We both heard it, and the blood fell in our veins. It came from the tent. a slow, strained rasp of a voice that sounded like it was saying the word for the first time. The sound clicked across my skull and crept into my ears. The light flicked off with a click that was too loud. Chris grabbed my shoulder and I clenched my fist closed, painfully tight. We stood there in complete darkness. I didn't want to move and I didn't want to stay. My brain fought for control as my legs waited for a decision, rooted in place. We breathed shallow, quiet breaths, blackness pressing on our eyes like water. Sweat ran down my neck. I couldn't see the tent.
Chris.
Something said.
Turn it off.
My stomach flipped inside out as the thing in the tent played with my words. I quickly grabbed Chris's hand, yanking him in the opposite direction. I ran like I never had before, Chris's legs thudding alternately with mine. The sprint continued for about a minute. We lost ourselves as we ran through absolute darkness. I forgot where we were and I couldn't see what was in front of my face. I ran head-on into a tree and my forehead struck its side with a thickening, hollow knock. Sparks lit up inside my eyes as I choked back the pain. It hurt so much I couldn't breathe. Chris tried to pull me on, but I buckled to the floor on my knee and threw up. As I collapsed onto my back, my head went numb. Chris lifted me up.
Please, don't stop! Please, please!
He begged. I couldn't reply.
Please, please keep going!
I forced my legs to take my weight as I locked my knees upright, leaning on Chris. My body felt empty, and a little blood rolled down my forehead and onto my brow. I wiped it away as I tried to grasp the situation again, but the pain was too much.
Wait, I can't!
I begged.
Just wait! Just wait!
We stood together in the inky woods, but we could have been anywhere. I couldn't see Chris as he huddled next to me. It didn't feel like darkness. It felt like someone had wrapped my head in a blanket. Neither of us said a word as we waited, but our breathing was loud, and I wondered from what distance it could be heard. Reality began to return to me, and the pain was now just about bearable. I straightened up, grasping at what was happening. The pins of fear sank into me a second time, and I started counting in my head. 1 minute passed without any sound in the world. The wind was dead, and the birds might be too. Another minute went by, and I continued counting. 3 minutes. We were still alone. Was it even looking for us? I reached for Chris's arm in the dark. He jumped when I touched it, but I steadied him with the other. He was still holding the lantern. Good. We had light on our side now, if only we could use it. I went over the events hurriedly in my mind. The lantern was hanging from a tree, and we got out of the tent and then couldn't find our way home. By the time we returned to the tent, something was in it. But then why did it take the lantern and do nothing while we slept? If it was sheer luck that we were alone when we were trying to get the lantern, I wondered just how small the possibility was of us getting a second chance. I stayed silent for a moment and then whispered as best I could.
Chris, we need to turn on the lantern. We need to fucking get away from here. We can make a run for your house, but we need to see. No, please, we have to stay here.
Chris tried to whisper too.
We can wait for morning if you want to. You can't turn it on.
I could hear in his voice that a sob was breaking through.
Just keep quiet. You fucking have to, please.
I parted my lips to try again, but as I did, I heard something. A very faint clicking sound from somewhere in the dark. It was almost audible, but it was there, an irregular, stuttering, clicking sound. It sounded like fingernails on a wooden table, and it was moving. It came from in front of us, I was sure of it. A steady filled my ears as we tried to gauge the distance. It was drawing closer. It stopped. I was glad for the first time in my life that I couldn't see what was waiting in the dark. Perhaps that meant we were also hidden. As my thoughts fired off in every direction, I gave the thing in the darkness the image of the cat-headed woman, and it terrified me. I was just waiting to hear that meow, but my ears were met with something else. I tensed my throat and tried not to cry. And I cupped my hand over my mouth. The horrible, scraping dialogue sounded a few steps away. The words were said oddly, with no meaning behind them. They were just sounds that the thing had picked up and was now using to catch us out in the dark. Chris let go of my hand, and I heard his foot plant softly on the grass behind him as he prepared to run. "Don't you dare!" I tried to project into his mind. "Don't you make a sound."
Please. Please.
It sounded so wrong, drawn out like a door slowly opening. Chris let out a whimper as it called him. I froze and waited for something or anything to happen. There was a long silence, and I held my breath for as long as I could. I couldn't wait anymore. Very slowly, I reached out to Chris and put my hand on his shoulder, and very carefully, we both lifted our feet and managed to step without making a sound. We backstepped away from the voice and didn't stop moving, but ever so carefully, so slowly. I didn't care how long it would take us to get somewhere. If it took us an hour every step, we were going to get out. Chris backed into a tree and gasped audibly. The clicking started up immediately. It rolled on, consistently moving toward us. I didn't know what to do. All I could think of was to screw my eyes shut and try not to scream. As we stood there, the clicking came to a stop an arm's length away from where we stood.
Chris, turn it on, please.
Fear took over. Chris switched on the light and tore off in the other direction without looking behind him. I wheeled in place and held that lantern in my sight like nothing else existed. We didn't dare look at the thing, but we could hear it. Our footsteps thudded on the grass, and a thing pursued us. As I ran desperately to catch up to the light, the sound suddenly rose up behind me and over our heads in between the trees. This wasn't happening. It was going to drop down on us. "Turn!" I screamed. I didn't care anymore. If we were going to get out for our lives, we were going to have to run for them. We suddenly changed course. The tapping stopped for a moment, long enough for us to gain a few feet before it came in our direction again. My legs were cramping horribly, and Chris was gasping hard. We couldn't keep this up. Where were we? I saw the light from the lantern come to an abrupt halt up ahead. I didn't have time to stop, and I braced myself to crash into Chris, but the light passed beneath my feet. He had dropped the lantern. I turned my head and watched it recede into the darkness. It was immediately too far for me to go back. The thing would be on me in a second. "Chris!" I was crying and wiping tears from my cheeks as I ran, preparing for my face to connect with the tree at any moment. "Keep going!" I heard Chris cry from up ahead. "There's a light!" My vision was blurry from tears, but I could see it, an orange glow hanging in the air in the distance. Another one? What was happening? I wanted to scream at him to avoid it, but I realized it was a streetlight. My legs felt like I was running through water, but I pushed them harder with a goal in sight. Gradually and painfully, the light grew closer, as did the clicking. This thing could move like nothing I knew. I saw Chris's figure pass underneath the streetlight, and then he was gone again. "Don't stop!" I yelled as I approached the edge of the forest, and my legs adjusted as the forest floor gave way to solid footing. I could see a row of more streetlights leading off to the right, and Chris's figure was passing regularly underneath each. When I was sure I was completely out of the trees, I didn't stop. I ran under several more streetlights, putting as much distance as I could manage between us and the edge of the woods. I realized after a while that the clicking had stopped. I needed to see we were okay. I turned my head and looked back along the row of lights, keeping my gaze on the first light. My pace slowed as the pain in my head and legs came back. There was silence once more, and the lights revealed an empty pathway. I jogged on and kept my eyes on the glow, expecting to see something at any minute, but it lit up nothing but concrete on the edge of the road. "Is it there?" The question pulsed in my mind over and over. As I turned my head to continue catching up to Chris, I caught sight of something pass under the first streetlight. An almighty shock went through me as my fears were confirmed. I let out a cry and picked up the pace once more, sprinting between the lights. The image was burned into my mind. I hardly caught a glimpse of the thing, but it was white and massive. It nearly brushed the streetlight as it went under it. It had a long, upright body full of kinks, like it had just unfolded itself, and that's all I was able to tell. It must have had a face and limbs, but I didn't have time to see. I didn't look again. The path gave way to more light, and soon I could see the glow of windows in some houses on either side of the road. I recognized where we were, close to my house by some miracle. A little further and we would be there. "My house!" I yelled, and Chris listened, turning left onto a side street and dashing down. With panic on my side, I reached the turn and looked down the road to see Chris jumping the fence into my garden. "Hurry up!" I heard him scream. Reaching the fence, I planted my hands on top, hoisting myself over and shredding my elbow in the process. My ankle stung as I thudded into the garden and sprinted towards the kitchen door. Chris stepped aside, gasping for air as I fumbled the keys into the lock and wrenched it sideways. We both flew into the kitchen and slammed the door behind us. I locked it from the inside and we both sprinted upstairs and into the bathroom, locking it behind us. What was that?" I managed to say in a panicked whisper, wondering if it would get in. Did you see it?" "No." Chris crouched under the window, letting tears roll. Shit, it was so tall, it was... I couldn't... Don't tell me." Chris cut me off. I mulled it over again and again as we sat there. Minutes slowly ticked by into hours. My head was fizzling all the while, and I could still hear its voice, that disgusting voice. My elbows and forearms were sticky with blood, and we both looked at the floor, the occasional sob coming from the two of us. Our hearts banged in our chests, and we spent the night that way. Light streamed in from the window, but we didn't unlock the bathroom door until noon. We crept downstairs. The kitchen door was still locked, and nothing was in the house. I looked out of the living room window. Another perfect day. No people walked by, but the sprinklers were on, and I could hear birds again. It helped to calm our nerves. "That tent can stay there," I said at last. "Yeah," Chris agreed. We stayed in the living room with the TV off all day. We didn't know what to do and talked about if we should call the police or something. The day crawled by as we tried to rake our thoughts together and think of what to do next. But all that went through my mind was what had just happened, not what we should be doing. By the time it was dark, at about 9 p.m., the phone rang. It was Chris's parents asking if I had seen him, as they were getting worried. They had just gotten back from out of town. I let them know he was okay and asked if they could come and pick us both up from my house because something had happened. They wanted to know what, but I said we'd both tell them when they get here, and they said they'd be here soon. Relief washed over us as adults were on their way to make everything all right. They would believe us. We didn't lie about these things. Even if they were skeptical, they'd at least believe that some dangerous animal was in the forest, and that was good enough for me. I went to the kitchen to get some juice from the fridge and realized I hadn't had a drink all day. I could hear water dripping in the sink, so I turned the faucet tighter as I drank some juice. As I headed toward the living room, the water started to tap again. I flicked the light on and realized it wasn't coming from the sink, or anywhere in the room for that matter. It sounded like it was coming from further away. I looked out into the garden and could just about see a fuzzy, tall silhouette leaning up against the back fence in the dark. Actually, the tapping sounded more like clicking. The figure slowly moved away from the fence and clicked across the grass towards the house.
Please.
I had never ran past the stump. Never. The stump had been there for years, at the edge of where I turn around on my runs, right at the point where I knew I would have a hard time getting back without walking. Except for that day. Last spring, around noon on a Saturday, gentle breeze, high 70s, the sun dipping behind clouds every few minutes. Perfect weather. Something about the daylight had always made me feel insecure. It was the night we were all supposed to be wary of, with its shadows and silence. When the bugs would stop making noises, that's when you were supposed to worry. That's when the hairs were supposed to rise, when everything felt wrong. Not during the day, though. Not when everything was supposed to be safe. That was never how I worked, though. I was always wary of the day growing up. My nightmares were during nap times, during the day when everyone else thought the world was safe. I grew up as a cautious type of kid. I was afraid of a lot of things. Being alone used to terrify me. I slept in my parents' bed until I was 4 or 5, and even after that, I felt uneasy sleeping alone. Most kids feel safe if they bundle up enough in their blankets, but that never worked for me. I always felt as if I were laying on an island surrounded by evil, and nothing I could do could protect me from it. Back in high school, running was easier. I could eat what I wanted and run whenever I felt like it. My run time was never really affected by my life choices. I was a quick kid, too. I was running low 5-minute miles. One time I even ran a 450. Not really competition speeds for college, but pretty good for a kid who just enjoyed going to city runs on the weekends. I used to imagine myself as a gazelle running from a cheetah or some other large cat. The cats win sometimes, but the gazelle has form over power, grace over strength. When chased, the gazelle will take every step with the intent to survive. That need to live always spoke to me. That was the past. As the years strode by, running 6-minute miles began to hurt. I became more of a 7-minute mile type, which was fine. I wasn't racing anymore. For me, running had always been a form of meditation. About a mile or so into a run, everything would loosen up and it'd become easier to stride out. Mentally, I'd reach a point where the intense focus I needed to maintain pace simply melted away, and I became more of a spectator than a participant in the run. I would experience myself as just a part of the trail. On that Saturday, everything felt right. Everything was more than fine. It was the perfect day. I was approaching the stump and I felt amazing. The best I had felt on a run in years. Years. I approached the stump and I hurtled over it like a track star. I heard a scratching sound, even though it felt like a clean jump, and I didn't feel like I scraped anything. I was so in the zone that I didn't turn around. Birds and other animals in the woods were common on my runs. I ended up running another mile into the forest. I had never been that deep in. I was probably about 5 miles from my house when I saw a bit of smoke in the distance. I knew that there were other trails in the woods, but the trail I was on was the nice one. The trail that the sun could touch almost all day. I looked down. My trail had quickly devolved. It wasn't as nice as it was before the stump. I saw the smoke getting closer. Then I saw a shape. It was a cottage. The smoke was coming from a random cottage deep in the woods. A building so run down the squirrels likely avoided it. Something about the way the house sat on its foundation made it seem to be twisted and, in a way, abnormal. The windows were uncharacteristically high, beginning almost at chest level. I started to jog in place, considering whether or not to keep moving forward or turn back. The curtains in the window had some sort of floral pattern. I didn't want to trespass. I never knew who the woods really belonged to out here. Suddenly, the curtain was thrown back and a figure was looking at me from behind the window, eyes wide, barely peering over the base of the windowsill. I turned and I ran toward home. It seemed so far. It took me a very long time to make it back to the woods I was familiar with. I just kept running, pumping my arms and moving my legs, breathing. Strong inhale, strong exhale, strong inhale, strong exhale. Focus. Equal breathing, equal breathing. That's when I saw the stump, except it didn't look the same, different from how I was used to seeing it. Granted, I had never approached the stump from that side before, but I knew that there was something wrong. My chest tensed up just a little bit more. I slowed down to give some rest to my hips. There was some sort of lump on the tree stump that I had never seen. Some type of cancer? The closer I got, the less the lump looked like part of the tree. It looked like some sort of matted hair, clumped and moist. I had slowed down to almost a walk. I was just a few strides away from the stump when the moist lump opened its eyes. It was some type of animal, covered in a dark brown fur that almost camouflaged it against the stump's bark. It was only after the eyes opened that I realized both of the animal's long arms were draped over my side of the stump, the head concealed behind the opposite side. All I could see were the eyes peeking over, like the animal was hiding from me.
"Hi, Alexander. Alexander the stranger, the runner, the Lone Ranger. Don't look surprised. You don't remember me. We used to be so close. You slept on top of the bed, and I slept below."
Its way of speaking seemed to trail off on certain words in a weird, distracted tone. I looked at the arms of the animal, covered in hair, powerful looking. I couldn't bring myself to speak at first. I hesitated. Are you the devil?"
"Oh, Alex. The devil is just a story. I'm very real. I'm you. I'm not you. I'm something different. Something blue. Something better."
The animal started to tap the stump's bark with all of its fingers. I need to go. I want to go home." I was looking at the hands of the animal, at the claws. It was tapping its fingers against the bark. I noticed my breathing wasn't rapid. I wasn't out of breath at all from the run. Instead, I was barely breathing at all, like I kept forgetting to take another breath every few seconds. I turned my head to look back at the cottage quickly to see if anything was coming from that direction. Nothing was there. I quickly turned my head back to keep my eyes on the creature behind the stump.
"Oh, now, Alex, don't worry about Mother. You'll never get to meet her, Alex. That's what I'm here for. You shouldn't have looked. You shouldn't have looked. Didn't you learn never to peek under the bed, Alex? Triple X, not the sex, not the sex. You aren't going where you want to. This isn't the trail home, the trail of tears, the trail of fears. We're going to do something else."
Up until that point, the eyes had been wandering, contemplating what the next words would be. The animal seemed to enjoy the rhymes. Every rhyme would strike some sort of emotional chord with my childhood, the shows I watched, the things I would say growing up. Then the animal's eyes locked right into mine.
"The things I'm going to do to you, Alex. Oh, you haven't lived until you've... The things I will do to your innards. The belly. Inside. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but oh, the things we are going to do."
I heard it clack its teeth together a few times. I swallowed and reminded myself to breathe. I made myself say something. "Please, don't," was all that came out. I couldn't see its mouth, but I could imagine its smile. It was in the eyes. Everything about the animal was inhuman, except for the eyes, baby blue. They could have been my eyes. The eyes squinted a little in an expression dripping with intent.
"Are you going to pee yourself? Are you going to piss? Little Alex pissed the bed and slept in the shed. You can't hide from me, Alex. You can't run away. This is our moment together.
Are you going to pee-pee? Cry to mother? I used to lick it up. Every time I would lick it up, I would suck that bed dry after a good soiling. What it must taste like after all these years. I've waited, Alex. I've waited to taste it from the source. Pure, unfiltered. I followed you for a very long time. Go ahead and do it for me, Alex. I just want to smell it.
The animal said. I heard it lick its lips and start clicking its teeth. I could hear them like pieces of metal clacking together, and the animal slowly raised its head above the stump. There was no smile, just a wide mouth of teeth, row upon row into the blackness of its throat, as if the teeth would never end once something strayed past the animal's hairy lips. No, was all I could say.
No? Oh, Alex, we know no won't go. No, I'm going to step over this stump and you're going to let me do it. All of the dreams are about to happen. Let me suck on it. Your hand, your foot, your leg, your flesh. Just a nibble, just the tips.
The animal began to laugh. Seeing the teeth, hearing the laughter, the depth of the animal's scratchy voice, like coals on a fire, my bladder let out everything. The moment that happened, the animal stopped laughing and threw its head back in the air to take in the smell. I could see its nostrils expand to surprising size. Maybe fear drove me, because once I realized the animal was going to keep its head back a moment, I shot into the edge of the woods to the right, fight or flight. That day was my best run in so long that I had to chance it. I had to try to escape, to run for my life. Miles. I still had miles until I would make it back home, and I wasn't on any trail. I was just running through the middle of the woods, hitting the dead pine needles with my feet, needles that were never cleared by anyone. You could have buried anything in those woods. If someone disappeared out there, that would have been it. The animal realized a few seconds after I broke the tree line that I wasn't going to wait. I didn't hear it talk, but I did hear it start moving behind me. The movement was what kept me sprinting, kept me pushing myself. I heard the legs of the creature in the trees. The animal was so strong that every few breaths I was taking, I would hear a tree get splintered, or another tree fall down, and it was gaining on me. Another tree fell. I could hear the animal breathing.
Alex. Alex.
I couldn't turn around. I didn't want to. If it weren't for the lack of a trail, I would have closed my eyes, hidden deep inside myself, and hoped to wake up alive. The breathing was so close, almost right next to my ears. I didn't want to see the moment happen. I wanted to try to fight until the very end. And that's when I found another trail. Out of nowhere, it was going in the same direction as the main trail I'd always ran down. I didn't think of anything besides getting home and escaping. I opened up my stride and I did my best to breathe correctly, pump my arms. Perfect form. Not arching my back too much, staying forward, letting my core be involved. It was the most important run of my life. I was the gazelle. Puff out. I need to be. Gasp in. I needed to be perfect. Puff out. I needed to live. Gasp in. I knew I had a chance if I could sustain the pace, maintain and not look back. Even on the trail, I could still hear the animal crashing through the woods behind me as if the trail wasn't wide enough. I didn't want to think about how massive it was, how easily the animal was going to tear me apart, how my skin was going to feel sliding off my bones. I tried to keep my mind on the run, on the breathing, on staying light, falling on each step to save energy, long strides. I could make it if I kept form, kept breathing, ignored the pain in my shins, in my thighs. I had been past muscle failure when I ran past the stump. I wasn't sure how I was running as well as I was then, but I knew I wanted to live. Knew that if I kept that in mind, I could do it. I was so close. I saw the edge of the woods, and there was maybe a quarter of a mile before I was there. I was there. I was going to make it. The animal kept running after me. It must have had many legs, given how it was smashing through the bushes and tearing apart the trees. 10 feet away from the woodline, I took a step, but my foot didn't land right. The animal had caught me by grabbing a hold of my ankle. I was pulled to the ground, and my head hit something while I was being flipped upside down. The animal raised me up to its face.
Alex, I love games. I told you that you couldn't run. Was that torture for you? I let you get this far.
The animal's tongue came out of its mouth, long and grotesque. The tongue slipped down my shorts to taste the urine. It was a violating sensation. Sandpaper. If I hadn't already done so, I would have urinated myself again.
Salty.
The animal chuckled. I was shaking. There's a certain type of anticipation that the body experiences when the mind knows everything is about to end. I could feel it in the back of my neck, a kind of tingle. Instead of forgetting to breathe, I couldn't get enough air. My lungs were a vacuum. I was upside down, but raised high enough to be eye level with the animal. The creature was something old and eternal. The hair matted in odd places, patches of scales, sharp joints of a being that should have died when the planet was young. My heart ached to be so close to home and to be gazing upon true evil, the monster, the devil. To see the matted hair and the black lines over the blue eyes.
Oh, Alex, sweetie, no tears. Not now. Do stop screaming. No one can hear you in this terrible dream.
The animal said. The smell was too complicated for human noses to understand. It was disgusting and as hot as a furnace. My skin felt tighter after each breath from the creature. The animal was right. I was screaming. I didn't even realize it. My mind was in so many places. I couldn't think of anything to do. I was trapped. Caught. Please. Was the only word I managed to get out.
Don't mind if I do, boy.
What happened next was fast. I was instantly flipped right side up, and I watched as the animal opened its mouth wide. All those teeth seemed to be infinite, an impossibly deep throat. A part of my mind thought I was looking into hell itself. There was no fire, just the heat of it. There were only teeth. The animal's tongue slid out of the mouth and wrapped around my leg and drifted up. I tried to struggle away, but there was nowhere to go in that amount of time. I saw my leg slowly being pulled into the mouth. At the end, I closed my eyes. My skin slid off the bone like the icicle on a popsicle stick. I felt the tug, the pressure, and then heard a pop and a feeling of release. At first, I couldn't tell if the fire that shot up my leg was the heat from the animal's mouth or the pain. It was searing. I couldn't help but look, to see what had happened. I was bleeding everywhere. So much blood drenched the animal's face. I realized why the animal's fur was all matted, clotted. It had its eyes closed, enjoying the blood spraying all over its face. Half of my leg was gone, disappeared into the animal's mouth. The pain was everywhere, and I was surprised that I had not immediately gone into shock. I knew that I needed to keep my head together. I needed to concentrate. Then I heard the crunching, and the animal started to chew. It was eating my leg. It dropped me to the ground. It seemed to be caught up in the sensation, like it hadn't eaten in years. I didn't care. I needed to escape. I needed to get home. Home. I was almost in my backyard. I was 10 feet away. There was so much blood. I knew I only had a few minutes, maybe less. I needed to get to my backyard. I needed to crawl. I rolled over onto my stomach and I moved every remaining limb as fast as I could.
No! No! Stop!
The animal choked out in surprise. The animal's mouth was full. I had the notion that it didn't want to stop chewing. It paused as if to decide whether it should just enjoy what it had or to catch me. Maybe it paused intentionally. By the time the animal made the decision to lunge at me, I had rolled the rest of the way into my backyard. I had done it. I had made it. I rolled to my back. I knew I needed to stop bleeding. Seconds mattered. I ripped off all my clothes and tore them to tie a tourniquet. I pulled the knots tight and covered the stump that remained of my leg. My heart was still beating. I needed to hydrate. I needed to get to the doctor. I passed out. I woke up. I couldn't tell how long I'd been out. I looked over. Maybe it had all just been a dream, a nightmare, and I had become dehydrated on my run. It was a relieving feeling, but after a moment, the clouds in my head started to clear. It wasn't a dream. At the edge of the woods, it was there, peeking behind a tree and somehow hiding the true size of itself, the animal. It was dangling a shredded running shoe in one of its hands, my running shoe. I heard a slow crunching sound, a steady chewing. The animal was still chewing on my bones. It had begun to speak again, except its voice had changed to the voice of my mother.
Alex, Alex, wake up, sweetheart. It's time to go outside and play. Go off and play in the woods. Don't you want to come back, honey? Do come back. Maybe tomorrow, yes? Get your 5 miles in. Get your 10 miles in. I'll see you then, dear. I will see you then.
I could never figure out what made the animal stop, how it wasn't able to move past the wood line, or even how I knew I would be safe if I made it to my backyard. Was it really under my bed as a child? The cottage? Mother? I didn't understand. I crawled back to my house. The bleeding had slowed, but the bandages were soaked through with my blood. I was really lightheaded. I thought I was going to pass out again when I had to push the sliding glass door open. I managed to make a phone call before passing out again. The doctors didn't know what to think. I told them it was a gator that got me. No one would have believed anything else. No one questioned me further with that information either. People rarely show up at the ER with a leg bitten off. No doctor where I live would have the experience to really question my story anyway. I have never gone back in the woods. Never even thought about it. I never could go back. Sometimes, if I wake up before the sun rises, I'll be drinking my coffee, and right when the sun hits the tree line, I'll see it. The animal, peeking out from behind a trunk. Never the same tree. What is left of my leg will ache, and I'll feel the sensation of being lowered into the animal's mouth again. The tip of my leg will feel that fire. The tip of my stump. Once the twilight of morning is past, the animal will duck from whatever it's hiding behind and disappear. It never speaks. It never does anything but look at me. I never see the animal's teeth, but I don't ever have to. My mother loved fairy tales. She taught me to love them too. I never outgrew them. If anything, the older I got, the more I needed them. In fairy tales, you find happy endings, lessons, morals, comfort and triumph and magic, but you will find no sadness. That's why I needed them, because I was sad and angry. I was sad and angry because my mother was dying, and there was nothing I could do but watch. I watched as every part of her withered, except her stomach. It grew hard and distended, almost engorged, as if she were pregnant. I guess she was, except the thing she carried wasn't life, but her death. I watched as she mastered the wide, glimmering smile she never wore whenever she went out in public, which was less and less as time wore on. I watched as she told a fairy tale of her own. I'll be better soon. I watched as she cried and held my brother Noah. He was only 3 years old, but already doomed, fragile and sick and slow, with no hope of a normal life, or even a long one. So I watched him too. With Dad gone and Mom rotting from the inside out, I was the only one who could. Over the years, I heard wonderful, inspirational stories, modern fairy tales, you could say, of siblings who come together in the face of tragedy, who forge unbreakable bonds and take care of each other no matter what. I was not that brother. Noah was the bane of my existence, frail, stubborn, and impossible to care for, yet in need of more care than anyone. I hated every minute I spent with him. I hated that Mom loved him most. I hated doing everything for him and for her, only to be shunted into the background at every turn. As days grew into weeks, that hatred sank deep. Every time I scrubbed my mother's vomit or threw her soiled sheets into the washer, every time Noah threw a tantrum, every time I watched Mom gaze at him like he was the second coming of Christ, every time I had to give everything I had only to find that it wasn't enough, the hatred grew. I buried it under fresh layers of poisoned stoicism and molten resentment that hardened over time, cooling into core. I could practically see it, jagged mineral the color of storm clouds, slowly but surely replacing me. Hate wasn't the only thing I felt, but it was the easiest thing to feel, so I hated everything. I hated being with my mother, I hated the sight of my brother, I hated being the oldest, I hated school, I hated the doctors, I hated my father for leaving after Noah was born, I hated myself for wishing I could too. The only thing I didn't hate was my home. It had a steep, sloped roof that made it look like the house was brooding. Inside was dark, a cavern with large rooms, few windows, and clusters of dusty shadows that always seemed to move. Spiders lived everywhere. A witch's house, or a cursed castle with occupants in desperate need of a hero. The land around it was a rural wonderland, golden hills that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were mountains on the horizon, and the shadowy green smear of a forest in the distance. I'd never climbed those mountains, nor entered that forest, but it was enough that they were there. I could look out the window, see them, and believe that something wonderful, something magical was out there. To me, it was paradise. To my mom, it was hell, a monument to her misery. She'd moved in after Dad left. She could barely afford the place and struggled to make ends meet. The stresses of insolvency, abandonment, and a desperately sick child nearly killed her. She lost too much weight. Her skin faded into a papery, translucent coating that stretched dangerously thin over her skull. I used to have nightmares that the flesh would split apart, revealing the glistening bone beneath. She got home from work one night, looking particularly ill. She turned to me, probably to ask if I'd taken care of dinner, but as she opened her mouth, she threw up. Black, red, and foul yellow splashed across the floor like blood-streaked poison. She kept crying that it burned. I called 911, which made her cry harder because she didn't have the money for an ambulance. The very next morning, we learned that she was dying. She kept her job as long as she could. When she quit, that was the end. She had no money for hospital stays or medicine. That was why the burden of her care, and of Noah's, fell to me. I didn't mind at first. I loved my mom more than anything, and her illness, terrible as it was, made it easy to be close to her. But as she deteriorated, she required exponentially more care I wasn't remotely capable of providing. But there was no room in the equation for capability. I went to school less and less until I stopped altogether. No one even noticed. It was like they'd forgotten me already. Mom didn't like it, but she didn't stop me. How could she? Some days she couldn't even go to the bathroom on her own. The effort it took to simply stay alive drained her. She usually fell asleep before nightfall, always with her TV on. Noah did too, since he slept in her bed. That left me by myself every night, alone in a cavernous house with only the echo of their TV to keep me company. Just 3 sad, forgotten people, waiting for everything to finish falling apart. 3 people in a cursed house, desperately waiting for a hero to rescue them. I was supposed to stay inside because the hills weren't safe after dark, but I spent most nights outside anyway. Oak trees dotted the hills, great tangles of mistletoe festoning the branches. Raccoons and deer passed through constantly. Crows roosted everywhere, even on the car, and cawed fiercely whenever I tried to shoo them away. Woodpeckers buried acorns in the walls of the house. Owls called out to each other. Bats swooped like scraps of living enchantment against the night sky, and coyotes slinked through the golden grass. Rafts of miner's lettuce exploding along our property line, so thick and soft you could sleep in it. Sometimes I did. On warm golden evenings, and sometimes on cold gray nights, I went to the miner's lettuce. Sometimes I read, usually I rested, drifting off to the song of night insects and the low, oceanic rush of wind through the leaves. These nights were the closest thing I had to a fairy tale. Although every last one of those days was awful in its own way, one unseasonably hot September afternoon was the worst. The day was rotten from the start. Mom insisted on making breakfast, which gave me a stirring of hope. Maybe this would be one of her good days. That hope was brutally crushed when it became apparent that she didn't have enough strength to hold the skillet. She dropped it, cracking several tiles and denting the skillet in the process. She cried while I scrambled eggs and wiped tears from my face. Noah decided it was my fault that Mom was sad, which made him angry. That rage built up until he launched himself at me as I served breakfast. I lost my grip and spilled half the eggs on the floor. An hour later, Mom threw up everywhere, blood and bile and small curls of undigested eggs. It smelled foul and sticky, clinging inside my nose, leaking down and coating my throat as I scrubbed away. Mom started to cry again as I cleaned up, which infuriated Noah anew. He didn't have the vocabulary to express himself, so he just kept screaming,
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
I pretended to ignore him, gritting my teeth so hard they ached. Suddenly, he lunged for me. I dodged, but he knocked over the bucket instead, sending a flood of bloody, sudsy water across the floor. I saw red. Mom, Noah, the furniture, the foul cascade of blood, bile, soap, and egg, all of it red, lined in golden autumn sunlight. Noah stomped in front of me and screamed,
Stop it!
I struck him. The crack was cataclysmic, the beginning of the end of the world. His eyes went wide as he fell down and began to cry. My mother shouted at me, or tried to. Her weak voice was barely a whisper, but I caught the gist anyway. She was trying to send me to my room. After everything I'd done, she was punishing me. I spun around and stormed outside, slamming the door with such force the house quaked. I blinked momentarily, blinded by the bright sun. The day was warm. The trees and the garden were lush. Birds sang. Crows called to each other in the distance, and coyotes yipped. I marched to the backyard, biting my lip as my face crumpled. I focused on the miner's lettuce out near the property line. I reached it right as the tears began to fall. I flopped down and curled up. The scent of greenness and cold, dark earth swept over me, inside me, cleansing my lungs out of the stench of my mother's slow death while the birds sang and the wind rushed through the leaves. I dreamed of crows, coyotes, and a brooding castle in which a paper-skinned princess who looked like my mother leaned out the window, screaming words that transformed into ribbons of foamy, bile-laced blood.
What are you doing?
The princess evaporated. I opened my eyes and found myself with a Halloween mask half hidden in the miner's lettuce.
It's awfully late for an afternoon nap.
The mask asked. What a weird nightmare, I thought, staggering to my feet. The crushed lettuce left wet, dewy streaks on my skin. It felt real, not like a dream at all. Who are you? The mask lurched forward, followed by a strange, horribly skinny body clothed in a mud-caked dress. It took a long, disorienting moment to realize the body was emerging from a burrow in the miner's lettuce. She drew herself up into a sitting position and crossed her arms. They looked wrong, those arms. Emaciated, draped in dry folds of wrinkled flesh the color of buttermilk.
My name is Wendy.
She smiled, and I realized her mask, a ravaged, moon-colored mess of scars, dark holes, and nets of wrinkles around bright, flat eyes like coins, was not a mask, but her face. When I spoke, my voice issued in a panicky rush. You can't be here. You're trespassing.
No, you're trespassing.
She rose to her feet in a single, boneless movement and picked her way through the miner's lettuce in a wormy, twitchy march that made my skin crawl. She halted several feet away.
This is your property line. Everything behind it is yours. Everything on this side is not.
I watched helplessly. This was no nightmare. This was real. And maybe it was a fairy tale, but not mine, because I was the oldest brother. In fairy tales, the oldest brother always fails, leaving the youngest behind to save the kingdom. And I, the stupid eldest, had just failed by trespassing in a monster's territory. I'm sorry, I whispered. She flounced towards me, dry hair ripping behind her. Something on her neck bounced in time with her steps, broken and strained, an old animal bone strung upon dirty twine.
Why are you sorry? My brothers like sleeping here too.
Brothers? This thing, this hideous, wintry monster with eyes like cloud-shrouded moons had brothers? Are your brothers here? Are they in your burrow too? Are they watching?
Do you want to know where they are?
Would this appease the monster? Would listening save my life? Yes. She looked up, the dying light reflected in her eyes. Her skin looked so sick, somehow thick and papery at once.
I hid them in the trees.
Then she stepped past me. I watched, frightened and confused, as she drifted through the golden grass and faded into the night. Once darkness swallowed her entirely, my paralysis broke and I bolted. By the time I reached the house, Noah and Mom were asleep. I ran to her room without thinking, jealousy and resentment forgotten. I just wanted my mom. She would keep me safe from the horrors in the hills. But how? Asked a mean, broken, and terribly small voice in the back of my mind. She can barely even stand. Why do you think she cries? Because she knows you can't protect her, and because she knows you know too. I stopped inches from her door, struggling as fear, jealousy, guilt, anger, and love fought for dominance. Anger won. I retreated to the living room and locked the doors. After a long time, I fell asleep, straight into another nightmare. The princess who looked like my mother lay bleeding in a field of miner's lettuce. A white mountain lion prowled, murky silver eyes cutting dim swaths through the darkness. Nearby, a half-eaten coyote with golden eyes whimpered as it bled to death. Wind roared through the leaves. Bats swooped overhead, nestling in pendulous clusters of mistletoe that pulsed like hearts. The mountain lion came closer. Green juice from the crushed miner's lettuce strained its snowy coat. I couldn't run. I tried to close my eyes, but I couldn't do that either. I watched, unable to move or even scream, until it crept past me, slinking toward the princess. My paralysis broke as tears dripped from the coyote's golden eyes.
Please come back,
It said in Wendy's voice. I woke up nauseous and drenched in sweat. It was morning, but barely. For reasons I didn't dare fathom, I went outside. It was windy and shockingly cold. The big patch of miner's lettuce looked dark and deep in the thin light, like a half-hidden lake. I took a deep breath and began to walk. When I reached the miner's lettuce, I stopped and scanned the patch as my heart pounded. But, of course, there was no coyote, no blood, certainly no white mountain lion, only the spot where I liked to nap. Beside it was the half-hidden burrow, and inside, shining like yellow lens flares.
What are you doing here?
Looking for you. She blinked, then crawled out of the burrow. Her bone necklace, caked with mud and stringy white roots, swung back and forth. She looked even worse in the morning light. Eyes, one of which was wider than the other and clouded, were murky yellow. Her skin was the worst, fragile and dry, twisted with thick scars and pocked with deep holes like insect burrows. What are you?
Why? Are you afraid?
For a moment, I couldn't breathe. What did the monster need to hear? Affirmation of her magnificent fearsomeness or something else? My mind worked fast. She was terrifying to behold, but she hadn't hurt me. If anything, she'd been a little bit silly. What kind of monster acted like a regular kid? No, I lied. She smiled.
Good.
Then she took my hand and pulled me through the carpet of miner's lettuce and into the hills. I didn't resist, because even if she seemed kind, she was still a monster, and I was the oldest brother. The sun rose, and the day brightened as we walked. After some time, the forest evolved from a shadowy green smear to a spectacular wall of trees. I eyed it with frightened excitement. I'd never ventured inside myself. The forest had always been too far away, but now I was here. Not only would I finally explore it, I would do so with a monster beside me. But to my disappointment, Wendy veered sharply, avoiding the trees entirely. Why aren't we going in?
Because I hate it.
Oh, where are we going?
Right over there.
She dropped my hand and sprinted off into the long grass. I followed, but I was cautious, scanning the ground for rattlesnakes and tarantulas before each step. When I caught up to her, she was standing at the base of a particularly grand valley oak.
Do you like this tree?
I looked up at it. The huge canopy threw an impressive radius of dappled shadows. Crows roosted in the branches, peering down at me with bright eyes. Sure.
So do I. It's the only tree I like. I used to climb it with my brothers, but only at night.
Do your brothers come out at night?
No.
She said. I watched her, equal parts repulsed and captivated.
No. They're dead. The monster got them a long time ago.
I couldn't muster an answer.
I tell everyone who comes here about the monster. Not just you. I have to. I'm the only one who knows it's here. Everyone else forgot.
Despite my fear, I was fascinated, eager even, gripped by the dark, obsessive enchantment unique to childhood. This was it. It had happened. Somehow, in the middle of tragedy and in my own backyard, I had stumbled on a fairy tale. What kind of monster?
The worst kind.
Do your brothers know about it?
They didn't believe in it.
She looked up at the branches, the web-like pattern reflected in her eyes.
I don't want to talk about them anymore.
So we did not. Instead, we talked about worms and bats, bumblebees and bobcats, acorns and moths. Wendy taught me that the wild chamomile growing in my yard could be harvested for tea, that miner's lettuce could be eaten, and that raccoons washed their food. She said the crows had been in this valley since the world's first days, which was why they lived everywhere, settling trees the way people settle neighborhoods, and that the reason the coyotes loved long yellow grass was because it camouflaged their fur. Mom would love to hear this, I thought. And just like that, Wendy's spell was broken again. Reality came crashing down. I jumped up as images of my mother filled my head. I have to go. Wendy stood eagerly, turning her bone pendant between her fingers.
Where?
Home. Her face fell.
Oh.
You can come, I offered, even as my heart sank. She gave me a smile that made her skin crinkle like a dry leaf.
Thank you, but I can't.
Well, then I'll come see you tomorrow. Her smile slipped. Or tonight? She hitched it back up.
Good.
There's magic here. That thought buoyed me for the rest of the day. When Noah screamed at me, I just smiled. When Mom gave me anxious looks, I kissed the top of her head, impervious for once to the scent of spoilage that clung to her like bad perfume. Once they'd gone to bed, I slipped out the back door, heading for the miner's lettuce. Insects drifted in the dying light like scraps of gold. I didn't see Wendy anywhere. When I looked in the burrow, there was only darkness. Disappointment settled over me, surprisingly bitter. Then, 2 bony legs with cracked white skin fell in front of my face. I stumbled back, screaming overhead. Something burst out laughing. I looked up and saw Wendy dangling from a branch. She dropped to the ground, laughing so hard that her wrinkled face resembled a very happy and slightly rotten pumpkin. Before I knew it, I was laughing too. By the time we stopped, it was almost dark. As I stood, a bat swooped in front of my face. I wheeled back and fell again. This sent us both into another hysterical fit of laughter. This time, we laughed until long past dark. For the first time in years, I felt like a child, a hero on an adventure, a happy ending waiting on the horizon. Joy, not fear, permeated reality, and it was all because of Wendy. As we ventured into the nighttime hills, she continued the morning's lecture, instructing me on the habits of bats, how to calm a frightened deer, and how to handle rattlesnakes. As we skirted the forest, she looked at it wistfully.
There used to be a beautiful pond there, deep in the trees. Well, it would have been beautiful if it weren't covered in scum.
The moon was high when we once reached the enormous oak, standing like an alien sentinel in the dark.
Come on, let's climb.
My heart plummeted. The oak loomed over me, impossibly tall. Branches cut the night sky into starry fractals. I can't.
I have something to show you.
She disappeared up the trunk like a squirrel. It was the last thing I wanted to do, but if a hero can't conquer his fear, then he's no hero at all, so I followed. Finding a grip on the tree was hard. Shimmying up was even harder. The bark scraped my hands and knees, and I knocked my head against the branches. Wendy? Far overhead, the leaves rustled.
I'm here! What's taking you so long?
I kept climbing. She was waiting near the top, balancing on a precariously thin branch.
Hurry! By me!
I eyed the branch nervously, but there was nothing to do. I hauled myself up, grimly ignoring my throbbing, bloody hands, and settled beside her. She pointed to a branch thick with leaves and mistletoe.
Look!
I squinted, wondering what it was supposed to be. The leaves? They were thicker there, so thick they blocked the stars entirely. But so what? Did she really drag me all the way to the top to show me big leaves? I opened my mouth to ask her, but before I could speak, one of the leaves took flight. Bats. Their small bodies hung from the branches, swaying and quivering. They were everywhere. The old tree was a roost. Panic overtook me. My heart slammed against my ribs as I twisted and tried to climb down. Wendy caught my shoulder.
Look!
She held out her other hand, which looked as thin and delicate as the bats themselves. I watched, astonished, as 3 bats shivered open and swung, latching onto her fingers. They crawled along her arm with quick, twitchy movements. More followed. 1, 2, 3, 6, 10, 12. Wendy laughed merrily and tipped her hand against my shoulder.
It tickles. Here, you try.
The bats surged across her in a jerky flood and crawled onto me. I covered my eyes as the first of many tiny claws tugged my shirt. Velvet bellies and warm wings inched across my skin, one after the other. It did tickle. After a long time, I opened my eyes. Bats covered me from waist to shoulder, clinging tightly as a gust of wind moaned through the canopy. The branch swayed dangerously. I grasped the trunk in a panic. The bats took flight, rising in clouds. Moonlight shone through their membranous wings, throwing their bones into sharp relief. Something roiled in my chest and bubbled up my throat. I thought it was a scream, but when I opened my mouth, laughter exploded out. Wendy joined me as the bats swooped around us. Wind moaned through the branches. Leaves roared like the tide. In the distance, coyotes howled. Wendy threw her arms around me, and together we kept laughing. I visited Wendy every evening. Each night I discovered that I needed to sleep a little less. By November, I didn't need to sleep at all. And thank God, sleep would have forced me to miss out on our adventures. We climbed oak trees, crawled through the bracken with its tangles of thorns and late-season wildflowers, raced each other through the hills, and napped in the miner's lettuce. And then there were the animals. Every animal in the hills obeyed Wendy's commands. Hawks alighted on our hands, talons nicking soft skin. Deer crept through the tall grass and touched their soft noses to ours, large eyes so wide they reflected the entire landscape. We pet black bears, became roosts for bats, ran with coyotes, rooted in the dark earth with wild hogs, and cuddled every feral cat that crossed our path. In my memory, those days are warm and golden, and the nights are cold and clear, with blasts of icy wind that woke me in a way nothing has before or since. Like everything to do with Wendy, it made me feel alive. I was happy and utterly, completely myself, untethered to the quiet, bitter tragedy of my mother and brother. I had a magical wildness that transcended freedom itself, a state I could only enter when I was exploring hills, trees, and mountains with Wendy. The only place we did not explore was the forest. It seems insane in hindsight, but everything was insane, not just Wendy herself, although she was plenty insane on her own, the way wild animals came to us, tamer than dogs, or my metamorphosis into an odd lost boy who didn't need sleep. My mother's illness was insane too. That she had to be alive while rotting from the inside out wasn't just insane, it was monstrous. So was Noah's prognosis. The fact that I would be an orphan at 12, that my disabled brother and I would be placed into different foster homes, perhaps never to see each other again, was insane. And the reality that my mother would be dead before my 13th birthday, less than a year, less than half a year, was insane. The fact, the truth that nobody cared, that no one would remember us, that my mother, my brother, and I were already forgotten was the most insane thing of all. Compared to that, Wendy's forest didn't even register. On a frigid evening, when the sky was clear and bright and snow crowned the moonlight mountains, I prepared to go see Wendy as usual, but on my way out, I felt a tug on my coat. I looked down and saw Noah. "Go back to bed," I told him. He shook his head. Anger stirred, but quickly died. Noah would be an orphan too, at 4, not 12. He might not even remember Mom. What would be worse, to remember and ache for her until he died, or to forget her altogether? What if he forgot me? What if he ended up in a bad foster home? What if it ended up being hell? And what if he never remembered anything else? For the first time in weeks, a lump formed in my throat as reality came to roost, and with it, a bitter truth. If anyone needed a fairy tale, it wasn't me. It was Noah. "Okay," I said. "Let's get your coat." We went out into the frosty night. Dead bracken crunched under our feet. The moon shone, high and cold, drenching the darkness in a film of silver. Bats flew overhead, throwing thin, unsettling shadows. I knelt down by the burrow. Noah looked at me curiously, then followed suit. "Wendy?" I whispered. "Are you awake?" Silence. Then 2 golden lens flares blinked to life. "Oh!" Noah whispered. The light reflected off his face as he reached out to touch them. Then long fingers, thin, cracked, bright as the moon, slid out of the burrow and took his hand.
Who is this?
My brother. Inside the burrow, something curved and pale glinted under her lens flare eyes. A crescent. A smile. Noah froze as Wendy slid out and unfolded before him. His gaze tracked upward along her arm to her shoulder, finally settling on her face. His eyes widened, reflecting the nightscape. Then he spoke his first full sentence. "What is that?" "Noah!" I snapped. He shook his head and tried to pull back, but Wendy didn't let go.
Noah.
No! He wrenched away. I caught him, but he recoiled and twisted. He dug his nails into my hand and screamed. It echoed through the night, so maddeningly shrill the coyotes yipped in response. Then he bit me. His teeth felt sharp and electric, somehow rotten. I let go, and he ran. I chased him for what felt like hours, screaming at him to come back. That just spurred him on, small legs carrying him faster than even I could hope to run. He moved farther and farther ahead, a dark shape glossed in silver speeding towards the forest's edge. I watched, helpless, as he finally disappeared among the trees. The forest loomed before me, a monstrous tangle of shadow and starlight and thick, menacing darkness. I hesitated, craning my neck as I listened for Noah, but heard nothing. So I plunged in, because a hero who can't clean up his own messes is no hero at all. As soon as I ducked under the canopy, the world changed. Stars bled through the dying leaves, pale mist curled through the branches. A delicate sheen of silver covered the entire forest. I thought of my old nightmare, the pale cougar with silver eyes eating the coyote that spoke in Wendy's voice. I shivered and kept walking. I wondered vaguely where I might find Wendy's scum-blanketed pond. On the heels of that came thoughts of Wendy's monster. I wondered whether it had silver eyes like the cougar. Fear suddenly took root and exploded upward. I was too old to believe in monsters, but I was in a dark forest on an enchanted night. How could I believe in anything else? Leaves and twigs crunched underfoot. Patterns of broken moonlight danced over my skin. I sidestepped roots and rocks, silently reassuring myself. There are no monsters. They aren't real. There are no monsters. They aren't real. There are no monsters. I hopped over an upraised root, but instead of touching the ground, my foot went down and down and down, spilling me to the forest floor. Disintegrated leaves and fine silky dust exploded in a cold cloud. It tasted old and rich, a combination of oak, sage, filth, and dirty fur that melted into mud on my tongue. I sat up, gagging, and turned. Behind me, I saw an earthen ledge that formed a high, lopsided step snaked through with roots. I spat out the mud and stood up. There, in the trees behind the tree root stair, were eyes like milky starlight. There are no monsters. Something shifted. They aren't real. Something bony, broken, and long as a tree, a fallen, bug-infested tree exploding with rot. There are no monsters. They aren't real. But that thing was very real. I ran. Behind me, leaves cracked and twigs snapped under rapid footsteps. There are no monsters, no monsters, no monsters, no monsters. A low roar bored into my ribcage and thrummed, so shockingly powerful it paralyzed me. I was sure my bones would disintegrate. I would collapse, a puddle of flesh and clothes and powdered bone. Someday a tree would grow from my bone meal, and I would be part of the forest, part of the monster, forgotten by the world as I grew web-like branches and sprouted leaves that would host pendulums of mistletoe. Then the roar cut off, so did my transfiguration. I was no longer a tree, just a boy, a frightened boy running from the monster in the deep, dark woods. I ran until I heard birdsong underscored by the hoarse commentary of crows. A cat darted across my path, fur shining in the sunlight. I sobbed and glanced over my shoulder before I lost my nerve. A doe stared back, half hidden in the trees.
What are you doing here?
I spun around in a panic. It was windy.
Come on, we have to get out of the trees. I hate them.
The sun shafted weakly through the forest canopy, throwing patterns of light and shadow that moved over our skin as we ran. I glanced uneasily at the trees. Branches like great drooping webs spread overhead, bleeding dusty beams of sunlight. Finally, in the distance, I spied the shaded patch of miner's lettuce. On the hill beside it stood my house. When we crossed the tree line, reality crashed over the world, dismantling the dark spell of the forest and its silver-eyed monster. Before I could even draw a breath, Wendy turned on me.
How could you go in there?
I had to. Dread exploded as I remembered why I'd gone into the woods in the first place. What kind of hero abandons a sick little boy to the mercy of a monster? No hero at all. I turned back. As the shadows of the trees fell across me, I felt their pull, like fishing lines reeling me in. My brother! She grabbed me and spun around, slamming me to the ground with such force I could barely comprehend it.
No!
She screamed.
I told you!
I tried to stand, but my limbs wouldn't obey. I can't let him.
I told you there was a monster!
But my brother's in there. I couldn't leave him. You didn't leave me. Her face crumpled. She looked uglier than ever. Too ugly to be real.
Yes, it's bad to abandon your brothers.
She wiped her eyes, pushing up folds of loose, dry skin.
I need to show you something.
But Noah
is safe. I made sure. I always take care of my brothers.
Then she got down on all fours and crawled into her burrow. I looked up at my house, then down at the burrow. Windy or home? Despite my fear and the marrow-deep exhaustion weighing me down, the choice was surprisingly easy. I dropped to my belly and slid in after her. The burrow was wet and cold, mud squished under my fingers. Pale roots dangled like the legs of ghostly spiders. A large earthworm glistened briefly before diving into the earth. Then, darkness engulfed me, and I saw nothing at all. I crawled blindly. The hiss of Wendy's bony form sliding ahead was the only thing that kept panic at bay. By the time I emerged into the sunlight, my bones ached with cold. Every inch of skin was numb, my clothes were muddy, and those thin, pale roots tangled around my fingers like waterlogged hair. I closed my eyes against the light. It felt painfully bright, but I knew it wasn't. I sensed the gloomy, muted quality of the sun and knew that we were back among the trees. I frowned. Why did Wendy, who hated the forest, have a home that spilled directly into its heart?
Open your eyes.
I did. Directly before me, perched an inch or two off the dark earth, was a discolored bulb shot through with cracks and two large, dark holes like eyes. Only when I noticed the jaw beneath, small, malformed, with less than a dozen teeth, did I understand what I was seeing. My head felt light, my chest pressurized as though a rapidly inflating balloon had replaced my heart. I looked around. There were so many. They carpeted the earth, sprouting from the dead leaves like obscene flowers. Small and large, pale and dark, some whole, some broken, some with smashed faces, some with little more than lopsided jaws or jagged skullcaps.
These are my brothers. No one remembers them, or the monster who killed them.
The balloon in my chest inflated sharply, pressing painfully against my ribs and throat. Eyes like dirty silver pools filled my head. Monsters aren't real.
This one is. It lives in the trees. You have to listen, or you'll end up like them.
I'm not your brother. Her face was changing, fading, bleeding away like light bleeds from the evening sky. I couldn't look at her for long.
When you forget a monster, you allow it to thrive, to take over. Why didn't you tell me you had a brother too?
I shrugged defensively.
Tell me about him.
Of course she wanted to know about Noah. All anyone ever cared about was Noah. Why should Wendy be any different? He's sick.
With what?
Something he was born with. He won't live very long because his organs aren't growing right. He can't form memories very well. When my mom dies, he might not remember her. Tears stung my eyes. Suddenly, it was hard to breathe. Or me. He'll have to go to a special foster home, and I won't be able to come. He'll think we left him.
Why does he have to go? Why can't he stay here with you and your mother?
How amazing, I thought. How bitterly, selfishly amazing that I hadn't yet told Wendy of Noah or my mother. Everything came out of me. I could almost see it flooding the forest floor, an infected pool rising around the Garden of Skulls. It's like Mom and Noah existed for nothing. No one cares that they're here. No one will care when they're gone. No one will even remember them. They don't matter to anyone, and I can't change that. Nothing I do is enough. Wendy sat, motionless in my periphery. She looked terrifying in silhouette, absolutely, gut-wrenchingly, incomprehensibly horrifying, but when she spoke, she sounded gentle. So very gentle.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I didn't want to think about it.
You didn't want to remember.
I shook my head and continued to cry. Silence followed, broken only by the wind and the steps of tiny animals picking through the dead leaves. Then Wendy spoke. I expected her to tell me about her brothers, but even though the skulls of 100 dead boys surrounded us, she told me about crows and red ants and condors, all of which ate dead things.
Once the scavengers have their fill, the carcasses of dead animals rot into the soil, to be drawn up through the roots of jealous, hungry trees, and eaten.
I remembered the dust in my mouth, how it had tasted of oak and rot.
Living things are alive because they eat dead things.
Wendy turned her bone pendant over and over in her hands.
That is the only way living things can live.
She looked up at the sprawling web of branches.
Especially the trees. They are more alive than any of us know.
I finally looked at her. Her skin was thinner and older than I'd ever seen it. Her eyes looked flat yet endless, with dim cloudy spots under the surface, like dead things drifting under murky water.
If you could be like me, would you?
Yes. 1,000 years of cold, clear nights filled with bats and deer and laughter would be a dream come true. No worries, no sickness, no future, only magic.
What if it meant you had to eat something that was alive? Would you still do it?
This is wrong, whispered a small voice in the back of my head. All of it was wrong. Her way with animals, how she made them behave even when their bodies quivered and their eyes rolled. Her cold burrow, her skeletal thinness, her wormy movements, the broken desiccation of her skin and her eyes, her clouded, dead eyes. I shot to my feet. I have to go.
I know.
I walked as fast as I could without running, shuddering when I passed her burrow. I didn't dare go through it again. The thought of being trapped, of being chased by a skeletal girl monster whose dry body rasped against the walls, nearly sent me into a panic. The forest surrounded me, all dusty green and golden gloom. I thought of monsters, warped inhuman bodies blending with the twisted branches, spidery hands stretching out of the shadows, molted skin camouflaged in the dappled light. I took a deep breath. There are no monsters. Wendy's cracked, dead face filled my mind's eye. They aren't real. The trees finally thinned. The bright sunlight grew brighter, and green glimmered through the trees. The miner's lettuce, the boundary between my world and Wendy's, and behind it, my house. I broke into a run and didn't stop until I burst through the door. Noah, who was napping on the love seat, didn't stir.
What?
She snarled.
What were you thinking?
Her words crushed me, so I crushed her.
that it would be good to get him out of here and away from you for a little while. He doesn't have to die just because you are."
The words hung in the air, echoing, reverberating until they broke what was left of my world, like magic words spoken by a monster instead of the hero. I regretted them instantly, but it didn't help. Nothing I did or could do or would ever do could help. I looked at Noah. His hands were scrapped raw, his little palms looked flayed, coated in papery scabs and raw flesh. I thought of the forest, its hungry roots and jagged rocks and withered.
"Mom."
Go.
She looked 100 years old, papery skin stretched over a skull, eagerly anticipating the day it would escape her.
Just go.
I looked at my brother again, flopped bonelessly over the cushions. Only the rise and fall of his chest gave any indication that he was alive. Wendy's voice echoed in my ear. An image exploded in my head. My mother arranging freshly butchered pieces of my little brother on the kitchen table as she prepared to eat him while his eyes, flat and discovered, with cloudy, pale things flickering in their depths, bored into me. I burst into tears. That night, for the first time in months, I slept. There's so much more to tell of Wendy, of what she was and what she did, but I'm so tired. Far too tired to remember any more monsters tonight. After I left Wendy in the forest, I slept for the first time in weeks. My dreams were filled of headless boys, crippled princesses with flesh so thin it split across their cheekbones, and a pale cougar eating a golden-eyed little girl whose blood flooded an entire field of miner's lettuce. The mountain lion snapped the child's bones in its blood-stained jaws with a rhythmic crack, crack, crack that jerked me out of the nightmare. The cracking sound followed me out of my dream, only it wasn't cracking of bones or of anything else. It was tapping. I shot up and faced my window. Sure enough, I saw a pale hand wrapping the glass, and behind it, a small, star-silvered silhouette. Anger overtook me. I stalked to the window and threw it open.
"What do you want?"
I hissed.
The monster saw you. It's going to come for you and your brother. Our brother.
My heart fell down to my feet. Fear bloomed in its place. To hide it, I snarled at her.
"How do you know?"
Her eyes looked dim yet terribly bright, like cloud-shrouded moons.
I know everything the monster thinks. I know everything the monster thinks.
The flower in my chest continued to bloom, thick black petals unfurling one by one.
"No, you don't."
I know because the monster is the forest. And I used to love the forest. More than anything. Even more than I loved my brothers. That's how I know.
She reached for my hand. Her skin was cracked and dry and so terribly thin. Moonlight filtered through it, revealing the mummified musculature and delicate bones beneath.
Come with me.
I recoiled.
"No."
Her eyes blazed for an instant, pearlescent moon yellow flaring to gold. She then relaxed and folded her hands on the sill.
All right. I'll stay with you instead.
I don't want you to, I almost spat. But what kind of hero would that make me? No hero at all, of course. Only a resentful brat who made his mother cry, who hated helping his family, who abandoned his baby brother to the beast in the deep, dark woods. Would I also chase away my best friend, my only companion, my fairy tale, for the crime of simply trying to help me? How foolish would that make me? I knew she wasn't human, so that made her something else. Maybe an elf, or a fairy, or a creature no one had ever even heard of. And what if she needed my help? What if she was cursed? For all I knew, she was some kind of princess. But no matter what she was, I loved her, didn't I? Yes. And I must have loved her for a reason. Surely my instincts weren't wrong. She was scary, but she was good. She had to be.
"Okay, what do you want?"
To tell you about my first brother.
Curiosity surged.
"What about him?"
She smiled, frog-like mouth opening over small, fine teeth.
The important things.
She looked down. Spidery lashes shaded her moon-yellow eyes.
He was littler than me. He loved cats. Petting cats and going fishing were his favorite things in the world. He got a fish hook stuck in his hand once, and it left a big, lumpy scar like an earthworm. But that didn't put him off fishing. He sure did love fishing.
A single tear rolled down her cheek. I waited.
He wanted to build a little house by a river that froze in wintertime and shone like glass. He'd fish in the river every day and cook the fish in his fireplace. The cats would eat first because he loved them so much. And he was going to plant an apple tree so he could pick the apples and teach wild deer to eat them out of his hand.
What was his name? Wendy's eyes darkened.
I don't remember.
The moon rose behind her, obscured by the twisted branches of the valley oaks. Crickets and night insects sang, a peculiar orchestra that pulsed through the night. After a while, Wendy continued.
My brother didn't believe in monsters. That's why it was so easy for the monster to catch him, because he didn't believe in it. He loved the monster and didn't believe anything he loved could be evil. Not when the monster hurt him. Not when it pulled his arms and legs off. Not even when it tore his head away. The monster pulled so hard that part of my brother's spine came out. I saw it. It looked like a root.
I don't want to hear any more.
The monster took my brother's arms and his legs and his body, but it left his head behind. So when the monster left, I took my brother's head out into the forest. The spine was sharp and slippery. It cut my hands.
Stop.
I got lost. It was nighttime. My brother's little cat followed me. It cried and cried, like a kitten who lost its mother. I cried with it while the owls watched. I was so scared they would swoop down and carry it away and pull its head off and eat it, like the monster did to my brother. I got lost, but finally found a pond. It's dried up now, but it wasn't back then. There was scum on it and no fish inside, but there was water. I dug a little hole on the shore and put my brother's head in it. I covered his spine root with dirt and leaves, but left his head above the ground. Then I scooped up the pond water and watered him. The scum got in his eyes.
Stop!
I stayed with him for days. So did his cat. I ate acorns and drank from the pond, and I watered his head every morning and evening. But he didn't grow back. He just rotted. His eyes turned gray and sank into his head. His hair fell out. His skin turned bad colors, then swelled and split and slowed away. I didn't want to live without him. So I went home and waited for the monster to kill me. But he didn't kill me. Instead, he gave me food. A delicious stew with thick brown gravy and corn and meat. I was so hungry I ate it all, except the last bite. I didn't eat the last bite, because when I scooped it up in my spoon and the gravy drained off, I saw it was a soggy piece of skin with a big lumpy scar on it, just like an earthworm.
Shut up! I screamed.
No, I have to tell you about the monster, because I can't fight him alone.
She stepped away from the windowsill.
Go to sleep now.
She went away. I lay awake and thought of her brother's head rotting away under the silver moon, dead eyes forever locked on a stagnant pond while bugs crawled up his spine root and ate him from the inside out. The next morning, my mother asked me to spend the day with her and Noah. I wanted to, more than anything, but the idea of placing my head, filled as it was with Wendy's nightmares, beside her and Noah made me sick. What if the nightmares sloshed out of my head and into theirs? What if I contaminated them and gave my dying mother bad dreams for the remainder of her painful life? Instead, I stayed in my room with the blinds shut and the curtains drawn, emerging only to cook meals and clean when my mother vomited up her lunch. When night fell, I locked every door, turned on every light, and piled my bed with every blanket I could find. I lay awake, petrified and suffocating, until morning came. Only then did I drift into an exhausted sleep. Wendy didn't come the next night, or the one after that, or even the night after that. I'd just begun to convince myself that she was some kind of bizarre, reoccurring nightmare, a delusion brought on by my inability to cope with my own grief and fear when a loud tap startled me from a twilight sleep. I curled up immediately and covered my ears. It did nothing to muffle the sound of Wendy's withered fingertips. I gripped my teeth. 1 tap, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 20, 35, 51. I finally shot up.
Go away!
The tapping ceased. I sat there, breathing heavily and waiting for the glass to shatter, for Wendy to crawl in like a giant broken spider and pull my head off before I could even scream. I'd read that heads were conscious for up to 5 minutes following decapitation. Would I be conscious? What would it be like to scream without a body? Then her ragged voice emanated from the corner.
Why are you so mean to me now?
I reared back up as her bony shadow unfolded from the shadows. It took several seconds to draw enough breath to speak. How did she get in here?
Through the trees.
She stayed in the corner, as indistinct as the pale things floating in her eyes.
There aren't trees in here.
Trees grow under your house. Little ones, sick and small and fighting with mushrooms. But they're there. They're enough.
Why are you here?
To my immense shame, my voice thickened and broke. I am no hero, I thought miserably. No hero at all.
You scare me.
The monster should scare you.
She drifted out of the shadows and halted at the foot of my bed.
I'll tell you about him soon. But first, I'm going to tell you about my second brother.
I covered my ears and began to hum. She struck like a viper, smacking my hands away. Her skin was extraordinarily hot. I yelped and flinched.
He was older than me.
How could your second brother be older than your first brother?
I snapped, rubbing my hands as blisters began to rise.
He was an orphan who lived in the forest by himself. He didn't believe in monsters either. He loved everything. No matter what happened to him, he saw the best in the world. He taught me to climb the oaks and cut the mistletoe away. He loved to be in the trees, and I loved to be there with him. We would climb the oaks and stay in the branches all night, singing to the bats and watching the moon. He taught me about chamomile tea and acorn paste and bobcats and coyotes. He made friends with raccoons and gave them presents, shiny bits of metal that he sanded smooth so the raccoons wouldn't cut their hands. He made friends with the crows, too. He fed them, even when he was starving. Skin, meat, bones. They loved bones the best. When he taught them to speak, the first word they learned was bone. They knew how to count to 9. They knew hello, and yes, and no, and please. They even knew his name.
Her eyes flashed cold, dull yellow.
But I don't. Not anymore. I don't remember it.
I realized I wasn't breathing and took the deepest, quietest breath I could manage.
My oldest brother said monsters aren't real. Monsters are evil, he told me.
The timbre of her voice became deep and fast and silly, the voice of a sweet fool. I could almost see him, tall and painfully thin, with dirty hair and an earnest, homely face.
Nobody's really evil, Wendy. Sometimes they're scared or stupid or confused or hurt. Sometimes I guess they're bad. But no one is evil. So no one can be a monster.
Her voice broke. She uttered a soft sob and angrily wiped her murky eyes. I thought of the forest, of the preternatural silence and those molten eyes burning in the gloom. Monsters didn't exist. I knew that, but that thing did. And if it wasn't a monster, what was it?
The monster didn't want to be called scared or stupid or confused or hurt. It wanted to be powerful. And it was. To prove it, the monster slaughtered all of my brother's friends. The crows, the raccoons, the woodpeckers, and the squirrels. It brought them to my brother, fur and feathers and all. My brother screamed. I've never heard such a scream. It should have split the world apart. Then the monster broke my brother's arms and legs and threw him in the well and left him there for days. My poor brother begged for food. The monster ignored him until one morning it grabbed one of my brother's dead friends, a little raccoon. with maggots in its eyes. It threw the raccoon down to my brother. My brother pounced on it like a starving rat, and he screamed again. The monster laughed and threw all the animals into the well. Some of them hit the stones and split in half. Others exploded when they hit the bottom. My brother lay there, broken and dying, screaming as the corpses of things he loved best buried him in fur and wet, stinking rot. I saw it all. The smell is still in my mouth. It hides under my tongue and clings inside my nose and fills my lungs, reminding me, always reminding me.
I waited, both hands over my mouth because I was afraid of what would come out. Useless words, childish sobs, endless screams, or laughter.
The monster left my brother to rot in the well. I went to him one night. It was the kind of night my brother liked most. Clear and cold, full of bats and bright with moonlight. The smell. Oh, the smell. I wanted to go down and see him and all his friends. They were my friends too, and I loved them. But there was no way down into the well. So instead, I ran into the forest. Even though it was night and the petals were all furled, I picked every flower I could find. An armload. So many they kept slipping away and left a trail behind me. I carried the flowers back to the well and dropped them in. And even though it was night, even though they were picked and dead, they blossomed as they fell. In the morning, that old, dry well was overgrown. Vines and wildflowers exploded out like a fountain, covering every last stone. I loved those flowers so much. I sat by them often, especially on the cold, clear nights when bats swooped low. On those nights, I would look into the flowers and see eyes, the bright, curious eyes of raccoons, and the small, dark star eyes of crows. But even though I searched, I never saw the eyes of my brother.
Where's the well?
Under this house.
I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't even think.
I went to the well every night. When they started to build this house, I got scared. I thought of my brother and his friends, trapped in an old well under a house, in the dark, forever forgotten. So I ate them. All the vines, all the flowers, all the thorns, all their eyes. Then I crawled down into the well and pulled up the roots. There were so many. Some went deep. Some were shallow. Some were big. Some were small. Every last one of them looked like backbones. I meant to eat them, but I couldn't. Any more than I could have eaten my first brother's backbone. So I pulled them out of the well and carried them into the forest. The monster ruled the forest by then, so I could think of nothing else to do. I wandered the trees with the roots until I found a place I knew. The pond was dry, but the rest was the same. My first brother's head was there, attached to a stalk of polished bone. His eyes were fused shut, and his head had grown enormous. It was flat on one end, just like a pumpkin that's grown on its side. But he smiled when I knelt beside him. He smiled even wider as I dug 100 holes for the roots of my second brother and all of his friends. My first brother didn't say anything. He couldn't, because he was just ahead. But he smiled, because he remembered me.
She covered her eyes.
I don't even remember his name.
I watched her helplessly. Each sob sent a pulse of overwhelming sorrow through my own body, waves of grief on a shore of flesh and bone. You were a good sister. I know it.
No. Nothing I did was good enough.
She turned away, pale form melting into the shadows.
Wendy, don't go! Don't!
A single soft sob emanated from the corner. Then all was silent. I lay awake for a long time, thinking of the forgotten well filled with bones of slaughtered animals, of the boy who screamed so loudly the world should have split apart. As I finally drifted off to sleep, I heard the echo of a terrible, heart-rending wail echoing from under my bedroom floor. The next morning, I ventured out and searched for Wendy. When I couldn't find her, I retreated to the patch of miner's lettuce and waited for hours. In the distance, the forest drew my eyes like a magnet, a smear of gold and green, magical, monstrous. At some point, I thought I saw bright eyes burning through the trees. I swallowed the lump in my throat and went home. 8 nights later, I'd given up. Reality had already swept Wendy half away. My mother was sicker, closer to death than ever. Noah must have sensed it. He was so wild, his behavior barely qualified as human, and it took everything I had to handle him. It wasn't enough, though. Even hours past dark, he regularly burst into miserable, screeching wailing. Though it kept me awake, I was happy that I didn't have to deal with it. That was one good thing about my mother's lavishing of all her attention on him. At least I didn't have to soothe his night terrors. I stayed up, listening in case she needed help, but everything remained quiet. After a while, I drifted. A familiar tapping roused me. Before I was even awake, I rose and stumbled to the window. Frozen air gusted in, smelling of snow and dark earth. Wendy stood there, looking dead, deader than she had the day I saw the skulls of her brother, a shambling monument to old, dry rot. "Why are you here?" I asked. She slung a withered, spidery leg over the sill and climbed into my room. Her bone pendant swung back and forth, dirty and jagged as ever.
"I've come to tell you about my third brother."
Her sparse, dry hair caught the moonlight, blazing warm silver that glanced off her crumbling flesh and threw her ruined features into sharp relief. I could see the dim suggestion of bones within her desiccated limbs. It reminded me of the bats, how the moon had shone through their wings, making the bones look so beautiful and fine.
"He was the youngest of all, barely more than a baby. Sick, frail, and slow, just like your brother. Very slow, but smart enough to listen to me."
She lurched forward with a series of soft clicks, the exposed bones of her feet tapping the floor.
"He never went into the forest. He never tempted the monster. He did exactly what I told him."
My heart ached for this tiny, slow boy. Of course he had listened to Wendy, this ancient, shambling horror, whispering dire warnings of monsters and dead brothers, and eyes and flowers grown from carnage. What could a tiny boy do but listen?
"I saved him from the monster."
She rasped. Dull yellow eyes glinted in her face.
"From my monster. But my brother had his own monster. His monster tried to starve him, so I fed him. Berries, acorn paste. He didn't like it, but he was so hungry that he ate it anyway. Chamomile tea, roasted mice. But when my brother didn't die, his monster dashed his head against the wall and hid him under the house. He was cold when I found him. Cold and dead, brains leaking from his broken head. I couldn't leave him there. Not by the well. Not forgotten in the dark until the end of time. So I ate him. I opened my mouth, like this."
Her jaw clicked and stretched a contortion I could barely comprehend. I covered my eyes.
"I ate his arms, his legs, his guts, his bones, but I didn't eat his head or his spine. I took those into the forest. I found the dried up pond. It was not a pond anymore, but a green pit filled with eyes and flowers. My first brother smiled at my approach. He was enormous by then, the size of a cottage, with a mouth like a cave. His head was so smashed, so flat, that one of his eyes had bumped into the other. They bulged now, displaced and scarred with old infections. Looking at them made me cry. How stupid I'd been. How very stupid. Planting him with such a small root. I would not make that mistake again. I planted my third brother in a deep hole with his entire spine so that he might grow properly, big and strong, with a healthy body and a mouth that could speak. Instead of filling the hole with earth, I vomited up his body. The skin, the muscle, the bones. I packed a layer of dirt over it and kissed his ruined head.
Did he grow?
Yes. Didn't you see him?
I thought of the skulls. So many boys, so many tragedies, all of them forgotten. I began to cry. She came closer. I steeled myself for a mummified horror, but no, it was only Wendy. Dear, wrinkly, lovely Wendy.
Do you want to meet them? My brothers?
I felt like a deer trapped in the headlights of an onrushing monster truck. She took my hand. Her skin felt dry and scratchy and burning hot.
Please. I know they'll love you.
Real heroes do difficult things, terrifying things, and it's easy because in fairy tales, everything turns out right in the end. So I climbed out the window and followed Wendy into the night. Owls watched as we trekked through the yard. A bat dived and landed on my shoulder, squeaking affectionately before taking off again. Raccoons lumbered through the grass, dark eyes shining. Wendy and I reached the miner's lettuce, dropped to our bellies, and crawled through the burrow. It was even colder now. Delicate layers of ice covered the mud and crunched under my weight. The walls felt dangerously narrow around my shoulders. With a panicky pang, I realized I would soon be too big, too old for the burrow. Wendy's stiff, wrinkled dress rasped against the walls until it grew sodden with mud and half-melted frost when it began to squelch. I preferred it to the dry hiss because the dry hiss reminded me of long, rotten limbs unfolding in the winter forest. After a timeless span that could have been 10 minutes or 10 years, we emerged into the clearing of brothers. I crawled out with a relieved sigh. The night was cold, but warmer than the tunnel had been. I rubbed my eyes and looked around for Wendy. A great rumble sounded behind me. I spun around with a shriek, expecting to see silver eyes and the sleek white form of a cougar. It was a head, an incomprehensibly gigantic head squashed on one side. The eyes had merged into a great lumpy orb covered by thin flesh. An infection split the eyelid, revealing dim, murky light the color of lamplit pus. Its mouth, thin, frog-like, ugly, tragic, split apart, widening until it was the size of a cave. A thin, moon-pale form slid down the side, whooping happily, and hit the ground in a puff of dead leaves and dirt. Wendy, of course. She stood up, dusting herself off, and spread her arms.
Meet my brothers.
There were so many. Heads mostly, but bodies too, in varying states of wholeness. Some were little more than face and throat. Some had their shoulders, some had entire torsos, and some had arms, all sprouting from the leaf-strewn earth. Many looked rotten, a few fleshless, and one had a twisted spine, a strongly muscled torso, and a small head that had been smashed in. Nevertheless, his eyes shone with joy. Those that did not have eyes had wet sockets that glistened and cracked lips that opened in wide, happy smiles. Their heads twisted excitedly, jaws clicked. Behind them, in a great pit exploding with vines and flowers, I saw something else, long and horrifically thin, covered in what looked like 1,000 eyes.
They're always happy to see me,
Wendy said happily.
I love them so much.
Dread and horror were eating me alive. How are they living? Wendy's face fell.
Because I feed them things that are alive. I don't want to, but I have to. I feed them the mice, the squirrels, the birds, and the animals that live in the forest. It's all right, because those things are all part of the forest, and the forest is the monster. It isn't enough to grow them, especially not now, since I have no more pond to water them with. But it keeps them alive, and one day, when the monster is finally dead, I'll cut him up and feed a piece to each of them, and that will make them all whole again.
Her brothers sent up what cheers they could, from the rumbling roar of the great head to the chattering of baby teeth and fleshless tiny jaws. How many brothers did you have, Wendy?
I don't remember, but they're all here now.
I looked around the clearing, tears stinging my eyes. There were so many, so very, very many. Did the monster kill them all?
Not all. I killed some. sometimes to feed my other brothers, but only if they weren't going to be alive for long anyway. And then I planted them here, so they wouldn't really die. Sometimes I killed them to keep them from being swallowed up into the hungry trees and becoming the monster.
Their chatter grew louder, swelling into a deafening crescendo.
Now sit down and listen, because I'm going to tell you about the monster now.
All at once, her brothers fell silent. I felt their eyes, the bright ones, the rotten ones, the gray, decayed, jellied ones, the empty sockets, all fixed on me. I wanted to run, but if a hero is to succeed, he must learn everything he can, even from someone who might be a monster. So I lowered myself to the ground. Starlight streamed through the trees, bathing me in a net of shadow and dim silver. Wendy sat too, folding to the ground like a monstrous insect.
He was my father.
I watched, paralyzed, as a single tear slid from the infected slit in the eye of the great head.
Everyone knew what my father was, but they didn't care because he was powerful. Too powerful for anything but awe and adoration. So they let him do what he wanted, even to me and my brother. They did not care about us because we were not powerful. We were only tainted, blood of the monster, but with none of the monster's power. But they were wrong. I was tainted, yes, but my brother wasn't. He was good. He was perfect. I did everything I could to protect him, but it wasn't enough. It's never enough.
You did everything you could. My words sounded like dead leaves stirring. That was enough.
While I was away at the pond, planting my brother's spine in the earth, my father cleaned his carcass and polished his bones. After I ate the stew, he grabbed my brother's rib and stabbed me. It slid all the way through me and came out the other end. It hurt, but I didn't feel like I was dying, even as my blood spilled over me and flooded my lungs, drowning me. I didn't feel weak. I felt strong.
I hid my face as shudder after shudder crawled down my spine.
I went to the pile of cleaned bones and found one of my brother's stripped fingers. It was smaller than I expected, and sharper. I put it through my father's eye. Then I dragged him into the forest, pulled the rib out of my chest, and put it in his other eye. Then I went home. I killed him. I said to everyone, I killed the monster. I told them of my brother, how I'd saved his life by planting his head in the earth. But instead of welcoming me, they cut my stomach. All my guts slid out, hot and reeking. They steamed in the night, under the cold moon. Then the people dragged me to the forest, leaving me in the snow to die. I put my hands inside my stomach, where my guts had been, to keep them warm. But it didn't keep them warm, not even a little. I remember what it felt like when my fingers froze. When I tried to uncurl my hand, it cracked and broke. I lay there in the snow, frozen and gutted, staring at the stars. And I was angry. So very, very angry.
Why did they do that to you?
Because I was unclean, a desecrator of corpses, murderer of my own blood, a monster. To them, the people who had known my father, who had known what he was. I was the monster. I lay there, rotting all through winter, until I became pale, broken, bloodless.
Tears coursed down my face. My heart ached.
Even though they loved him enough to kill me for defeating him, they forgot him.
Her murky eyes flared to blinding gold, and she began to cry.
They forgot him and left him. His body stayed in the forest and fed the scavengers, building the bones and meat of their young. His hair lined burrows and filled nests. Flies fed on his rot and spawned. Maggots hatched in guts and his eyes. I know. I saw. I stood right there and watched it all.
Crows took flight. Their startled cries filled the night, and their glossy wings blocked the cold stars.
I watched his bones crumble into soil. I was so very, very satisfied that he had rotted. But that was because I didn't understand. I didn't understand that he hadn't rotted away. He had only changed into something else, into everything else. Now the trees grow out of him. He gets to be in the trees. My trees! He's dead and forgotten and beautiful, with more power than he ever had in life. I am dead and hated and ugly, weaker than I've ever been. I'm forgotten, and so is he. Now I'm the only one who knows. I'm the only one who remembers.
But I know now.
He always kills my brothers. Soon I will have more heads to plant beside the pond.
Tell someone. Make them burn the forest down. Tell everyone.
No one will listen. No one will care. No one ever has.
I have.
I can't even fight him, because I'm trapped.
She spread her desiccated arms, as slender and delicate as the bones of bats.
I'm cursed. He cursed me. I was never strong. Never. But every year I grow weaker. Every season there is less of me. Soon I will crumble and fade, and be drawn up through the roots of the trees. He will eat me. I will die, and he will live on. He will win.
There it was. My redemption. My quest. My chance to be a hero. I won't let him. I'll fight him. Wendy's fingers spread, revealing a single eye, bright and deep and golden. We can fight him together. In that moment, it was the only thing I wanted, to live for untold centuries, ageless and immortal, years of golden days and cold, clear nights in which to befriend bats and raccoons and crows. No school, no sick mother, no Noah, no unbearable, soul-crushing fear of what would become of him. No more fear of days and nights and seasons and years, of an entire lifetime without the people I loved most. Instead, I would have untold lifetimes with new people to love at every turn. People I could help, people I could save, people I could be a hero for. I could finally be enough.
No. Haven't you been listening? To be with me. To be like me. You have to eat.
She told me miserably.
You have to eat something. Alive.
My stomach churned, but I grit my teeth and resolved to do it. Because a hero always does what needs to be done. I would eat birds, bats, coyotes, mice, worms, owls, beetles, or anything else because I had to. And I didn't even have to be sad, because all of those things were part of the forest, which meant they were part of the monster. I will. I'll eat anything.
You don't have to eat anything. Just one thing.
What? She wiped her eyes.
When the monster fed my brother to me, it cursed us both and bound us. No one can fight with me unless they're bound to me.
How can I do that?
I can't tell you. Not unless you promise to do it first. You have to promise, no matter what. It's the only way I can tell you. It's the only way to break the curse. The only way to help me.
I promise. Whatever it takes to help you, I promise I'll do it. She finally lowered her hands. Her eyes were so bright, so golden, molten and full of tears.
Promise me.
I promise. I repeated. How do I do it?
By feeding yourself to us.
I frowned, sure I'd misheard. What do you mean? Wendy grabbed my hand and pulled me across the clearing to the tall, grass-choked pit that had been a pond so long ago and pointed. I looked carefully, frowning. Shadows, thick and impenetrable, but some of the shadows looked thicker than others. Substantial somehow. As I watched, the darkness coalesced, solidifying into something I recognized. Someone. Noah was in the pit, sleeping fitfully. His breathing was irregular and wet, as if he'd been crying. I felt like my heart stopped. Why is he here, Wendy?
I'm keeping him safe. I told you. I always keep my brothers safe.
No, I won't.
You promised. My father will kill you anyway. He kills everything my brothers love best. I wish it could be you, but you don't want to fight. You want to run away. You want to forget your brother. My brothers don't forget each other. He won't forget you. Neither will I. I promise.
Comprehension dawned. Tears flooded my eyes as all my jealousy, all my anger, all my resentment flooded my heart, scorching, all-consuming, a flood of golden lava burning me alive. I shook my head. She nodded, all silver moonlight and rich darkness and eyes like suns.
You are my brother, and you are his brother. You alone can bind us.
My eternity of moon-silvered nights and velvety bats, of gloom golden mornings and chattering crows, of dark burrows and oaks with canopies like giant spiderwebs, of people who needed me, people I could help, people I'd be enough for, fell away. Noah would have that life, that eternity of animals and trees and magic. Noah was my mother's favorite. Noah who got everything she could give, even though he did nothing, even though I did everything. Noah who was enough. I wasn't enough. I was the oldest, paving the way for the youngest.
You look so angry.
Wendy said sadly.
So very, very angry. Just like me.
She reached out and stroked my face. Her finger was papery and hot like ashes.
It has to be this way. You'll still be the hero. You'll die to make sure we can kill the monster. And then you'll rest. No sadness to drown you. No hate to eat you. No future to frighten you. Only a long, dark wait. But it won't last forever. Because I'll follow one day. After I've taught our brother everything he needs to know. And we'll be together. Maybe we'll come back here again. But for joy. Not for anger. We won't have to be angry. Because Noah will remember.
No. I stepped back. Wendy slid forward, an undulating nightmare of rot and night.
My father will kill you anyway. And then where will your brother be? When your mother dies, he'll linger in the house for days, crying and cuddling her wet, rotting body, pulling her eyes open each morning until they sink like wet jelly into her sockets, stuffing food into her yawing mouth until all the food is gone. Then he'll die too. Alone, starved, frightened, without even the brains to comprehend that she's dead, wondering why you've left him. Is that what you want? Or do you want him to live? To see the moon rise and the sun rise more times than he could ever count? And years of snow and wind and sun? Do you want him to climb the trees and sing to the moon? To befriend the bats and speak the language of the crows?
I want that! The words echoed, rolling back at me like dying waves. I want that. I want that. I. Wendy's golden eyes burned.
I know.
She looked down at Noah, sleeping peacefully in her dead arms.
But there's only one way.
Tears streamed down my face. The wind gusted, stinging my raw cheeks.
If you won't do it, then he has to. And he could. You're not wrong. He could bind us. Then you will have everything you want.
I felt like I'd been hit by a train. I stared up at her, praying I'd misunderstood as her eyes blazed, pits of golden fire.
And his life will have meant something.
You're the monster, Wendy. The pain in her face, the grief and rage cut me to the core. The pain twisted her into something else, and her face split apart, bearing teeth, some broken, some perfect, all overgrown and sharp like the fangs of a mountain lion.
Monsters eat for eating's sake. I eat to live. I live to remember so that one day I can kill the monster forever. What would you eat for?
She shook her monstrous head, then spat.
You would only eat to forget.
What was she, really? This withered, horrific nightmare before me. A ghost? A demon? A trapped spirit so hell-bent on vengeance she drove herself insane? Was she a liar all along, or was she broken? Had her own hatred, her own misery warped her into something beyond comprehension? Had her father, her monster, bled into her over untold centuries, corrupting her, possessing her? Was she old and lonely and sick and just too hurt, too angry, too sad to die? Or was she right?
I was so weak. A child. broken and helpless. All I had was love. When that monster took that from me, all I had was anger. Until I found love again. When he took that, my anger grew. Again and again. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. No matter what I did for my brothers, no matter what I did to the monster, all my love and all my anger wasn't enough. It was never enough.
I glanced at Noah, nestled in her arms. He was enough. He was always enough.
I am trapped. And my brothers, all of them, are trapped. I am their keeper, in more ways than one. I tend them, yes, but I keep them here too. They're as trapped as me. Trapped by me, even. You will be trapped too. And you will have to trap yourself. But only until I'm free. When I am free, I will rest. Rest until I am strong again. Then I will burn the forest. I will salt the earth. I will slaughter the animals. I will drown their burrows. I will crush their nests, and I will tear every root out of the earth. And at the end of it all, I will find you and lead you into the hot summer sunlight. Together we will burn, and everything that's him will die. But I can only do that if I'm free. I can only be free if there's someone left behind to remember. This is how you will remember. You promised. You promised me.
I didn't promise to eat my baby brother.
Then he will eat you! One of you must eat with me!
She screamed. I thought of bones, of cursed human heads grown to the size of houses, scarred and infected and unable to speak. I thought of broken babies, dashed to death by cruel parents. I thought of sad, sweet orphans, cast down dry wells to die and rot. I thought of rotting mothers and forgotten brothers, of monsters that could be fought and monsters that always won. And I thought of flesh and hair and burrows and bones, bones in the wells, bones in the ground, bones in eyes. I met Wendy's gaze. I promised I'd do whatever it took to help you. Her golden eyes narrowed. Her face was white and warped, a mummified horror of human and lion.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'll keep my promise. She held my brother out. He whimpered and curled. I looked at him. My heart ached for him, for her brothers, for my mother, and for me. My mind raced. Everything ached. Everything would always ache. This was not fair. Nothing was fair. Nothing was ever enough, and this would be no different. I looked up at Wendy and raised my hands. Before she could tip my brother into my arms, I ripped the pendant from her dry, bony neck and plunged it into her eye. It bulged, then exploded, spewing boiling yellow ichor all over my face. The pain was exquisite, overwhelming, volcanic. The smell of burnt fat and drying meat filled my nostrils. Wendy's eyes darkened as golden blood slid down her crumbling face. Somewhere, far away from the pain and the terror and the now, my baby brother began to cry. Wendy folded down to the earth. Shadows exploded out of her, each one full of 1,000 blinking eyes, round and bright, small and dark, wide and light, rich gold and bright hot silver. The darkness roiled, receded, then turned pale and snapped back into the form of a dead, wrinkled girl. Wendy seized once, just once. A dim yellow glimmer flickered in her sockets like faraway stars. She said,
"Don't forget."
Then her eyes went out. I woke up in the morning, frost tacked to the ground, and it was so cold my bones ached. I tried to fall asleep again, but Noah was crying. Thin, screamy wails that echoed as though from a distance. I grimaced, then sat up. I saw him wandering through the yellow grass. My heart jolted. I shot up and stumbled back, falling. Wendy lay there, empty and pale, and so very, very dead. Her bone pendant jutted from her socket. I touched her stiff, dry hair nervously. Gone, forgotten, along with her brothers and the monster who had destroyed them. I stared at her for a long time as the sun crept high and Noah continued to cry. Noah, facing a life without his family, left in a broken system and lost, forgotten. I wondered about myself. As the sun strengthened and filled Wendy's dry, empty eye sockets with light again, I realized I didn't know myself. I knew about myself. I knew I was hurt, angry, prone to resentment, and drowned in fear. I knew I would become angrier and sadder and meaner as the years wore on. I would become less and less and less until I didn't even remember the meaning of enough, until the desire to be enough, to be a hero, was forgotten. I wondered about my mother, Mom, who cried for hours each day because nothing she did would be enough to protect Noah, and because she was too sick to be a mother, forced to exist as a living corpse, rotting away her last days while her doomed toddler giggled beside her. One of millions, just another poor, careworn, dying mother, forgotten by everyone but her child, who would be forgotten too. I wondered about Wendy, what she was, what she'd want, if what she'd wanted was good or right, or if it mattered at all. And I wondered about her curse, her binding. If brother could bind sister and father, or sister and brother, could sister bind brother and brother? And could brother bind mother and son? I spent the morning chasing Noah. It was hard. My burned, blistered face terrified him, but I managed to catch him and take him to the house. My mother wasn't awake yet, so I sang him to sleep and left him on the sofa. Then I returned to Wendy in her patch of miner's lettuce and pulled her limbs off. It was easy. They were dry and light, like termite-eaten planks left in the sun. I wrenched her head off and snapped her papery torso into pieces. She smelled foul and rich and terribly old, like oak and sage and dirty fur and rot and bones left to dry in the sun. I made a stew of her. All our pots were small, so I could only use her fingers. I'd broken her apart for nothing. My eyes stung. Tears dripped into the pot before I could wipe them away. Wendy's stew was foul, a gray sludge that reeked of ash, bad meat, and roadkill. Noah screamed and flailed when he tasted it, but when I pretended it was good,
"Oh, it's so delicious. It's healthy. It'll make you big and strong, Noah. It'll make Mom happy,"
he acquiesced. Though he gagged and choked, he drank it all and didn't throw it up. Then, momentarily grateful the pot was so small, I took a cleaver and, with an earth-shattering scream, chopped 2 of my fingers off. The pain was awful, almost too great for me to comprehend, but compared to the wildfire burning of Wendy's eyes, it was nothing. My head was clear as I bandaged the stumps, then proceeded to make a stew of myself. I made Noah drink half. He ate it gratefully, I suppose because it was far less disgusting than Wendy's stew, then carried the remainder to my mother's room. I had no idea how to make her eat it. I'd have to force her. She'd think I was insane. She'd think I hated her. But that was all right, because even though she didn't know it, this would save her. This would finally be enough. She would have her eternity of crows and bats, of battling monsters and befriending feral cats. She would protect my brother until the end of time. I pushed open her door. Odor erupted like a jack-in-the-box, bile and blood, vomit and urine and feces. I set the bowl on the floor and tried to shake her awake. She was thin, a fresh-covered skeleton with bones as fine as bat wings, and cold as Wendy was warm. The room tilted. Sunlight bled through the curtains, murky and golden. I tried to pick her up. My fingers sank into cold, congealed vomit, and I let go. Her face was dark and purple where she'd lain on her side. Her lips, nose, and eyes were flattened, just like a pumpkin that had grown on its side. I wrapped my arms around her and snuggled down beside her. Blood and shit smeared my clothes, my arms, my face. I didn't care. I only hurt. When Noah finally wandered in, wailing and crying so hard he was gagging, I came to my senses and forced him out. Then I picked up the bowl of finger stew and dribbled it into my mother's mouth. It came right back out again, so I propped her up and tilted her head back, shuddering when another cloud of stench burst out at me. I poured the soup in carefully, watching as mouthful after mouthful drained as slowly as a clogged bathtub. The meat would not go down, so I reached in. The inside of her mouth was cold, slimy, and puffy. The sensation made me gag, but I pushed until every speck of meat and bone had disappeared down her throat. Then I closed her mouth and laid her back, pulling the soiled blankets to her chin. I leaned in and kissed her forehead. A faint taste came away on my lips, something that reminded me of ashes, dirty fur, sage, and cold, clear nights. Then I left her room and closed the door behind me. I sang Noah to sleep in his own room, then went back to the miner's lettuce with a garbage bag. It was unceremonious, but I intended to gather Wendy's remains and drag them to the other end of her burrow. I wanted to lay her to rest with her brothers, and if she rotted, if her bones crumbled, if the hungry trees took her up through the roots, so be it. If she became part of the forest, perhaps she could finally take her trees back from the monster. But when I got there, she was gone. Terror and joy writhed in my chest. I dropped to my knees and peered into her burrow, praying to see her yellow lens flare eyes, but her burrow was empty. It was madness, but I crawled in anyway. The walls felt smaller than ever, and I knew in my heart that this was the last time I would ever pass through it. After an eternity in the dead, claustrophobic dark, I found the clearing. I drew a sharp breath and dragged myself out. Something glistened on my periphery. A skull, of course. Old, discolored, heartbreakingly small, supported by a single vertebrae protruding from the ground. Grass and wildflowers grew around it. Next to it was a jagged, gleaming stake. Not a stake, a spinal column, topped by a broken skull. Fragile, shattered, leaving only a jaw and the right cheekbone. Beyond it, spreading through the glade, were too many skulls to count, but no heads, and certainly no bodies.
Why have you come back?
I shot up with a scream, expecting to see eyes, which would be worse, silver eyes or gold. I saw neither. Before me was another monster I'd already seen, tall and horrifically thin, with enormous glossy wings like a crow. Feathers and fur coated his narrow body, black feathers, thick golden fur, and among them, glistening through the strands, eyes. Too many eyes to count. "Is Wendy here?" I asked.
Our sister is with you, isn't she?
No. Behind me, something rumbled. I spun around. It was the giant head, but it wasn't smiling anymore. Its mouth, thin, frog-like, ugly, tragic, split apart and began to cry silently. The world shuddered. When it became silent again, the spinal column had transformed into the twisted torso of a man. Attached was the head of a baby. The back was smashed in. Blood and brain glimmered at the edges. He looked at me dimly, distrustfully, fearfully. My lip trembled. She wanted to eat me.
Did she?
No, I ate her. We ate her. The great lopsided head opened its mouth in another silent wail.
All of her?
I shook my head.
Then our sister is in the trees.
The feathered monstrosity said.
Will the monster eat her?
It looked at me with its countless eyes, the round, curious eyes of raccoons, the bright black orbs of ground squirrels, the dark star eyes of crows.
Our sister will eat you if she finds you.
No, she won't. She loves me.
Yes, but she is angry. So very, very angry. And she should be.
For an instant, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, elongated and twisted, with teeth exploding from a long, broken jaw and papery flesh the color of buttermilk.
She knows you're here.
Yet another multitude of eyes blinked open, gleaming among the fur and feathers.
Run!
Instead, I began to cry. I sat down, covered my eyes with my free hand, only dimly aware of the raw blisters under my fingers, and waited, and waited, and waited. When I opened my eyes, her brothers were gone. All that remained were skulls, with the thicket of flowers in the center. I knew that Wendy was too angry to kill me, too angry to plant me in her field of brothers, too angry to keep me with her forever. Though I waited the whole night, the skulls did not come alive again. I left as dawn filtered through the trees, bathing the clearing in dim, shadowed gold. I walked through the forest, making as much noise as I could, trying to attract the monster with silver eyes, but it didn't come for me. When I got home, Noah was gone. I understood, somehow, that he had been deemed suitable for the field of brothers. Of course he was. He was the youngest. He was enough. He was always enough. I ran back to the burrow, so sad and so very, very angry. Angry enough to demand my place beside my brother, no matter the cost. If Windy killed me for it, that would be fine. My blood would water the ground and help our brothers grow. But the burrow was gone. I curled up in the miner's lettuce and cried. I hoped that a bat or a crow or a raccoon or perhaps a sad little cat would join me. None did. No one ever did. I returned to the house, sobbing and screaming so loudly the earth should have broken apart, because I was no hero. I was only the oldest brother, arrogant and selfish and unforgivably foolish. The door to my mother's bedroom was open. I thought of Noah, crawling into bed with her and trying to wake her and feed her just as I had, and wept harder. I would crawl into bed with her, I decided. Crawl in and hug her, just as Windy said Noah would do, and hold her until her eyes turned to jelly and her skin turned to foul liquid that drenched the bed. Maybe I would die too. When I entered, her bed was empty. I checked the floor again, with fear jumping in my guts. Under the bed and inside her closet, nothing but clothes that were far too big for her now, and makeup she would never wear again. When I went to Noah's room, half expecting to see that Noah had dragged her there, that he wasn't in Windy's field of brothers after all, just holding our mother in his room and crying, but neither of them were there either. Seized with an instinct I did not understand or analyze, I bolted through the house and out of the back door. I scanned the yard, its sparse trees, its familiar rocks, and its rolling slopes, all the way down to the miner's lettuce. There, in the deep golden twilight, half hidden among the growing shadows, was my mother. Next to her was Noah, tiny as ever and rubbing his eyes. Relief flooded me, so overwhelming I nearly sank to my knees, but I couldn't. If I did, I would never get up in time to catch them, so I kept going, dipping so low I almost fell and lumbered toward them. It was like running in a dream. No matter how hard I tried, each step took an eternity. Then something long and thin unfolded in the miner's lettuce, rising in a single boneless movement. A terribly skinny girl with buttermilk skin and dry, stiff hair. My mother and Noah looked at her, then up the slope at me. Their eyes had changed. They were bright and strange now, shining in the falling dark like golden lens flares. I took another shambling step forward, but Windy turned to face me and shook her head. Then she took my mother by the hand and led her away, out of the miner's lettuce and into the rolling hills beyond, to their first cold, clear night of eternity. I stayed behind because I was the oldest brother, because my purpose was to pave the way, and because this was not my fairy tale. Many years later, long after I'd grown, I returned to the house. It had fallen into disrepair and was up for auction for the third time. My squat, brooding castle now had a ruined roof haphazardly patched by cascades of dead leaves and abandoned bird nests, and holes in the walls large enough to accommodate small cars. Inside, cascades of dead leaves covered the floor. Crows lived in the kitchen, and a family of raccoons had taken up residence in my old room. The window in my mother's room was shattered. Dirty glass glittered on the floor, shining dully like stars on a misty night. There was no furniture, only a faded spray of graffiti across one wall. Noah's room was empty and smelled like smoke. I wandered outside as twilight bled over the hills. The miner's lettuce was there, green and lush as always. The burrow was not, but I didn't expect it to be. I sat down in the place it had been. The touch of the cool, damp grass was so beautifully familiar that I cried. Even though it was windy and painfully cold, I fell asleep to the oceanic rush of the wind through the dying leaves. I woke long after nightfall on a cold, clear night with blasts of icy wind that shook the trees. When I opened my eyes, I found myself staring at a deep, dark hole. Windy's burrow. My breath caught, and I pulled myself into a sitting position. There was no mistaking it. Rich darkness, broken only by the ghostly whiteness of pale roots. its entrance half hidden in the miner's lettuce. It was smaller than I remembered, half my size, maybe even less. A bat dived low, wings brushing my face as I darted past. I reeled back, heart pounding. When I straightened up, something blinked to life in the burrow. Pale yellow lens flares the color of summer moonlight. Something pale and small drifted out. A tiny, delicate hand, so thin the moonlight poured through it, illuminating the fine bones and dried tissue within. Smaller than Wendy's had ever been, so much smaller. I took it, though it looked cold and dead. It burned as though with fever. Underneath the lens flare eyes, something glimmered dimly, a crescent of small teeth exposed in a smile. The hand let go and withdrew into the burrow. The eyes blinked once, twice, and were gone. Aching deeply, wanting to laugh and scream and burst into tears all at the same time, I laid down again and slept. Once upon a time, I was a sad, angry boy who loved fairy tales. Now, I'm a sad, tired man who can no longer bear to read them, but I remember them. When I touch my face and feel my scarred cheeks, I remember. When I wake with the taste of boiled ashes on my tongue, I remember. When I think of my mother's cold, bird-thin body in my arms, I remember. When I see Noah's face in my mind's eye and recall the fear I had for him, fear so deep and crushing that I pretended it was hate, I remember. When I look in the mirror and catch a hint of murky gold in my eyes, I remember. When I dream of those trees and crows and raccoons and bats and a smiling little boy and his yellow-eyed mother on cold, clear nights when bats swoop low and the moon bathes the hills in warm silver, I remember. And I smile.
I wasn't smart when I was born. In fact, I was a cripple and simpleton. I couldn't walk, so I dragged myself around the forest floor, never straying far from my mother's presence. I felt at the time she never cared much for my siblings and I, mostly letting us fend for ourselves, but I realize now she kept a careful eye on us. She was cold, distant, and dumb like me, but she knew how to watch for large animals and other potential threats as my brothers and sisters and I slowly figured out how to feed ourselves. It seems cruel in retrospect, and many of my siblings died young. Life was hard, crawling in the dirt of the forest floor, treating anything remotely edible as a banquet to be cherished. As I slowly grew, she eventually disappeared, leaving me and my two remaining brothers alone at a very young age. They both perished shortly after, but somehow I managed to survive against all odds, crawling in the mud and struggling against my disability, finding food and shelter anywhere I could. I slowly learned how to use my disabilities to my advantage, setting ambushes and traps for small game. But I was still fundamentally an idiot, and no matter how clever I thought I was back then, failure was common, and life continued to be difficult. Surviving in the jungle while mentally disabled and handicapped was mostly a factor of sheer luck, though at the time I thought myself to be quite adept. I never stayed in one place for long, and I moved very slowly but carefully. My diet consisted of anything I could find laying around which was edible, mostly small animals I could catch, but I could go hungry for very long periods of time. Eventually, I stumbled on a small stream with an even smaller cave nearby. I made it my home for a while. It wasn't much, but it was hidden well, and provided some sense of security. I would drag myself out to the stream and bask in the warm tropical sun at times, take naps under the trees, and eat as often as I could manage. Those were my simple pleasures in life back then. Predators were always a threat, and being crippled, running was not an option, so I learned to hide. I learned to read my environment. I learned when to be loud and when to be quiet. And against all odds, I somehow survived. Once again, in retrospect, I mistook luck for cleverness. And that would have been my entire life, up until I starved, or finally ran out of luck. But that is where my story really begins, where it should have ended. I was crawling along the forest floor, searching for something, anything to eat. It had been many days, and I had a furious hunger. All I knew how to do was hobble around, crawling and dragging myself through the jungle, looking for scraps or small animals I could ambush on the ground. I had just pulled myself through a small bush when I saw it. The jaguar was low to the ground, in a pouncing position. On any other day, I might have become its meal then and there, but it was focused on something else. I remained absolutely still, barely even breathing, hoping not to draw its attention. It crouched down even further, clearly preparing to strike, its eyes focused like only a hunter's can be. I dared a quick glance at its target, and what I saw was the most unusual bird. Giant and dangerous in its own right, bright and colorful, and nearly the size of the jaguar itself. It was a rainbow of feathers with a crown of plumage on its head. Of course, at the time, I didn't realize how unusual this creature was. All I knew was that this jaguar was going to try and take down the giant avian at any moment. And it did. Tried to, at least. The bird took off the moment the jaguar leapt, and it soared into the canopy, the cat pursuing. I remained still for some time to see if it would return, but eventually eased out into the small clearing. There wasn't much of interest, so I wiggled up the small hill the bird had been resting on, only to find when I reached the top that it was in fact a giant bird's nest, and to my delight, resting inside were 3 very large eggs of unusual color. Of course, I ate them all right then and there and dragged myself back to my usual resting spot. Sleeping with a full belly was always its own reward. But that's when things started to change. Over the next few days, I started to notice things I hadn't been aware of before. Small things at first. Observations about my surroundings that I hadn't noticed before. The world looked a bit more colorful than it did. Shapes a little more defined. I was able to pay attention to more things at once. As days turned to weeks, I started realizing I could make plans that were more sophisticated than just waiting silently for something to run by so I could grab it, or looking for scraps laying around. I started to devise clever traps, using rocks and other features of my environment to help me catch my food, choosing my resting locations in places where bushes and leaves would ensure I could hear predators on the ground. I was still a cripple, but I was growing smarter. I also began to grow bigger, a lot bigger. I had been an underfed runt most of my life, but in the span of several months, I had become a veritable giant, well-nourished now and nearly 6 feet, all muscle. I still had to crawl around, but I could do so with a speed and vigor I'd never known. I felt optimistic and elated, yet I had no idea what was still to come. As months turned to years, I was able to walk for the first time in my life. Few predators could stand before me now. As I stood nearly 12 feet tall, a titan of the forest with a strength to match, I strolled carelessly through the trees, eating what I wished, when I wished, where I wished. I built my first house out of stone and fallen trees. I was the king of the jungle. And I climbed my first tree. I'll never forget it. Hundreds of feet up in the forest canopy. I finally reached the sunlight atop the tallest tree I could find and looked out upon my domain. Endless green as far as the eye could see in every direction. A playground which had once threatened to consume me, but which was now mine to explore freely. And so I did. I began to travel more. I discovered rivers, waterfalls, groves, huge cave systems, and giant sinkholes and lakes, and so many new types of plants and animals I'd never seen. Frogs and birds, cats and spiders, animals which ate plants and plants which ate animals. Over time, I took a special love of watching the tree monkeys, and they were the only other animal which seemed to express an intelligence like my own. Which is why when I found a small one which had been injured, I carefully collected it and took it with me. I nursed it back to health, fed it, earned its trust, and it became my little companion. There were no names back then, but none were needed. For the first time in my life, I felt genuine love for this one specific creature, my first friend. I had to take great care, as my growing never seemed to cease. By my memory and estimates, I may have been nearly 30 feet tall by then, and this little monkey was barely a fly in comparison, but the joy he brought me as we traveled together, as he gathered tiny fruits for me, and as he slept peacefully next to me, made me realize how lonely I had been all those decades wandering the forest all by myself, always just watching, but never feeling like more than an observer anymore. When he finally died peacefully of old age, I was, of course, heartbroken. I knew it was coming. I had seen how he slowly weakened and deteriorated, while I seemed to defy the years and continue to grow. Time shifted the world around me. Landscapes slowly changed, rivers altered, animals came and went. After he died, I retreated back to a more observational phase of my life again, mostly wandering the forest and indulging in the sights and sounds around me. I don't know how long I spent like that before they found me. Other monkeys, but these ones were even more like me. They were extremely clever. They made noises at each other in rapid and consistent manners. They used tools like me, maybe even more clever than the ones I had devised. And of course, they were terrified of me. I was a giant, towering over them, looming nearly as tall as the trees. I mostly left them alone, but would sometimes go and watch over them. They built strange houses out of sticks and leaves, not too dissimilar to the ones I had built out of rocks, before I no longer had the need for such a thing. They even appeared to be able to wield fire, and lit up the night in ways that I'd only seen from the thunder of an angry sky. As time went on, more and more of them would come and visit me, and I slowly gained their trust, even if their caution and fear never fully passed. I learned over time what their noises meant, and after some effort on my part, we were able to communicate quite well. They would often come to me and ask questions about the area, good hunting grounds, water sources, places to make a new village. After all, I had been almost everywhere. One day, some of them started leaving strange carvings in stone around where I slept. I asked one of them about the artifacts, a youngling who had come to ask for my help removing a mighty tree which threatened to fall on his hut. He told me that they were left as offerings, so that I might bless them with good fortune. He told me how their lives are hard and short, and then told me that a god such as myself could surely make their lives better. That was the first time I had encountered the concept of a god. I had taken a liking to these little ones, so I had already been aiding them with my knowledge whenever they would ask for it, but he was right. I could do more, much more. I remember the look of terror on many of the little people's faces as I towered over their village. Perhaps they were expecting some wrath or a perceived slight. I can't know, but I quickly made it clear that I was there to help by removing the offending tree and setting it out of harm's way. Our relationship expanded quickly over the next few years, and they devised great and clever projects which took advantage of my size and relative strength. In those years, we accomplished in days what would have taken them decades on their own, were it even possible at all. We even replaced the village huts with a more durable collective structure, stones stacked so tall that they dwarfed the trees around them. The giant pile of boulders was carefully stacked to create living space to spare. A crude pyramid of sorts, I would later come to realize. Things went well for a while, and I took a very active role in the lives of my new friends. It reminded me of my old monkey friend from so long ago, except this time there were many, and I could speak to them and share my thoughts and feelings. It was an exhilarating time for me, and we accomplished much. We dug trenches to allow water to reach areas where they could cultivate crops. We studied the stars together and speculated on the mysteries of the forest and the world. I watched friends be born, age, die, only for new friends to appear. After many years, though, the number of friends grew and grew and grew. Eventually, there were so many that they began to fight each other over what seemed to be the infinite bounty of the forest. Their noises changed, and I could no longer understand all of them anymore, only the ones I remained near. They began to ask me for help or blessings hunting other people, fighting other villages. I always refused. The tipping point came when the village I attended attempted to sacrifice a young girl in my name in order to gain my support in an upcoming raid. I had tried to tolerate them and understand them, but their pettiness had boiled over and I was exacerbated. There were too many people, too many villages, too many conflicts, too much sadness. It felt like I was crawling through the mud again, a dumb cripple, unsure what to do or where to go, and with little means to accomplish anything. I realized the moment they placed the little girl on the altar that I had forgotten what it meant to be helpless. So I accepted their sacrifice. I took the girl, and I left the village and never returned. I went as far as I could away from that place, and I did my best to take care of that little girl. She was small and frightened at first, but grew to trust me over time. We traveled south until we reached a great cliff with a waterfall, far away from the little people. I built her a little house of stones at the top of the cliff right next to the waterfall, with a spectacular view of the forest below. I didn't even think to ask her name until she took the initiative to tell me. Much later. Names have no meaning in the forest, but I discovered it was Saknit, an old and beautiful name I will never forget. We were together for a long time. She grew up, and once again, more little people discovered us. Once again, they would come and ask for advice at first, and once again their requests would grow to be increasingly more and more demanding. Untrusting of the little people now, I would often withdraw or refuse to speak to them. Often I could not understand their noises anymore, but Sakni would take over and represent me in my stead when the weight of it all became too much. She even put feathers on her head like me in order to gain some trust and status from the visitors so they would eventually come to understand that I trusted her. After a time, it almost became expected that she was the one you would speak to when you came to me, which I was fine with. She never once misrepresented me. We were both children of a similar fortune, abandoned by fate and then entrusted with something special we could use to help others, and I knew she could be trustworthy. I slowly came to understand that she was good at what she did. I watched her mend divides, forge alliances, and eventually end a war. I was a simple person of the forest, but she was a politician, and she knew how to use my name and power to change the little people, to make them better. I loved her, more than I even loved that little monkey. She was kind, gentle, but intelligent and uncompromising. She taught me things I'd never heard of, things she learned from our visitors. We had no needs, so knowledge was paid for with knowledge. Forms of what I would later find were arithmetic, astronomy, philosophy, and more slowly arrived bit by bit. It gave me a new window into the world around me, one I had never given its due consideration, despite being more ancient than many of the trees. It always amazed me that these little people were so creative and intelligent, and it was her. She was the one who, in the end, inspired me to put my faith in them again. I started to take a more active role once more, but being mostly stuck in one place, I studied and philosophized and tried to make myself useful to the little people in ways that I could. I slurped up knowledge and offered it back to any who asked. I was too big to move so freely around the woods now without laying waste to it, but the little people seemed more than happy to come to me. Sakne even gave me a name. While the little people had called me many things before, this was the first one I truly took to heart. And in those years, my heart grew nearly as fast as I did. When she died, I was once again heartbroken. It was a tragic accident, nearly 140 feet now, I was so massive it was hard to even move through the woods anymore without trampling everything in my path. I tended to just remain in one spot near the top of the waterfall as a result, and spent most of my time asleep or staring out over the vast and beautiful jungle, framed by the mountains hundreds of miles below. I don't know why she had come so close to me while I was sleeping that night, or what cruelty of fate caused me to roll over, but when I woke, I found I had accidentally crushed her to death. I could barely even recognize her. I had seen the little people cry before, but that was the first time I myself had ever truly wept. I hadn't even realized I was capable of it. I retreated deep into the forest after that, avoiding everything. Everyone was so small, and I was so dangerously large. I just wanted to go hide in a cave somewhere and never come out, but even finding such a large cave now would seem nearly impossible. As was so often the case in my life, I did not know how much time passed. Probably ages, but eventually the little people found me again, as they always did. But this time it was different. They remembered my name. They brought me food and gifts. They once again asked for my knowledge and my help to save and improve their lives. I enjoyed their company despite my distrust, apathy, and depression, even though they asked me to come with them to their town, and after much deliberation, I finally agreed. What I found when I arrived there was a landscape drastically transformed, the massive destruction of a forest replaced by farmland, and a great city made of stacked stone, much like the one I had made so long ago, but much more refined and massive. And the number of little people was uncountable. The forest devastation was so great that I could not even see the trees on the other side of the city. I just stood there towering over everything and felt horror ripple through me from my head to my toes. I felt as though this was somehow all my fault. I should have known this would happen. I should never have helped the little people, for they were so smart that the forest itself had become their prey. Or maybe I should have helped them more, taught them better to be stewards of the forest, not destroyers of it. I immediately left without a word back the way I came. They followed me, yelling and crying my name for some while before eventually giving up and returning to their desolation of a home. I went further south, far further south. I dreamed about that bird from so long ago. Was it the last of its kind? What destruction had I myself wrought on it or its species when I ate its eggs? I wasn't intelligent enough to have such thoughts back then when I did it, but now it was always there in the back of my mind. How easy it truly is to destroy something beautiful out of sheer ignorance. I finally found a new cave, my cave, large enough for me to fit in snugly, and I went to sleep. As always, I do not know for how long, ages most likely, and once again I was awoken by the little people. They hadn't changed much by my perception, but their noises were new. It took me some time to understand them again, but once I did, they told me of how things were. An empire, they said, greater than any before, and cities of stone which fed and housed vast numbers of little people. I could only barely imagine how many of them could survive on the fruits of the forest, but they told me they no longer needed the forest. They claimed to have tamed the wilds. I remember at one point asking one of their supposed wise men what had happened to the little people who I had once seen doing the same thing. He told me that their cities had been abandoned long ago, and that they retreated back into the forest. This gave me some hope, and I believed that in time, they too would return to the forest. I did not tell him my thoughts, though. I simply sent him away. More and more of them flooded to me, and before I knew it, they were erecting monuments all around my cave, destroying trees and slaying animals in the process. I tried to chase them off, but they would always return eventually. I fled them in a fit of anger one night, after years of fitful and interrupted slumber. I went further south. Eventually, I found another home, one of many in my travels, but it was suitable. Deep, dark, and hidden in the bowels of a sinkhole. Nobody but I could get down this deep into the earth. so here I would finally be safe to rest. No more little people, no more sadness. But this time, it was a different kind of noise. Grating, whirring, ripping noises, alien noises, and the smell of fire and ash. I don't know how long had passed, but when I woke, deep in my hidden chamber, I knew something had changed. These were not noises of the forest or even noises of the little people. I had to investigate. When I peeked out of my cave, I stood up and looked over the trees to see smoke filling the air and huge swaths of forest completely burned to the ground. I went to see what was happening and observed the little people burning and chopping and tearing at the trees with strange tools I'd never seen before. Noisy tools, violent tools. Some of them spotted me, and it wasn't long before they were screaming and fleeing in mass. I couldn't understand. There were no crops here, no city. Why were they destroying the forest, burning it to the ground even, not even using the wood from the trees as they used to? I walked through the devastation and saw it stretched out seemingly forever. In the distance, I saw strange buildings, very different from the stone and thatch ones I was familiar with. The vast herds of unusual animals I had never encountered before. The forests had turned to grassland at the hands of the little people. I stood and watched over the area for a few years, frightening off those who dared trespass. I wandered around and patrolled, destroying the infrastructure the little people used to attack the forests wherever I found it. I took care never to hurt any of them, and it wasn't hard as they always fled in my presence. I became cold-hearted though, and felt the little people were a plague, a disease I had allowed to fester. Once again, I believed this was my fault, that it was something I could have prevented. Time continued to pass. Many suns, many seasons, many years. I remember one day I saw a strange bird fly overhead. I now know that it was an aeroplane, but at the time it reminded me of the bird from when I was just a young cripple. Giant, majestic, beautiful. I tried to follow it, but it was far too fast, and I watched it disappear over the mountains. Remembering what new lands the bird would discover over there. Maybe ones without little people. No matter how much I tried though, I couldn't stop the destruction. Always small groups, simple tools, and a lot of fire. I could not be everywhere at once. I felt despair. Time passed, but an old man found me one day and spoke to me in new and unusual noises. At first, I ignored him, but he persisted and slept nearby every night, refusing to leave. He would come every day and make the same noises at me. He seemed harmless, and I felt lonely, so on a whim, I decided to let him stay for a while so that he might teach me the new noises. We were eventually able to speak more clearly. He gave me his name, Fabio, and he was also born in the forest. He told me many strange, wonderful, and terrible things. He told me about how the land was now used for raising cattle. He told me about how the silver bird was in fact a machine created by little people. He told me what he knew about science, about history, about society, that there were entire nations of little people all over the world, that the little people had conquered it all. I came to feel he was like me, for he seemed saddened by it. He said there was nobody left who understood the old ways, living in the garden and only taking what you require. He told me few people believed in it anymore. The eye was just a scary story told to frighten frontiersmen's children, or just a mythology told in schools. That those who claimed to have seen me were met with disbelief, and he said that he had seen me as a child when I had run off his parents at the edge of the forest, and that he had spent his whole life searching for me since then. The little people were always full of surprises. I took him in, and his welcome company and knowledge warmed me as I continued to hide in the cave. He taught me to play chess. He told me wonderful stories, even brought me books. I had seen the scratchings in stone from long ago and their meanings, but these were far more sophisticated. I learned to read, and I lusted after knowledge. He would go out once every few months and bring back more books, photographs, and at one point even a motion picture for me, which I devoured greedily. Years passed almost in an instant, and I barely ever left the cave. Eventually, he told me I would need to face my fears and do something about the encroaching little people who grew closer every day. But I knew he could see my wounded spirit, and he was kind and let me rest, never pressing me. He knew the little people had broken my heart, but what is broken can break again, and when he finally passed away a few years later, I found myself alone once more, timeless, not like the trees, but like the very stone I dwelled in. I knew everything around me was ephemeral. It was all going to change and die anyways, so what did it matter what I did? And so I slept. I don't know how long, it might have been ages. Eventually, I was awoken again by the little people's noises. Well, in this case, you specifically, of course. I remember thinking at the time that I was half tempted to snatch you all up and carry you to the edge of the forest and tell you to never return, but I observed you from a distance without intervening to see what you did. My trust of the little people was low enough by now that I was prepared to even squash you if you stepped afoul, but to my surprise, you were all nothing if not respectful of your surroundings. After several weeks of observing you, I saw you rescue animals, study the plants, record information. I saw you exploring and appreciating the wonder of the forest, just like the little people of old, just like I did. I realized you were the scientists the old men had told me about, that you were here to learn, not destroy. And that was when I decided to make myself known. I knew you would be terrified, but I was used to it at this point, and I still remember the look on your faces when I first presented. But when I managed to convince you I was harmless, your innate scientific curiosity took over, I can only assume. The same curiosity which drives me. I believe you are like the other little people I once knew, kind, loving, and well-intentioned. And that is why I trust you with my story. I hope you are able to share it and help me.
For while I was once called a god, I am just as helpless as a baby snake crawling, crippled in the mud on the forest floor.
I turned off the recorder at that point and looked up at the towering, feathered serpent, unfathomably large. I told him that was the last thing I needed and that I would return to see him again as soon as I could. He nodded in understanding, but watched with a sorrow in his eyes as we slowly made our way into the woods, leaving the cave we had been exploring for weeks behind. My colleagues and I had expected to discover an immense, undiscovered network with possibly uncatalogued species. We had not expected to discover this particular uncatalogued species. As I transfer this log of his recording, we are setting up camp less than a day from the airstrip where we will be picked up. I don't know if anyone will believe me or if they will think I photoshopped our pictures, but the rest of the team agrees we need to tread lightly, lest we bring him unwanted attention. But I have to do something. I still remember the first words he spoke to me, after all those days of terror and uncertainty, not knowing if we had discovered a monster, not knowing if we were going to die, but the monster turned out to be anything but. I will never forget what he said the first time he spoke to us. I have been watching you. Do not fear. I have been here a long time. The world is changing and I am crawling in the mud again. I was once a little forest snake, but I was given the name Quetzalcoatl long ago by someone I loved very much. Now, once again, I am as helpless as a little snake. I need you. Every day my home gets smaller and the little people grow. Every year I must hide deeper to avoid their shiny birds and stinging smoke. I may look big to you, but I am just a simple creature crawling in the mud. Please, help me save my home.
I'm reading this from my bed. It's almost dawn. I can feel that I don't have much time left. I can barely see anymore. I hope this account serves as a warning to everyone about what's up there in the mountains at the Pine Palaces. Please, just stay away from it. God, my eyes itch. There are some things we weren't meant to find. Please, someone, hear this so we're not forgotten. This is what happened. I arrived at the Pine Palaces 3 days ago. It was as beautiful as the website boasted, high up in the West Virginia mountains, where the air was untouched by cities and smog, and where you could feel the purity in every breath. The cabins I would be maintaining, along with the other 2 summer workers, weren't quite palaces, but they were elegant in a natural sort of way. Each log cabin was decked out in all the unusual outdoor decor. Animal heads hung silently on the walls, polished exposed wood filled the interiors with a delightful smell, and a fireplace sat ready to burn the neatly stacked pile of wood that rested beside it. There were 8 cabins in total, 6 for guests, and 1 for the owner of the retreat, Ken, who lived there year-round. They formed a semicircle along the perimeter of tall trees, where space had been made for a giant fire pit in the center. Half a mile down the dirt road, there was a lake that Ken rented out paddle boats for the guests to use. I had asked him upon arrival if employees could use them free of charge, and he had winked and told me if he likes his workers. Behind the cabins, down a path that led into the woods about 400 feet from the clearing, was where our maintenance supplies were kept. Rakes, leaf blowers, a couple of axes, a chainsaw, the usual upkeep wares. I remember on the first day when Ken showed us the old shed, one of my fellow workers, Carter, had asked why he kept the supplies so far back. Ken had chuckled and told us that we'd understand once we got married and went on vacation with our families. He slung his arm around my shoulder and said he had never seen people fight worse than up here where most modern amenities were unavailable.
Wouldn't put it past one of them to take the chainsaw to their significant other,
he had said, throwing Penny a wink. Penny, the last piece to our trinity of workers, looked at Carter and then at me, her face unsure and a little nervous.
Oh, don't you worry,
Ken had said.
I've never really had trouble up here. Not real trouble, anyway. Most folks are good, honest people, just looking to get away from all the nonsense. They come up here to roast their marshmallows, eat their dogs, and listen to the sweet sound of that peaceful silence.
After that, we all went back to the cabins, and Ken began instructing us on our daily duties for the summer, and we prepared the site for the arrival of our first wave of visitors the next day. 3 days later, I found that I enjoyed being up in the mountains more than I had anticipated. The quiet days, the chirps, squeaks, the groans of nature, the warm yellow sun, and the explosion of bright crystal stars that light the night. Carter, Penny, and myself all got along very well. In fact, it felt weird that we had only known each other for 3 days. We were all outgoing, inspired, and we all wanted something a little different to fill our time between semesters. We wanted to go back to college in the fall and have unique experiences and adventures to tell our friends. And then there was Ken. Ken had been running this place for 28 years. His dad built it, and when he passed away, Ken took over. He was proud of it. You could tell by the way he worked, the way he moved, and the way he talked to the guests. He was about 60, but had the mentality of a man in his young 20s. He was energetic, kind, and made everyone feel welcome. He insisted all the visitors call him Grandpa Ken, and if anyone wanted, at sundown he'd tell stories about the history of the mountains and lands around us. It was charming, and I found myself looking forward to that time of the day. That was all before I found that well. I pulled the paddle boat behind Ken's cabin and wiped the sweat off my face with the dirty hand. "That's the last of them," I said to Carter. "Everyone is in for the day. Penny should be done stacking the wood for tonight's fire. Do you want to see if she wants to go for a swim?" Carter, tall and thin, sporting glasses and blonde hair that he was always pushing away from his lenses, nodded.
"Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna melt. It's hot as hay fever today, isn't it?"
I snorted. "Got that right. You can go check out with Ken. Let him know that we're finished for the day. Make sure he doesn't need anything. I'll go help Penny put the tools away." I brushed my hands on my jeans and walked around the front of the cabin. A couple of guests were sitting on their porches, enjoying the shade and starting to wind down for the evening. I spotted Penny by the fire pit, stacking the last few pieces of wood. "All done?" I asked. She looked up at me.
"Yeah, that should do it. I hope that's enough."
Penny was a cute girl, nothing to write home about, but her charm came not from her looks, but from the adorable way she always worried she was going to get in trouble. I smiled back. "It's fine. You really think Ken has the capacity to yell at you even if it's not?" She shrugged.
"I just want it to be right."
"It is. Now, do you want to go swimming with Carter and I? He's letting Ken know right now." She lit up.
"Oh, that sounds fantastic. Can you put the axe back in the shed while I go suit up?"
"Sure thing," I said, bending and picking it up.
"Thanks. I'll meet you back here,"
she said, and scampered off to our cabin to change. I slung the axe over my shoulder and made my way to the path that led into the woods, nodding my hellos to the guests I passed. The woods were quiet today, a low hum of wildlife getting lost in the gentle sway of trees that danced back and forth in the sunlight. My boots kicked up dry dirt as I walked, and I wondered when it had last rained. As I was about to round the final bend to the shed, something caught my eye. About 30 or 40 steps to my left, off the path, I spotted something coming out of the ground. Curiosity took over, and I began to make my way towards it. I wondered why I hadn't noticed it in my previous trips back here, but I had been more concerned on sticking to the path and not getting myself lost. As I walked closer, I saw that it was a well, its stone sides rising up out of the ground in the center of a big clearing. I broke through the tree line and stopped dead in my tracks. A heaviness came over me. A thick unease bubbled in my stomach. Something was making my skin crawl, and I felt goosebumps form on my arms. I licked my suddenly dry lips and swallowed hard. A warning light was going off in my mind, and my unease turned to panic nausea. Suddenly, I didn't even want to look at the well. I turned my eyes away and stood there, unable to move. I tried to tell myself to snap out of it, but the unbearable avalanche of horror that filled me when I tried to look at the well wouldn't allow it. I needed to leave. I felt my hands shaking at my sides, and I realized that I had dropped the axe. I couldn't even will myself to pick it up. "Why are you being such a baby?" I asked myself, still not moving. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I knew the answer. Because something was down there. I ran. The terror turned to a feeling of haunting danger, and I fled. I crashed back down the path and back to the cabins, my disruption causing a few of the visitors to look my way curiously. I looked at them and offered a weak smile. Shaking my head and feeling slightly stupid now, I went to find Penny and Carter. The terror was fading quickly now that I was back around people, and I was starting to feel ridiculous about the whole incident. My breath steadied and my heart rate slowed. I shook my head, rolling my eyes. "Get a grip, man." I found Carter and Penny, and we all strolled down to the lake and went swimming, the cool water washing the dirt and sweat off us. I decided not to say anything to either of them about the well, but made a mental note to ask Ken what the deal was after his nighttime stories.
Sleep tight, folks, and thank you kindly for listening,
Ken said as the guests offered him a genuine round of applause. We were all sitting around a roaring fire, and Ken was just finishing telling us about how this place was built. For such a mundane story, Ken had filled it with practiced flair and charm that only old men seemed to be gifted with when telling a tale. As the visitors thanked Ken and lifted sleeping children over their shoulders to bed, I approached Ken. "Hey, can I ask you something real quick?" Ken, still sitting at his bench in the front of the fire, patted the space next to him.
"Well, sure thing, kiddo. Have a seat."
He pulled out a cigar and cut the tip off, striking a match against the wood bench. I took my place, watching as the last of the guests retreated to their cabins for the evening. Carter and Penny looked at us inquisitively and came over, curious as to what I was going to ask. I took a deep breath. "What's the deal with the well back by the supply shed?" Ken froze, his match hovering inches from the tip of his unlit cigar. After a second, he lit it and took a couple deep puffs from it before answering.
"What do you mean, son?"
Carter and Penny had taken a seat on the bench next to us, and Carter piped up.
"What well? There's a well back there?"
"Yeah, it's in a clearing a little off the path," I said, pointing in the direction it was in. Ken turned his head and looked directly at me.
"Don't go near there. Do you understand me?"
The seriousness in his voice shook me. His grandpa persona was gone, and his eyes were cold black rock.
I mean it, son. Ain't nothing good back there. So just steer clear of it.
What's wrong with it?
Penny asked. Ken took another drag, obviously uncomfortable with the conversation, before answering.
It's dangerous. There's something wrong with it. I don't know what it is, but I know for a fact that, well, people ain't supposed to be around it. There's something unnatural about it. Best you all just keep your distance.
Carter leaned forward, his eyes lighting up.
Oh, is it haunted or something?
I could hear the excitement in his voice. Ken shook his head.
No, I didn't say that. Ain't no such thing as ghosts, kid, if you ask me. But there's other forces of nature that humankind just ain't meant to find.
I swallowed hard, remembering the terror from earlier. Ken, is something down there? Ken was silent for a moment, the crack of the fire popping sparks around us. Then he whispered.
Yes.
What is it?
Carter pressed.
Have you ever looked down there?
Ken shook his head.
Truth be told, can't bring myself to go near it.
Suddenly his head whipped around and he was looking hard at me again.
You didn't look down it, did you?
I shook my head. No, honestly, I got spooked just being around it. That's why I asked. It seemed so jarring compared to the peace these mountains hold. Ken let out a sigh, but Carter wasn't done asking questions.
How do you know something's down there, then?
Ken tapped his cigar and a hearty piece of ash floated to the ground.
I had a horse back when I first took over the camp.
He started, then looked at Penny and cleared his throat.
Look, I don't want to go scaring Penny. Just take my word on this and stay away. Ain't no good can come of that place.
I want to hear,
Penny said. I didn't blame her. Something about the sober tone in Ken's voice begged for explanation.
Well, I suppose you're adults,
Ken said, staring into the fire.
But let me warn you, what I'm about to tell you is rather unsettling.
With a giant sigh, he continued, summoning the old memories.
Back when I took over this place, I had a horse. I named her Cherry. Beautiful creature. For the first couple of weeks, it was just Cherry and me. I was working hard on fixing the place up and getting it ready for the first guests again. During the peaceful evenings, I would ride Cherry all through these mountains,
he said, sweeping his hand across the dark horizon.
I would ride Cherry all through these mountains, and let me tell you, you haven't seen a sunset till you've seen one appear when the leaves start changing. It's magnificent. It's a calming way to end a long day. Yeah, anyway, one evening I tied Cherry up to that tree over there,
he said, pointing towards the path that led back into the woods.
We were about to go for our evening trot. I went inside to wash my face and change out of my trousers. Wasn't gone 5 minutes, but when I came out, Cherry was gone. I couldn't see her anywhere, but I could hear her,
he said, his voice quieting and shaking slightly.
And she was screaming.
Screaming?
Penny asked softly, eyes wide.
I never heard anything like that before, but I took off down the path in the direction of the screams, and that's where I found the well for the first time.
He paused, silently puffing on his cigar. After a few moments, he continued.
Cherry was trying to force her way down into the well. She was too big, though, and she was stuck, her rump sticking up in the air and her head down in the hole. She was going mad. Her hind legs were kicking and scraping against the stone walls of the well, trying her hardest to push the rest of her body inside. She was thrashing and wildly wiggling around, all the while screaming down into that hole.
His voice started shaking again.
But there was nothing I could do for her. I was too afraid. Something was keeping me from getting too close to that well. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck rising, standing at stiff attention. Pretty sure I wet my trousers at some point as I stood there watching. Boy, I was frightened,
he said softly.
What happened then?
Carter said quietly. Ken looked around at all three of us, then said,
She eventually squeezed herself down into that blackness. Took her the better part of an hour to get the job done. She twisted and kicked until she scraped off her skin and fit. I ain't seen so much blood in my life. How she was still alive, I don't know. But I stood there and watched, paralyzed, as she grated herself against the stone until, eventually, she slipped down inside and her screaming immediately stopped.
We were all quiet as he finished. Ken idly flicked more ash from his cigar and stared at the ground. The unbelievable events he had just shared with us chilled me. I remember the feeling of being close to the well. I shivered.
Well, it's getting pretty late. I think I'm gonna call it a night,
Ken eventually said, standing and tossing his cigar into the fire.
You kids should get some sleep. It's gonna be a hot one tomorrow. I think a lot of the guests are gonna want to use those paddleboards. Night-night, folks.
We all stood up and wished him a good night, all of us somber and a little rattled, except for Carter. His eyes buzzed with light. We retired to our cabin and began preparing our bed. Penny slept in her own room after brushing her teeth and washing her hair. She bid us good night. Before she closed the door, I asked, "You okay, Pen? You're not freaked out?" She gave me an uneasy smile.
I'm not sure if I believe everything he said, but it was a pretty creepy story nonetheless. I'll be okay. Thanks, though.
And with that, she shut her door. I went to the room Carter and I shared, stripped down to my boxers, and laid on my bed. Carter followed and turned the lights off. We were silent for a while when I heard him sit up.
Dude, let's go check it out.
I sat up as well, slightly alarmed. What? No way, man. You heard Ken. We should stay away from it.
Oh, come on.
He pleaded.
It'll be spooky. Do you know how great it'll be to tell Penny in the morning that we went and looked down the well?
I snorted. Carter, you didn't see it. You weren't there. It creeped me out. No way I'm going back at night. Now, just lay down and go to sleep. Please, just drop it. After a moment, I heard him sigh and lay back down. Relieved, I closed my eyes and stared at the ceiling. Sleep did not come quickly. I don't know what time it was when my eyes snapped open, but something was wrong. I jerked into a sitting position and let my tired eyes adjust. Carter was gone. Shit, you idiot. What the hell? I said, standing and grabbing my clothes. I didn't take Carter as an adventurous person. Never mind a brave one. What was he thinking? If he was where I thought he was, then I needed to tell Ken immediately. I had been by the well. I knew the story held truth, and I knew there was something dangerous about it. I thought about waking Penny, but decided against it. I stomped into my boots and flung the door open. The night was calm, a fat white moon dripping its vanilla rays down to meet me. The camp was still, and sleep coated the air. I marched down the stairs and turned towards Ken's cabin when something caught my eye towards the tree line. Carter was walking towards me. He spotted me and gave me a sly smile.
Well, change your mind.
The big fire in the middle of the camp from earlier was almost out, but there was just enough flame that I could make out his features as he approached me. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked, my voice a harsh whisper.
Sorry, man,
he said, putting his hand in his pockets and shrugging.
I just had to see it for myself. It took me forever to find it.
I paused, cautious. You saw the well?" He nodded, the smile still on his face. I licked my lips. "And?" He slapped me on the shoulder.
Can's full of crap, I'm afraid. It's just a stupid well. There's nothing down there, man.
I released a breath I didn't know I had been holding in. "Wait, really? You actually went and looked down inside?" He chuckled and rubbed his eyes.
Yep. No ghosts or monsters, I'm afraid. Just Ken jerking us around. Well, it was a good story. I'll give him that.
I shook my head. "Well, I guess I'm just a big baby then. Let's tell Penny in the morning. I think she was a little freaked out." He laughed.
All right. I'm totally busting on Ken, too, for trying to freak us out. Come on, let's go to bed.
As we turned back towards our cabin, the dying fire splashed the last of its light on Carter's face, and I noticed that his eyes were incredibly bloodshot. He rubbed them again, and we went back inside and slept till morning. The next day was blistering hot. As predicted, most of the guests wanted to take the paddle boats out onto the lake. Ken, back to his grandpa routine, helped the three of us make sure they were accommodated and happy. He asked if we would take shifts staying down by the water to keep an eye on things. Penny said she'd take the first shift, and so Carter and I stayed behind, and saw to the daily chores. We had ended up not telling her. After a quick talk in our room that morning, we agreed that it was better if she didn't know because of her constant paranoia of getting in trouble, and if she was frightened by Ken's story, she didn't know it as she went about her morning. Carter was cheerful despite the heat and helped me prepare the wood for the evening's fire. His eyes were still terribly bloodshot, and when I asked him about it, he shrugged it off.
Probably caught me a case of double pink eye. Yeah, just my luck. God, they itch like crazy. You think Ken has something for him? Eye drops, maybe.
He might. It looks bad, man, I said, dragging another log to the chopping block. He scrubbed at them.
Let's finish this first, shall we?
Today was cleaning day, and after we finished the wood, Carter went to relieve Penny. He ended up not speaking to Ken about his eyes, despite my protests. He said maybe a swim would clear them up, and I told him not to touch anyone if he was going to keep itching them. About a half hour after Carter left, Penny came strolling up the hill looking hot. She wiped sweat from her forehead.
You would never know I was in the water 10 minutes ago. It is stifling today, isn't it?
I nodded. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my shift at the lake. Did you see Carter?
Yeah. What's wrong with his eyes?
He thinks it's pink eye. She shivered.
Gross. Poor guy.
She scanned the campsite.
So, what do we have left? We're cleaning the cabins today, right? Midweek scrub for the guests?
I stretched my arms over my head. Yeah, sounds like fun, doesn't it? Ken told me this morning we don't have to go overboard. The deep clean is on Sunday in between arrivals. Just tidy up, make sure the bathrooms are clean, get rid of trash, all that.
All right, let's get to it then,
she said, and we both went to gather supplies for our afternoon of upkeep. Time went quickly with the two of us chatting and cleaning. The work quickly muted to the sound of good conversation and laughs. She was a nice girl, and I found myself growing slightly fond of her. We hadn't gotten much time to talk one-on-one, and I found her to be quite the pleasant person. As the sun crawled across the sky like a dying man in the desert, we finished up the last of the houses. I blinked sweat out of my eyes and let out a sigh as I saw Carter trudging up the hill. He saw us and waved, meeting us in the middle of the camp. His eyes were still bloodshot, but they looked much better than they had that morning.
Save any lives?
Penny asked with a smirk.
Any hot moms rescued?
Carter threw his head back and laughed.
Afraid not. No, just a bunch of whiny kids and drunk dads. You guys finished cleaning?
Yep. All that's left is to rake the grounds. I'm gonna go change and head down for a dip. To keep an eye on everyone. We all laughed and split ways. Carter and Penny going to retrieve the rakes, and myself down to the lake. The water was cold and wonderful. As the sun slowly dipped into a rainbow of colors, I spent the remainder of the day swimming and having casual conversation with the guests. I couldn't think of a more pleasant way to end the day. The story that night was about Ken's vision for the campground. He told the guests about all the improvements he wanted to make and how he wanted to redo the cabins. He involved the visitors, asking for their feedback and accepting their comments graciously. Most of the people had nothing but good things to say, all of them thanking the four of us for being such wonderful hosts and how they couldn't wait to come back next year and see the place. After the conversation dulled to a murmur and the moon rose high, everyone thanked us again and began to turn in for the night. After everyone was inside, Ken informed us that he was tired and he was going to turn in as well. We all wished him good night and went back to our cabin. Feeling exhausted myself from the heat and the day's activities, I told Ken and Penny I was going to bed. They both agreed with me and went to our rooms for the night. How's your eyes? I asked Carter, already in my bed with my eyes closed. He turned off the light next to my bed and crawled under his sheets.
Still itch like crazy, but I don't think they're as pink as they were this morning. Maybe tomorrow it'll be better.
I muttered my agreement and felt the day disappear into slumber. I awoke with my heart racing. I was bathed in a thick sheen of sweat and my throat was dry. Something wasn't right. My breath rattled past my cracked lips and into the dead air. I tried to sit up, but I crashed back down into my bed. Something was restraining me. What the hell? I wriggled around and found my wrists and ankles were tied to the bedpost. Confused and terrified, I fought with them for a few vain seconds before finally giving up. I raised my head to look over at Carter's bed. He wasn't in it. Carter? I said aloud. Carter, where are you? Silence, and then...
Shh.
The The noise came from his side of the room, but I didn't see him. Heart still pounding, I stretched my fingers out to try to flick the lamp on next to my bed. My fingertips brushed the switch, and I pulled my head back as the ropes binding me cut into my skin. "Carter, what the hell's going on? Where are you?" I said, my voice cracking in panic. Silence. Then again.
Shh.
I didn't know if he was playing some kind of joke on me, and I didn't want to start screaming to wake up all the guests if that was the case, so I stretched my hand out again, fighting the pain that was burning into my wrist from the rope. Just a little bit. There. I turned the lamp on, and the yellow light pushed the shadows back. At first, I didn't see Carter, but movement caught my eye. He was laying under his bed, looking directly at me. He was smiling, and in horror, I saw that his eyes were nothing more than two bloody, pulpy orbs, rubbed so raw that he had cut into them with his fingernails and tore them out.
"They won't stop itching,"
he said to me, still smiling. And then he was up. Like lightning, he scurried out from under the bed and was on top of me. I struggled and was about to scream when he shoved a piece of cloth into my mouth hard. I gagged as his fingers pushed the torn sheet deeper, his thighs holding my body still with an iron clasp.
"Just keep it down, buddy,"
he said, his breath dry and smelling of bile. His bloody mush socket stared down at me, and I turned my face away, the gore making me lightheaded. He sat up on me.
"Is it gross?" "It is, isn't it? Here, let me do something about that."
He reached beside me and ripped apart the sheet I was sleeping under. He tied it around his eyes and the back of his head, the blood soaking through and appearing to give him two phantom red eyes.
"There,"
he said calmly.
"That's better. I can see better like this anyway. I was hoping you wouldn't wake up, but I decided I needed to tie you up in case you decided to go looking for me again."
I whipped my head around and tried to buck him off me, terror and confusion slamming into me with every word he said. He held on and gripped my body tighter with his legs, pressing down on my chest with his hands.
"Stop that,"
he said firmly.
"You're safe. I'm not gonna hurt you. I just need you to stay here, okay?"
He lightly slapped my cheek.
"Stay."
He was about to get off me when he paused, smiled to himself, and leaned back down towards me, whispering into my ear.
"But there's something you should know. Do you want to know what it is? You do, don't you?"
I bit down on the cloth in my mouth and nodded. He licked his lips.
"I'm gonna cut Penny's fucking head off."
My eyes widened and I screamed into my gag, thrashing wildly. He chuckled softly and held me still, waiting patiently till I wore myself out, panting hard around the cloth. I looked up at him, his smile full of teeth, the glistening red outlines of his mutilated eyes bleeding through the linen. The well. The thought crashed into my chaotic mind like a truck. It was the well. He had seen something down there. Somehow it had changed him. Suddenly, Carter raised his fists and brought them smashing down into my face, knocking me into darkness. I woke again, face swelling and painful. My vision swam, and the room was dark again. I was still gagged, and I could feel my breath becoming labored as my nose was clotted with blood. I was going to suffocate if I didn't get this rag out of my mouth. Slowly, in a daze, I worked my tongue and teeth over it until I could finally spit it out. Gasping in deep, grateful breaths, I struggled against the ropes that held me. After a few frustrating moments, I finally loosened them enough to get a hand free. A few more minutes of tearing, and I was completely out of my bindings. Penny. Oh no, Penny! I dashed to her room and kicked the door open. Empty. I felt my heart bubble into my chest, and I stood there trembling. Oh no, 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 no. Please, please, please! My eyes filled with tears, and I crashed out of the cabin. Get Ken, now! The night was thick, the air clawing at my skin with humidity. The moon stared down at me, uncaring and indifferent. The fire had gone out in the middle of the camp, and as I was about to charge Ken's cabin down at the end of the lot, I heard something. Screaming. It was Penny. I stood, frozen and immobile. It was coming from the woods. I knew where she had been taken. Biting my lip, my face screwed up in mental agony, I looked at Ken's cabin and then bolted towards the woods, towards the well. She might have seconds to live. If she was still alive, I needed to get to her and stop Carter. Please, God, let her still be okay. Please, please, God. I crashed down the path, bare feet scraping against the stones and branches, my toes slamming into rock and wood. I didn't care. I didn't think about it. I flew as fast as my legs would take me, heart beating faster with every step. There. I reached the curve in the path and turned left into the woods. Crashing through the underbrush, I held my hands out in front of me, pushing aside the low-hanging branches and leaves that reached toward my face. Panting, I broke into the clearing and froze. Carter had Penny bent over the opening of the well. He was standing behind her, with his fist gripping her hair, pulling her head back to expose her throat. The muscles in his arms strained as he worked a knife into her pale flesh, slowly slicing into her back and forth, deeper and deeper. He paused and looked up, seeing me.
Oh, hey.
Penny! I screamed in the moonlight. Her eyes slowly rolled over to meet mine. Agony. Jesus fucking Christ! Penny, hang on! I screamed, tears rolling down my face. Carter ignored my outburst, taking the time to wipe sweat from his face and tightening the cloth around his eyes.
You know, this is a lot harder than you'd think.
Carter, stop! It's Penny! You're killing her! I screamed. He stared at me silently, the blood-stained sheet around his eyes looking black. Finally, he motioned at me with his bloody knife, one hand still gripping Penny's hair.
Come stop me then.
I swallowed and was about to charge him when I realized I couldn't. My knees had turned to water and all the strength in my body had drained. The force seemed to press in on me. My breath came out in little gasps and I was terrified. I felt my bladder release and warmth spread down my legs. The well, the fucking well. I couldn't even look at it. I was filled with such nightmares that I wanted nothing more than to turn and run, get out of here, get out of these mountains, and get as far away from that well as I could. Carter was smiling.
You can't, can you? You're terrified.
He tapped the top of the well with his knife.
Come on. Come over here. Look down there.
His smile grew.
Look down in the well.
Please, I mumbled, vision blurring with tears and snot bubbling out of my nose. Please, stop this! Carter shook his head slowly.
No. In fact, I think it's time to finish this.
He raised his knife again and brought it back to Penny's throat. She was slumped over now, but just as he was about to resume cutting, her eyes met mine and she muttered a single word.
Run!
Hearing her speak, I ripped myself from my terror, face streaking with tears and mucus. I charged Carter. Every step towards him, my body seemed to increase in weight, pulling me to the earth. I gripped my teeth and steeled my adrenaline, crashing into Carter just as he was turning towards me, mouth agape in surprise. He slammed into the side of the wall hard, knocking the knife out of his hand. We both went down, and I hit my head against the stone, stunning me. The world spun, and I heard him growling, already beginning to stand.
You don't know what you're doing, you fucking idiot.
He snarled, grabbing me by the hair and slamming my face into the ground. I bit my tongue and howled in pain, feeling blood fill my mouth. Dizzy, I rolled onto my back and stared up at him. He stepped on my chest and leaned down, his voice raw.
You can't stop this.
He quickly jumped back and grabbed Penny, pulling her up and across his shoulders. He hoisted them up onto the lip of the well, and silently, they tumbled down into the darkness. They were gone. No! I screamed, my voice splintering. I scrambled up, sobbing, pleading, and gripping the side of the well. I looked down into the blackness. I looked down into the well. My eyes went wide, and the world stopped. Oh no, I whispered.
About a year ago, my husband and I decided to spend Thanksgiving at a cabin up north. We found it online through a website we've used in the past and booked it for a week. The owner warned us that it can be hard to get back to in the winter because of the snow. The cabin was located outside of Pinetop, Arizona, way outside. It was 35 miles from the nearest town and 18 miles from the nearest paved road. Aaron and I weren't worried, however, since our Jeep had snow tires and we were bringing chains just in case. We planned on starting a family the following year and wanted one last romantic holiday with just the two of us. We arrived on a Friday afternoon. We had made excellent time on the drive, as there was actually very little snow on the ground. We decided to take a tour of the cabin before we unloaded the car. The cabin, named Paradise Pine, was 3 stories tall and built into the side of a mountain. The top floor was simply the master bedroom, which was connected to a second-story patio balcony via a sliding glass door. The front door was located on the ground floor, along with the kitchen and living room, and the basement housed a washer, a dryer, and a wood furnace that heated the cabin through a large pipe that extended up through all 3 floors. Even though the views through the bay windows were beautiful, the first thing that we noticed when we walked in was that the cabin hadn't been cleaned. Oftentimes, with very rural properties, the owner will offer to waive the $150 cleaning fee if you are willing to clean the place yourself before you depart. Most guests opt to do this, but in the rare occurrence they don't, the owner sends a cleaning crew. The previous tenants in the cabin had clearly decided not to clean, and also not to inform the owner that they were leaving it dirty. Since it was a holiday and a snowstorm was forecasted for early next week, we decided to clean the cabin ourselves and asked the owner to reduce our bill when we left the following Friday. We brought everything in from the Jeep and got to work with dishes and laundry. Afterwards, we made an easy dinner, opened a bottle of wine, and played a few games of billiards on the pool table in the living room. The temperature started to plummet at around 6 in the evening, and I asked my husband, Aaron, to go down and light the furnace in the basement. I went up to the bedroom to wash my face and change into warmer clothes. The bathroom connected to our bedroom was oddly doorless, had a broken mirror, and a torn-down shower curtain. Wow, there's been some cowboys in here. They hadn't even bothered to pick the glass up off the floor before they left. I did so carefully, regretting the stupidity of the drunken idiots who must have stayed here the week before. I took a few photos with my phone and planned to send them to the owner when we got back to town on Monday. I certainly didn't want to be charged for damage inflicted by the previous tenants. I met Aaron on the ground level and told him about the bathroom.
Well, that's not the only thing that's broken. The light's out in the basement, and I couldn't find a flashlight. I did manage to find the furnace, though. I squirted some of that cheap vodka your sister sent in there. Threw in a match and hoped for the best.
Seems to be working, I stammered through now chattering teeth. I can feel the heat coming through. I held my hands up to the metal pipe that wound its way around the house. Keep the basement door closed, it's freezing down there. One of our favorite things to do when staying at a cabin is to read through all the journal entries of the previous guests. Usually it was just things like, went fishing with the kids, caught a bass, or had a barbecue, played cards with the family. But occasionally you found something more interesting like, got drunk, set a tree on fire. We found the Paradise Pine diary and snuggled up on the couch. Aaron read aloud the first 4 or 5 entries before I decided to take over. We were about halfway through the book when we called it a night and went to bed. The following evening we stayed up late as we had had a long nap that day. The plan had been to go on a hike, but it had been too cold out. Luckily, the furnace in the basement was, to our amazement, still burning. We spent the whole day lazing around the living room. After dinner, Aaron practiced pool while I read aloud from the journal, starting where we had left off. I read for an hour before finally arriving at a journal entry of the guests who had stayed before us. I was very interested in this one. These people had to have a good story. The writer had chosen to format his entries into dates with timestamps. There were over 6 pages, and I could already tell the handwriting sort of disintegrated as the days wore on. Wow, they must have been drunk all weekend. Look how messy this handwriting gets. I held the book up to Aaron.
Can you read it?
Of course. I'm great at reading other people's shitty handwriting by now. I sent him an impish grin and took another sip of wine before beginning to read. Wow, what a beautiful cabin.
My wife and I booked this place for 2 weeks on a whim, and we can't believe how lucky we got. Barely made it back here with the truck. There's snow everywhere, at least a foot deep, and it's below 40 degrees outside. Thankfully, the furnace in the basement is huge, as promised by Marissa, so all 3 floors are warm and cozy. Monday, November 5th, 11:30 a.m. We're still snowed in. We'd wanted to run home today to grab a few things we forgot, but that is definitely not happening. The road is unimaginable, so it appears we aren't going anywhere. Looks like we will be spending most of our day inside, drinking mimosas and playing poker. As you can see, we aren't too upset about it. Tuesday, November 6th, 7:25 p.m. My wife Sarah is currently cooking delicious roast chicken, and I'm finally going to start writing. This is the reason we came here, after all, and I refuse to waste the opportunity to cure my writer's block. It's just so gorgeous here, I haven't written a damn thing. I also saw someone walking around the tree line today. I have no idea how they are surviving out there. We won't even go outside. It's 34 degrees last I checked. Wednesday, November 7th, 9 p.m. Today, Sarah and I made a snowman and snow angels. We don't get snow in Scottsdale, so we are taking full advantage of it. I haven't been able to write anything new, but I did edit the previous 2 chapters of my book. I think the beauty of this place is just too distracting. I'm kidding. Sort of. I think we may have neighbors. I was having a cigarette out on the balcony last night, and I saw someone at the tree line again. He is extremely tall, and certainly close enough to say hello, but when I waved, he walked back into the woods. We'll have to ask Marissa about this. She didn't mention any neighbors nearby. Thursday, November 8th, 1 p.m. This morning I woke up to find animal tracks all around the outside of the cabin. I don't know what sort of animal made them. The prints were in the shape of a rectangle, almost like they were made by the end of a 2x4. By the time Sarah got up at 11, the snow had mostly melted, but you could still kind of see them. I think last night's snow is the last we will get while we're here. The sky is looking pretty clear. Sarah thinks I am succumbing to cabin fever, so today we're going for a hike since it's so beautiful out. Friday, November 9th, 7 a.m. Last night, someone tried to get into the house. I woke up at about 1 in the morning to the sound of banging on the front door. It's not knocking, banging. I went downstairs and grabbed a pool stick. I asked who it was and the banging stopped. I waited a few minutes and then opened the door, but there was nothing there. I started back up the stairs to wake up Sarah, as she is a heavy sleeper. The banging sounded again, more urgently this time, and from the other side of the room, on the wall next to the bookshelf. It stopped after a long minute, and I sat down on the steps and waited all night for them to try something. Nothing happened after that. Friday, November 9th, 2 p.m. I told Sarah what happened and she wants to leave. I'm not really convinced, but Sarah scares easily. I will admit that I am a bit on edge. I tried to start the car this morning, but nothing happened. I'm not a car guy, and I have no idea what to do. We can't hike out. There's no signal out here, and we can't find a house phone. We talked about it and decided we're just going to have to wait it out here. I know people have this cabin rented out on the 16th, so we'll just have to wait the week for them. I did find a wood axe, which I'm keeping in the bedroom, just in case they come back to harass us. I think it's probably a homeless person living in the woods. There were tracks around the house again this morning, and I'm no longer convinced they're from an animal, and we'll see if they come back. Saturday, 5 a.m. Last night the knocking was back, but it was something knocking on the sliding door to our bedroom, from the second-story patio. I don't know how it climbed up there. It knocked on the window gently, almost coaxingly. A thin curtain covers the sliding glass door, so I couldn't see what it was. The knocking finally stopped, and a full minute later, it started again, becoming the loud, insistent banging of the night before. I reached over Sarah and grabbed the axe, bounding out of bed as she screamed. By the time I got to the sliding door, the banging had stopped. I threw back the curtain, but there was no one on the patio. In the moonlight, I saw it walking away from the cabin, back towards the tree line. Sarah stumbled over to the window, and I showed her the retreating figure. She covered her face and cried. What we saw terrified us both. It's not a human. It's tall, it's maybe 10 feet, and skinny. It looks like a black stick figure, impossibly thin. It has no hands or feet, just stumps, and no face. It's just a black oval with no features. The contrast was horrifying. This tall, black stick man walking through the snow that reached the tree line and disappeared. I spent the next hour trying to calm Sarah down. She said we need to leave. I think she's right. When we were finally calm enough to lie in bed again, the silence was deafening. I felt myself slowly start to drift off. It was out of this silence that the knocking came again, this time on our bedroom door. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the axe again. Sarah backed into the corner and screamed. By the time I threw open the door, the knocking had stopped. There was nothing there, but the front door was wide open. It can get inside the cabin. I don't know what it wants. Saturday, 5 p.m. I'm terrified. My wife is terrified. Today I considered setting the car on fire just to see if the smoke would attract someone's attention. Sarah wouldn't let me because it's our only way out, so we packed the car up instead. Maybe when the snow melts more, we'll be able to fix the car. I catch Sarah staring off a lot, and she hasn't said much since she saw the stick man. Seeing the thing, it affected me too. I've been having migraines today, and I've never had a migraine before. I want to protect my wife, but I don't know what to do. I caught Sarah staring at me, almost in a trance earlier. I asked her what was wrong, and she said, "It eats us." She seemed to snap out of it pretty quick after that, and asked me why I was staring at her. She doesn't remember saying it, and we can't figure out what it means.
This thing is messing with our heads. Sunday, 10 a.m. Last night I stayed up all night. It's lightly snowing. All was quiet. Sunday, 7 p.m. I found footprints this afternoon on the upstairs balcony, the same rectangle ones the stick man makes. He was outside our window again. I brushed them away before Sarah could see. It stopped snowing an hour ago, and it's twilight now. I can see him in the tree line. I saw him turn around and walk back into the woods. His profile is as thin as a piece of paper. The stick man came back, though. I think we're going to die here. Monday, November 12th, 9 a.m. Last night I went out on the balcony at around 8 for a cigarette. I heard a noise behind me and turned to see the stick man on the roof, 5 feet above me. I ran back inside to grab the axe and screamed at Sarah to arm herself. I turned around to run back outside and heard the stick man running above me on the roof in the same direction. When I got outside, the thing was gone. I saw it running off into the trees again, but it was different. It was taller. I think there's more than one. When I got back inside, Sarah had locked herself in the upstairs bathroom. She was hysterical and kept saying she was going to die here. I tried to give her the pool stick, but she wouldn't open the door for anything. I sat on the bed and waited. At some point, Sarah must have fallen asleep because all was quiet. It was then that I first heard it walking around in the kitchen. I backed away from the bedroom door, courage suddenly failing me. It was in the house. I waited for more sounds from the kitchen, but none came. After a few minutes, I finally heard a thump. It was on the stairs. It was climbing the stairs. Slowly, but loudly. I banged the bedroom door from my side and told it to leave us alone. Sarah was screaming again, sobbing. It could hurt me, but I would never let it hurt my family. It stopped when it got to the top step. I could feel it on the other side of the door. It didn't make a noise. I tried to think of a strategy that would give me the upper hand if it attacked. Finally, I decided that if I threw the door open, I would knock the stick man down the stairs. On the count of 3, I turned the handle and kicked the door. It swung open freely, and I saw the black stick man still down on the landing of the stairs, facing me. It was more than 10 feet tall. I was paralyzed with horror for several long seconds when it started running up the stairs at me without warning. I stumbled back into the room as fast as I could as I realized that death at the hands of the stick man was more than death, worse than death. It ate you. It kept you. It stopped at the top step and dipped its head through the door, taking 2 steps into the room. It was just a tall black shadow, almost more than a dense absence of light than a solid black. Realizing the axe was still in my hand, I moved between the stick man and the bathroom door. I raised the axe to attack, and at that moment the stick man screamed. It was unlike anything that I'd ever heard before. I wanted to hold my hands over my ears as I felt an ebbing thunder in my brain. I heard the mirror shatter in the bathroom from the sound. I thought of Sarah. With the last ounce of my strength, I ran at the thing, axe high, and brought it down on the creature's chest, over and over again for what felt like forever, but it was probably no time at all. It threw me aside, and I heard my wife scream, the last thing I remember before I passed out. When I opened my eyes again, it was mid-morning. My wife was gone. The bathroom door was gone, and the axe was gone. I looked for Sarah all morning. I walked deep into the woods. I searched for miles. I'm going to sleep for a few minutes and then go back out into the woods to find her. I hope I meet the stick man. If Sarah is dead, I want to be dead too. I think that's what it wanted all along. Monday, November 12th, 6 p.m. It's getting dark and harder to search the woods. In my mind, all I hear is her voice. It eats us. Over and over and over again. What has it done to her? I couldn't save her. After everything, I couldn't save her. When I first realized I had forgotten to take my medication, the snowstorm stopped us from leaving. But when I saw the stick man, I thought it had been a blessing in disguise. I needed to be clear-minded and alert to protect my family, and I couldn't do that if I was on haloperidol. But it didn't matter in the end anyway. I couldn't save her. The car started on the first try this morning. It's letting me leave. I'm going to drive around the other side of the mountain and walk back towards the cabin. Maybe I'll find the stream. Maybe I'll find Sarah. It would be useless to stay another day. The stickman is gone. I know in my heart. And it's below freezing and the furnace is burned out. The firewood is gone. If I find her, I'll come back and write in this book. My only friend now.
Aaron had stopped playing pool long ago, and the wine hadn't been touched since I started reading. We stared at each other as the last line echoed around the cabin. We both seemed to wake from our paralyzed state at the same time. "This is fake, right?" I asked as I stood up. I didn't need the glass of wine anymore. I needed the bottle.
I don't know, Linz. I don't think so.
The guy said he was a writer, I insisted. He probably just wanted to write a scary story for other guests, although he really crossed the line into downright disturbing. I took a sip of wine and turned around to see Aaron eyeing the stairs warily. "You can't be serious, Aaron. It's creepy as shit, I agree. But come on." Almost like he didn't hear me, Aaron started ascending the stairs. I don't know what he wanted to see up there, but I put the wine down and followed suit. By the time I got to the bedroom, Aaron was sliding the glass door open. I followed him out into the balcony. You could see the tree line from the patio very clearly. I searched the woods for any movement but saw nothing. I turned to say something to Aaron and found him studying the roof. He threw a wild look at me and walked back inside. I followed him in. Aaron paced around the room. "What?" I was starting to get annoyed.
It's all just like in the story. You can see the tree line, the field, and the roof from the balcony. And look, there are hinges, but no door. There should be a door. It's a bathroom. And the mirror?
"What?" I interjected. Was shattered by the stickman's scream? He was starting to scare me. Aaron was usually the most logical person I knew.
The stickman? Did you even pay attention to what you read? There was no stickman.
No shit.
No, I mean there never was. His last entry about the medication and how they got snowed in and couldn't go back for it, haloperidol. It's used to treat schizophrenia. Lindsay, go read it again. The entire thing is him slowly succumbing to a psychosis, page by page. Hell, his wife knew it was happening.
This is madness, Aaron. I walked into the bathroom and looked around. "You think someone died in here 4 days ago?" Aaron shook his head. "Oh my god. If this is real, Aaron, we cleaned up this place top to bottom when we got here. If there was a murder, we destroyed all the evidence."
We didn't know. We didn't know that someone died here.
We still don't know. Aaron, where's the body?
I don't know. Maybe it's buried out in the woods.
We need to leave. We need to go get help. Let's take the book to the police and tell them what we found when we got here just to be safe.
Okay, Jesus. This guy could come back any time. Let's get out of here.
We had just started down the stairs when another thought occurred to me. I stopped on the landing. "Aaron."
Yeah?
He said the fire in the furnace had burned out. Did you put firewood in it when you lit it?
No, it was almost pitch black. I couldn't see any firewood.
But we've been burning that furnace for almost a day. I could see the implication slowly dawning over Aaron's face. What have we been burning, Aaron? He ran for the basement door, and I followed. When he opened the door, I can't describe to you what came up from below. It was hot, pungent, heavy air. I stood on the top step as Aaron descended into the basement. I took a deep breath and followed him down. I stood on the bottom stair, refusing to go any further. It was still very dark, but for the light coming down the stairs and a soft orange glow in the back of the room. Aaron knelt in front of the stove door. He looked over to me and I nodded. Aaron slowly turned the handle and pulled open the furnace door. The fire lit his face, and after a moment, the horror expressed there told me everything I needed to know. They found Jason Harding less than a month later. He had hung himself out in the woods, 50 yards from the cabin. In fact, he had been hanging there when we pulled up on Sunday, the 18th of November. I've often wondered if he hung himself because he wanted to be with his wife, or if he hung himself because he realized what he had done. I hoped it was the latter because I hated him so much. Not for his mental illness, not for his crime, but for what he did to us. Sarah Harding had burned in that furnace for a day, and for a day we had breathed in every atom of her body. We had kept warm by the flesh of her corpse. Why didn't it smell? We were given a very scientific explanation, citing high burning temperatures, years of pine infusion, and pieces of wooden door burning in there with her. But it didn't stop the nightmares. The case made headline news, at least locally. Aaron and I managed to prevent our names being associated with Paradise Pine through an anonymity clause on our witness statements. We never told our friends or families we were involved. We tried to forget. Paradise Pine still stands today. It is available for rent, although the name has been changed. The owner insisted on keeping the cabin journal, so the police tore out Jason Harding's pages and gave it back to her. It still sits on the table next to the bookshelf, and tenants still read it and write in their own experiences. Sometimes I wonder if people see those torn pages and wonder what was written on them, and what happened to merit their disappearance. I guess they'll never know that the cabin they're standing in is actually the Paradise Pine.
My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died, but honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public place. People talk about ghosts and aliens, and you think to yourself, that ain't real, they're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy, or something like that. You just can't believe it. That is, until something happens, something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you, or maybe you hear the same story again and again from different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around on the internet that I started to believe. I started to hear other stories just like the one my father told me. It didn't take me long to believe after that. That's not what my father called it, of course. He's never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know what the online community had taken to calling it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it a skinwalker, after an old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But this is the story that he told me.
We were out hunting one night in the woods surrounding the dairy farm in Ohio where we lived at the time. We were tracking coyotes. We'd kill them for $50 a skin. They'd kill calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. And sometimes, while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and heading home, walking because we didn't have a car or a four-wheeler back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood. Everywhere. Splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first, we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen how sometimes when they weren't able to scavenge for whatever reason, they'd start hunting deer or cattle out of desperation. The worst was when they bred with feral dogs. But this wasn't like that. You see, when a pack of dogs, wolves, or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They'll pick off one that's weak, sick, or old, or just small. They'll hunt it. Draw it into a corner, someplace it can't get out of, and they'll run it right to the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see that alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. All of a sudden, its throat will be torn out, and it'll drop dead. It's quick, and it's clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had come upon a group of deer. Coyotes won't attack a group. Wolves wouldn't either. They'd get too much of a fight. There were 3, I think. 3 bodies just torn apart. You'd see a head or a torso here, a leg there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave scraps behind. Whatever had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that at the time, of course. We just saw a bunch of carcasses and figured it's something we had to take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home, that he thought it was the work of a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him, and I damn sure wasn't hiking through 2 miles of woods alone, in the dark, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. I was only 13 at the time, so a .22 rifle was the only gun I could reliably use. Dad had a shotgun. I wasn't going anywhere without it or him. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bled a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. What I do know is that I'd never seen my dad scared before that night. We started hearing the most horrible sounds. Now, I've been in a lot of woods in my life, and I've been all over the world, but I ain't never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. I heard deer, fox, rabbits, raccoons, and birds, all of them afraid of something and hightailing it. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Except for the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to be awake at that hour. But they weren't just awake, mind you. They were on the run. That night, I saw flocks of birds flying straight into trees trying to escape something. We came upon a pack of coyotes and nearly shot a couple thinking they had their eyes on us. But then we saw they were running in from someone. Nothing toward us. They didn't even notice us. Went right past. Then some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, and foxes. Even a couple of wild hogs. These critters were supposed to be hunting each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting as far away from there as possible. We should have put 2 and 2 together. That maybe whatever we were tracking wasn't something we were supposed to see, and wasn't something we could kill. To this day, I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go toward trouble, to fight, and being aware of the things my father did during the war, I figured it was best to stay by his side. We finally reached an open valley. It was normally a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. That's when we saw the tracks. Animals fleeing the forest had leveled everything in their path. But where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step. It was like whatever was responsible had left it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds, but that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds soaking wet can tear out your throat if you ain't careful. The fact this thing was on the lighter side just meant it was probably quick and was going to be tough to hit. So we followed the tracks, and it didn't take us long to find out where they led. There's an old schoolhouse that sits on the top of a hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado, but nobody lived there, not for a long time. Sometimes we caught homeless people in there, or drug addicts looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high, but we didn't think that for long. When we got within 50 yards, we heard a noise. A sort of screech made up of 2 different sounds. One was high-pitched and the other was a low growl. It was making both sounds at the same time, if that makes any sense. We approached to within 20 yards, and we heard another sound, different this time. I remember thinking that it sounded like paper being torn apart while someone was swinging water back and forth in a bucket. Dad looked at me, knelt down, and whispered. He told me I had to stay behind him because we were about to corner our prey. Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that there's only one. He tells me it's probably a single feral dog, most likely rabbit. The plan, he said, was to sneak up on it while it was eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting till it didn't move anymore, then slit its throat. And if it got to Dad, it was my job to shoot or stab it to get it off him. So he walked up with me right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I could see what it is. I wish to this day that I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tearing off its flesh, throwing what it didn't nibble at aside. There was blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It was pale white and looked a little like a man, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like ours, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over, and its hands weren't normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we saw that, and my dad hesitated. He wasn't about to fire at a person, so he cleared his throat to try to get it to turn around. I swear to God Almighty, all the noise just ceased in an instant. I ain't ever heard true silence before that, and never again afterward. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise. And I mean nothing. This made it all the louder when that thing turned around, made this shrill cry, and pounced on Dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit it, it didn't faze the thing at all. But it was on him, tearing entire parts of him off. I started shooting it with the .22 point blank, but the thing barely bled at all. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with the butt of the gun. It didn't budge or even register that I was there. It was clawing at my dad, removing whole chunks of his flesh. It started on his torso, peeling off the skin on his chest, and then it moved up. It tore out his throat, ripped his nose clean off, gouged out his eyes. Then it scalped him, started digging in. I stood there, helpless, as it ripped off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones and that tube in his neck, and then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow my dad's knife ended up in this thing's shoulder, and my dad, what was left of him, that is, ended up on my back. I was running. By God, I was going faster than I'd ever run before or after, and it was following me. I ended up back in the forest, opposite the woods we started in. I was heading towards my landlord's house because it was the closest thing to help nearby. But even that was half a mile away. All the while, I could hear the thing screeching and moaning. I heard branches cracking and getting thrown around. It was cracking so loud and often that it sounded like someone was taking an axe to every single tree that I passed. But I never looked back. Not once. The thought didn't even cross my mind. Finally, I tripped and fell into some gravel. I looked up to see my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around the campfire. I screamed and cried, and they came over. I told them to call an ambulance, and my landlord looked at me and said something I'll never forget. "What is that on your back?" he asked me. Just as the words left his mouth, dawned on him without my saying a word. It was one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere, he realized. And it was damn near all that was left of my dad, aside from a bit of my father's head and torso. That's all there was. Absolutely nothing below the waist. Suddenly, we heard it. A screeching. My landlord grabbed me, causing me to drop what's left of Dad on the ground. And I was fighting him, crying, because I thought we could still save him, somehow. But the truth is, my dad had been gone well before I ever picked him up, and all I'd done was carry a corpse back home. My landlord had to pick me up and throw me inside before I would go with him. He and his buddies, all of us went inside together, and they locked the doors and got their guns. The landlord asked me, what happened? But I didn't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it together to understand that there was something dangerous out there. All the lights in the house were on, and someone called the cops. They would get there as soon as they could, they said, but that meant in 15 minutes. We looked outside and saw it walk in front of the fire they'd made. No one knew what it was. One of them said it looked like an ape. Suddenly, something came crashing through the window. We all fired at it, but quickly realized it wasn't the thing. No, it was my landlord's dog. Well, his body, anyway. His head and legs were missing. We just started pushing things in front of doors and windows to form a barricade when we heard something in the garage. I remember one of his friends saying that the doors were open. We heard metal and glass being ripped and smashed. We dragged the couch and the TV in front of the door to the garage for added measure. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent like it was before. We could hear it move around some. And the guys were talking, making sure their guns were ready. Someone handed me a pistol. No sooner had I cocked the hammer back when we heard something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except this time it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door that led upstairs, and we got to it just as that thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men slammed into it. It managed to get its hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that, put the barrel right up to its wrist, and pulled the trigger. Blew its hand clean off. That only pissed it off, though. It started shoving that door, clawing. We were on one side, pushing as best we could, and it was on the other, doing the same. The wood wasn't going to hold, so someone told us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of that door was gone, and my ears were ringing. There were splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them had just unloaded on the top of the door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to what was left of the door. The sun was up before they pried me loose. They put me in a hospital for a while. While I was there, a whole lot of people talked to me, but I didn't respond. Not for a long, long time. When I got back home, I got a job with the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much. Not about the thing. But I signed up for the Army when I was 19, and he sat me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him right away what the police told him. The story they went with was that it was a wild animal, probably a wolf, maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could say that when they had the hand. He looked at me, stunned. He told me that the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car got into a wreck, drove into a tree, died on impact. The hand was never found, likely taken by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of a bear that resembled a man's. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing while I was in basic training. No one ever saw him again. There were rumors that he owed some people some money and skipped town, but I don't think it was that simple. As for me, I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't even if I had the whole goddamn U.S. Army at my back.
That was the extent of what my father told me about the incident in the woods. There's just one problem, however. My father lied. When my mother died, I don't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He returned to the woods and never came back either. The FBI was called, and they came and put on a show for everyone involved, but I know they weren't really looking. I had to get an agent drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they got a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing. But that was all he wanted to tell me. Before he got up and left with the rest of his team, he wrote the name they'd given the creature on a napkin. Of course, I didn't realize that's what it was at first. It wasn't until I looked up the words online that I understood what they meant. Honestly, I would have rather not known. As it turns out, there are hundreds of stories just like my father's, as well as photos and drawings of the thing. And though the details vary, everyone who has encountered it agrees on one thing. It's still out there, and there isn't a man on Earth that can stop it. My name is Marcus, and I'm an alcoholic. I know what you're thinking. This is just another sob story about some loser whose life went off the rails after he found the bottle, right? Well, it's not exactly that simple. Bill, my sponsor at Alcoholics Anonymous, suggested that should I ever hope to get clean, I'd have to face my demons, once and for all. While he has no reason to suspect that my demons are far more literal than the average addict, I think he's right nonetheless. This is my 4th or 5th time trying to kick the bucket. I can't say for sure, as so much of my personal history is somewhat cluttered or otherwise hidden beneath the dredges at the bottom of one bottle or another. At one point, I even branched out into other methods of tucking away reality behind the veil, but the overdose that almost punched my ticket was enough to convince me to stick to more of an ingested form of inebriation. Yeah, booze isn't exactly risk-free and all, but it takes a bit more work to drink too much of that, while it only takes one needle to lead me right to the threshold of death's door. Excuses, right? Yeah, we addicts are full of those. Always something to defend our actions, whether reasonable or not. This isn't about defending my years of intoxication, but the things I wish to drown away in the first place. A confession of my sins, so to speak. I was 14 when it happened, as me and my fellow Boy Scouts spent the weekend out in the wilderness some miles from my home. It was Liam who talked us into joining up that summer, and while I was a little apprehensive at first, as I'd never been much of an outdoorsy type, John, Malcolm, and Ian were on board as soon as it was suggested. They were basically my only friends, so I wasn't about to be the odd man out, but I'd much rather be at home with my PlayStation 2 and Xbox than tossing and turning in a sleeping bag for a few days. Not only that, but I felt like we were getting a little too old for such things. Once we were out there, though, I ended up having a lot more fun than I had anticipated. Gilroy, the scout leader, was in his early 20s, so he wasn't too uptight or anything, just sort of laid back. He was the uncle of one kid named Benny, who had been part of the troop longer than any of us. He was an alright kid, a bit of a know-it-all and a stickler for the code, as he called it, but even he managed to relax and chill out some once we got out to the lake. We spent a good amount of time that first afternoon fishing and cutting up. I almost impaled John's ear with my hook at one point, but he turned just in time to allow it to do no more than tap the back of his head. I was about as coordinated as a drunken breakdancer back then. Still am, for that matter, though the drink is likely a factor in that. John looked shocked at first, as we both just stared at one another when my line finally dropped limp in the grass. But we were cracking up within seconds. Though I would have felt awful if I had jabbed the damn thing into his lobe, I often wonder if a trip to the emergency room would have saved us from those events that still haunt me. When the sun went down on that Saturday the 28th of September 2002, we set a bonfire, around which we would take turns telling scary stories. Whether this was simply something of a tradition to gather around the controlled blaze and let our imaginations fly, or we just wanted to inspire each other to have a little extra trouble sleeping that night, with urban legends and folklore keeping our eyes wide and alert, I couldn't say. Whatever the case, I was a little excited about this, as I had always been the creative child, while my older brother had been a more intellectual and logical mind. When we were just kids, I assumed that was my father's way of avoiding saying that I was the stupid one, as he was quite the intelligent man himself, but I loved my ability to daydream about far-off and wondrous places. These days, my creativity only tortures me even more with the things I've been through. After the sun went down, a gentle wind began to caress the lakeside by which we were spending the night. As the temperature dropped, the heat of the fire was a most welcome sensation to my gooseflesh. With the warmth easing our collectively shivering frames, we all sat in a circle around the fire, passing the flashlight that would serve as our microphone from one to the next. While I hadn't necessarily been prepared for this, as it wasn't discussed until the sun fell to rest for the night, I never had a hard time throwing together an impromptu tale. I barely paid attention to most of the stories that would come before mine, as I was mentally preparing for the task at hand, one that I was most certainly taking more seriously than anyone else. That's what I thought at the time, anyway. The first handful of tall tales couldn't so much as break through the wall formed around me, inwardly mapping out my tale. The fifth kid to speak up, Reggie, I think was his name, almost grabbed my attention, but when the climax ramped up to something bordering on intense, the boy in the story woke up, revealing it was all just a dream in the end. I know these were just silly campfire stories told by children anywhere from 10 to 14, but I always saw that sort of ending as a cop-out, even if it was just made up on the fly by a 6th grader. I just rolled my eyes before blocking out the next story, the second one to involve a monster under the bed. Even John and Malcolm couldn't produce anything of high enough quality to distract me from my world building and character development. There were 14 of us in all, not counting Gilroy, who came off far too enthusiastic about every tale that was spun. But I had made sure to sit next to Benny, who volunteered to speak first that night, as I wanted mine to be the last. Not only did I want the extra time to craft my tale before the clockwise rotation would lead all eyes to me, but I was certain mine would be amazing, assuring that everyone would have trouble sleeping that night. My mouth was practically watering with anticipation until the flashlight was handed to Liam. From the second he began to speak, I couldn't hope to distract myself from his story, one that sticks to my mind like gorilla glue to this day. With the light shining under his chin, as was the tradition for such tales spun around a fire, his voice sounded both somber and sinister as he spoke. While other kids had joked and laughed during every story that came before, nobody spoke during this one, nor did even one eye drift from the boy, highlighted by the illumination of the torchlight and flickering flames. Whether it was the words he spoke or the way he spoke them, I can still recall every syllable, even after all these years. He called this tale, The Betrayal of the King. Barnaby King was not a child that any parent hoped for. Not only was he hideously deformed, something that inspired the nurse to scream out when he was brought into this world, but he would prove to be more than a handful to his mother and father. He did not cry when he was born, nor did he scream out from the shocking and jarring transition into this world, only gazed up at his mother with those tiny, black, and empty eyes. While Catherine and Harold King were in equal stages of horror as they stared down at their newborn abomination, they attempted not to reflect this feeling to one another, only to bravely face the cards they had been dealt. As the years passed by, the Kings would turn away visitors to their home, even their parents who had hoped to be part of their grandson's life. While they never explained the reasoning behind why they would refuse them entry to their home, it would never stop their loved ones from trying. It was Harold, more so than Catherine, who would not allow young Barnaby to be seen by any prying eyes. Whether it was shame that inspired this, or simply those fears that he would never speak aloud, his wife was uncertain. Of course, she shared his feelings, regardless of how hard she fought to convince herself that she loved her child. Yes, his nature seemed as grotesque as his face, but she hoped she could find a way to change both aspects for the better someday. By the time Barnaby reached his 10th year in this earth, his parents had confined him to the basement. This was something that they were certain was necessary after he began his late-night outings some months prior. It wasn't until Harold noticed the blood trail leading from the woods behind the house to a mutilated corpse of a squirrel halfway buried next to the patio that he understood something was amiss. The night after Catherine had allowed her sleeping pills to kick in, he stayed awake to keep an eye on things. He snuck out to his tool shed at the rear of the backyard, right next to the tree line, making sure to remain as silent as possible so as not to alert any wildlife to his presence. Though he had a sneaking suspicion of who indeed was responsible for the strewn-apart remains of the forest creature, he desperately hoped he was mistaken. When he saw young Barnaby stealthily creeping from the back door through the split wood of the shed's wall, he felt his back tense with the knowledge that his first impression had been the right one. The boy darted those black eyes from one side to the other as he snuck softly across the yard, hunched over with slick drool seeping from that enlarged and low-hanging underbite. Finding himself reluctant to follow his son into the woods as he watched him pass his view from the shed, Harold realized that he had not fully thought this through. Yes, the boy was small for his age, but his father still wore some scars left in the wake of the jagged teeth from those early years. He couldn't help but feel that should Barnaby not locate something to satiate his hunger, he would turn those ankle biters to his father once more. He still argued with himself that his own flesh and blood could not truly be capable of such a grievous act, regardless of his late-night jaunt into the woods. It was as he waged this inner debate, uncertain of how much time passed that he noticed his son coming back into view. The rabbit he held in between the elongated fingers of his left hand was wriggling and squealing, but the child paid its moans no mind. Harold had to cover his mouth to prevent a similarly pitched shriek from escaping when the boy raised the panic animal to his lips. The horrified sounds of the poor creature combined with the tearing of its fur-lined flesh caused the man hidden away in the shed to close his eyes, lest his dinner retching to the floor expose him. Even covering his ears, he could not fully block away the moist ripping and snapping of bones as Barnaby finished his snack. Once those gruesome noises dissipated, a reluctant Harold glanced back through the split wood to see the boy still holding what was left of the blood-soaked rabbit in the hand that hung below his knees. Again, he glanced from one side to the next as he approached the house, kneeling and pulling away a loose board beneath the patio, stashing the beast away. After the work was done, he crept into his home, taking one more glance behind him. Harold could swear that blackened eye gazed directly into the wide and trembling one that peered through the gap in the wood, but when his son gently closed the door behind him, he finally allowed a shaking breath to escape his lips. Surprisingly, it wasn't difficult to convince Barnaby to relocate to the basement, though at the time, he was not yet aware he would remain locked away behind a heavy and padlocked door. Harold had performed the renovations himself, being quite adept in working with his hands, as any seasoned contractor should be. He was just as glad of the soundproofing as the sturdy walls and doors by the time the boy understood his new circumstances. The Kings would make sure their son was fed through a slot in the door. He had a full bathroom fitted with a shower in his apartment below ground level, as well as cable, gaming systems, and plenty of books to entertain him. These measures were taken to ease their conscience, more than their son's needs, of course, but it was enough to help them sleep at night, as well as resuming activities that they had not indulged in since Barnaby came along. When Lillian was born, something that filled the couple with terror as they feared another demon spawn had taken root in Catherine's womb, they were thrilled to see that they finally had a child that they had always hoped for. She was the light of their lives, and just as beautiful as her mother was at such a young age. Naturally, they planned to never introduce their children to one another, something that would require a lot more work as she grew older. Seasons came and went, each one bringing new and wonderful experiences with the Kings and their little girl. She was a well-behaved child for the most part, aside from the time when she got in a scuffle with the boy at school. Harold boiled over with rage when she informed him that the older kid was teasing her before pushing her around. Having been something of a hothead in his youth, one prone to lashing out at others should he find a reason to, Lily's father had to compose himself after hearing this. While he was tempted to go to the boy's house and confront him for what he did, he swore he would never return to his old and impulsive ways. When his daughter assured him all was well, how the kid left her alone after she sank her teeth into his arms, Harold let go of his rage. He was, however, quite concerned about the possibility of Lily having ingested any of the blood, had she even bit down hard enough to break the skin. While she understood his concerns, especially with all of the potential illnesses out there that she may or may not have exposed herself to, her father was relieved to hear that she had not caused any more damage than some bruising with her bite. While the Kings would attend every event they could at their daughter's school, talent shows and plays, track meets and all, they felt no guilt about neglecting Barnaby. Lily was an outgoing girl with a great many friends, and her parents did everything they could to please her, while only granting minimal efforts to assure themselves that their son maintained his sorrowful existence. It was on the eve of young Lily's 11th birthday that their happy life took a far more brutal turn, one that would rip their world apart in a matter of minutes at most. Unbeknownst to Catherine and Harold, their daughter had been aware of their sibling for some years by this point. Though they had never been able to meet face to face, they had found a way to communicate. When she was much smaller and far lighter on her feet, she had followed behind her father as he carried the nightly meal to her brother. While they always made sure she was otherwise occupied or distracted when one of them would make those excursions to the basement, twice a day, the Kings had not noticed that she had grown steadily more aware of their more erratic behavior at those times of the day. Being a curious child, as many would be under such circumstances, she planned out her investigation for a solid week before taking the plunge. Her heart was positively racing as she crept behind her father, making sure to duck down or hide behind whatever furniture she may be closest to should he look to be about to turn. Though tracking her target through the quiet, large house ended when he reached the door to the basement. As he locked it behind him, she knew now what her next steps would be. Harold kept the keys to the entrance to the stairway that led to the apartment below, hanging with those others from the loop of his belt. She would have to work more stealthily than ever to retrieve this while her parents slept, but she was certain she could pull it off. When her loving guardians tucked her in that night, she would not allow sleep to take her. While it wasn't easy to keep herself awake, especially given the fact that she had to resist the urge to play or otherwise occupy her mind in the darkness of her room, she managed to battle away slumber. It was around 2 a.m. when she made her move, creaking open the door to her room before approaching the one occupied by her folks. Though she was fully prepared with an excuse, one involving nightmares that sprung her eyes back open, leading her to seek refuge in her parents' bed, she was still increasingly nervous as she entered the room. She moved swiftly and silently as she clutched her hands around the keys sitting on the nightstand, squeezing them tightly to not allow a potential jingle to alert her father. She was panting for breath as she made her way back into the hallway, but she had achieved the first part of her goal. It didn't take her tiny legs long to reach the locked door, and her fingers were tingling with anticipation, quickly turning to frustration as she tried one key after the other. With another heavy and trembling sigh, she finally located the correct key, splaying open the door before her. Barnaby was scared at first when she spoke softly through the flap in the heavy entrance to his apartment. His fear momentarily gave way to anger when she revealed who she was, something that made the little girl afraid, leading her to begin to back away. His rage dissipated quickly when the only friendly voice he had ever heard began to fade, inspiring him to practically beg her to stay. For hours they spoke that night, eventually allowing the boy to grow comfortable with his sister enough to lean his face down through the thin flap through which his meals were delivered. She gasped at first, even seeing only the portion of him that she could make out, but when she reached her tiny fingers through the slender opening to touch the rough texture of her brother's cheek, he felt a warmth he had never known. Before Lily returned to her bedroom, Barnaby confessed to his sister his efforts to escape. While he had achieved no more than the slightest of splits at the top of the wall between him and the outside world, over years of scraping away at it with plastic cutlery provided with the meals, it was enough for something. Each day from then, sometimes multiple times if the coast was clear enough, the two would pass notes back and forth. Though Lily would occasionally make late-night stealth missions to converse with her brother, she could not risk overdoing it, as her father could be quite perceptive at times. Still, while she had all in life for which a girl could ask, she finally had that one thing that money could not buy, an older brother. After years of such meager forms of communication, Lily swore to her brother that she would set him free, being that she had only heard his version of the things that left him hidden away from the world. She saw him as the victim in this, while her beloved parents were somewhat nefarious in so many ways that she could never have predicted. While the keychain she would sneak away with in the wee hours of the morning did not include those that would unlatch the numerous locks Barnaby was imprisoned behind, it would take weeks for her to uncover where the ones she needed were hidden. It was on a school day in the midweek when she would ultimately track them down, having convinced her loving guardians that she was in no fit state to leave the house. Given that she had never shown the slightest signs of irresponsibility to her mother and father, they did not question her motives, though neither of them could stay home with her that day, as they had their own responsibilities to attend to. She assured them that she would not need a babysitter, something that took some effort to persuade them, but she could be quite the talented actress when she wanted something badly enough. Having shadowed her father for those weeks leading up to the planned jailbreak, she saw that he would always return to his study after dropping off the daily meals to his son. Though he would close the door behind him, she still managed to take a peek through the keyhole. It was then that she was able to see him inspecting the contents of a drawer to the left of his desk. He only took a glance before closing and locking it, but she assumed it was a ritual of sorts, to ensure the keys to his son's prison remained untouched. Though Harold had his keychain looped to his belt as he reluctantly headed to work that morning, Lily saw no reason to leave things as she found them this time. It would be very clear what had transpired when he would return that evening, that his prisoner had been freed. The crowbar she found amongst the other tools in the garage made quick work of the drawer, even with the desk being seemingly made of quality materials. When she looked upon the only contents, the ring of keys she had hoped to find there, Lily wasted no time in sprinting to the basement, using the crowbar once more to spring open the door at the top of the stairs. Though it took some time to decipher which key went to which lock, that only made her smile that much more genuine when she truly looked upon her brother face to face for the first time. Yes, those small, blackened eyes and low-hanging jaw, lined with needle-thin teeth, unsettled her somewhat, even with the teasing glances through the slot in the bottom of the door. The small, upturned nose and pointed ears, with scraggly, long ginger hair hanging beside them, were equally as jarring, but his expression, if that's what she could call it, only held love behind it. They embraced one another, each leaking tears upon their sibling's shoulder. Barnaby had never known this sensation, to truly feel wanted and adored. All he was familiar with was contempt and hatred for having the nerve to be brought into this world, but Lily only saw her brother with those glossy eyes, not the monster their father knew him to be. It was while they were packing up his belongings, what little he had, that a sound inspired both of their faces to grow cold from blood loss. The front door of the house being unlocked and opened, followed by frenzied curses spitting from their mother's lips when she seemingly saw the basement door ajar. Lily asked her brother to stay behind as she walked up the stairs to find Catherine already standing in the doorway, looking as pale and shocked as the young girl felt. Barnaby heard his sister as she attempted to convince her mother to grant the boy freedom, something she seemed unwilling to hear. He tried to cover his ears to block out the argument between mother and daughter as it grew more frenzied, but it was of little use. Finally, hopeful that he could somehow aid in this debate, he slowly paced up the steps for the first time in years. He walked through the doorway to see his mother on the phone, demanding that her husband return to his home immediately. She screamed so loudly when she turned to see her son that Barnaby thought her hair may just turn white from the shock. As it was his father who would bring him his meals, he had not so much as heard Catherine's voice in so long, let alone see her face, but he could easily recognize that expression of hatred and disgust she gave him. Be it from the trembling of his extremities or just the shame of those old, familiar looks the sight of him would bring, he was only vaguely aware of what happened next, at first anyway. As he and the woman who birthed him stared at one another, each in their own initial stages of anguish, their shared expressions turned to horror when little Lillian leapt on her mother, sinking her teeth into the meaty tissue of her throat. As the blood practically gushed against the walls, Barnaby fell to his knees, barely able to wrap his mind around what he was witnessing. When his sister pulled her head back, tearing away the grizzled, sticky fibers, her mother just glared at her in shock as she fell to the floor.
"What did you do?"
Barnaby asked, shaking his head from side to side.
"It was the only way, my love,"
she replied, wiping her mouth with the back of her arm, smearing her mother's blood across her cheek in the process. She still looked upon her brother with loving affection, even as her face began to contort and her body grew.
"I'll show you how to do it if you want,"
she said as her appearance finalized its transition, leaving her a carbon copy of the woman who lay dead on the floor.
"You don't have to live like that. Not if you don't want to."
She lay her hand on the mutated face of her brother, allowing him to convince himself for a moment that his mother had finally accepted him. Though she had already dragged the body to the basement when their father arrived back home. She had not a chance to clean away the shimmering crimson puddle left in its wake, nor the drag marks that led to the door. Harold demanded to know what had happened, terrified that Barnaby had gotten loose and devoured his darling baby girl. Lily disposed of him just as quickly as she had his wife, this time luring him into an embrace, digging her teeth deep into his throat when his guard was down. Her brother had not witnessed this one, as he lingered in the basement with the remnants of his mother, something he had not the slightest desire to be trapped beside. Regardless of his sister's insistence, he hid away while she dealt with their father. When she walked back down the stairs, this time wearing Harold's face, she dropped his body beside his wife before she knelt beside the only family she cared about.
"They lied to us,"
she said again, caressing his face with her sticky and stained hand.
"They would never let you lose. It had to be done."
Barnaby did not speak, only gazed with his tiny black eyes as wide as they were capable of growing. After Lily dipped her hand into the pool of blood surrounding her mother, she held it to her brother's face.
"It's easy,"
she said, pulling his recoiling head back to face her.
I learned it long ago, what we can do. I know you can do it too.
As she pressed her other hand onto the low-hanging jaw, she poured the blood cupped in her palm. When Barnaby attempted to turn away and spit out the foul-tasting fluid, she slapped his mouth back shut, holding it in place until he swallowed. It took some hours, as well as a lot of convincing from his sister, some debating, retching, and even arguing, but by the time night fell, the boy stood his mother's image, while Lily maintained her father's form.
"Anyone you drink, you can become them,"
she said, mimicking Harold's voice.
"That's what I've found anyway. Never tried an animal, but it might work too."
Barnaby nodded, only replying to her when expected. Though she had lied to her father about breaking the skin of the older boy who bullied her when she was younger, she was well aware of what his concerns truly were at the time. When she gazed into the bathroom mirror after fleeing from the child as he attempted to stop the flow of blood, she saw not herself, but the boy she left leaking fluids onto the ground. She never understood why Harold King had turned his back on what she believed him to be, the exact thing she and her brother were, but it was this neglect of their God-given gifts that fueled the hatred she grew towards him. Had he allowed his children to learn what they were capable of at an earlier age, her brother need never have been locked away from the world, as he could have taken any face he chose, rather than being led to believe he was a monster this whole time. Though Barnaby had despised his parents for as long as he could remember, he never wanted this. He was ashamed of these instincts that led him to feed on the wildlife behind their home when he was far too young to understand why. Admittedly, he could have never predicted this, but he would not continue to be part of it. That much he swore to himself. Some hours after the two lay down to rest, Lily back in her bedroom, having returned to her smaller proportions, and Barnaby still wearing his mother's face, he crept out into the night, not unlike how he had in his younger years. He would not seek out anything to fulfill those once-forgotten urges, nor would he return to the house in which he had been imprisoned. While he did love his sister, he could not stay with her, not after witnessing what she was capable of. The young girl was heartbroken when she awoke the following morning to find no trace of her beloved brother. Her temper raged, inspiring her to beat holes in the walls and tip and break the furniture her parents had worked hard to accumulate. As time went on, she grew bitter and resentful of the one she had set free, the one she had killed for. She swore she would track him down someday and make him pay for leaving her alone, something she was now so close to, she could practically smell his fear. Every eye around the campfire was glued to Liam when he finished his tale, as he cut his gaze from one of us to the next with the madness and fury behind his reddening stare. I finally understood that this was not simply some story he made up for the sake of scaring his fellow scouts, but that Lillian King herself sat before us, hidden away behind the boy I called a friend. I couldn't help but wonder as he continued to drift his widened eyes from one of us to the next if this was the same kid I had known for a few years now, or if Lillian had recently claimed his image for herself. That inner debate was the least of my concerns at the time, however, as the rage behind his glare seemed to be shining through so much more intensely as he blinked between us. Even Gilroy, the one who was supposed to be the responsible adult taking care of us kids, was just staring on with his lower lip quivering. I wanted to call out to him and demand that he take control of this situation, but as I attempted to form words, I could barely manage so much as a squeak.
"I know you're here, Barnaby,"
Liam said, effectively snapping my attention away from the dumbfounded scout leader.
"I can smell you. Just show yourself and no one else needs to get hurt."
"What the hell, Liam?"
Ian said, getting to his feet.
"You freaked us all out, okay? You don't gotta keep up the act."
Yeah, John added. It was a cool story and all, but—
"Shut up!"
Liam barked, staring knives at those I thought to be his friends.
"I know that neither of you are him, but I swear I'll gut you both if he doesn't man up and face what's coming to him."
With that, while my eyes darted from the boy I thought I knew to the two whose expressions quickly transitioned from agitated to stunned, the scuffling of feet broke me from attempting to wrap my mind around everything. Whether it was the fury behind Liam's words that sent everyone running in varying directions, or that hateful malice behind his gaze, I couldn't say. But when he screamed out in anguish after the others scattered, I felt inspired to flee as well. As I broke through the tree line, paying little attention to which direction anyone else was headed, I heard the furious yell come from behind where we left that bonfire crackling. I still wouldn't look back, even when the scampering footfalls around me grew more muffled, signaling that I was likely alone on my chosen path of retreat. When a blood-curdling squeal reached my ears, I had to assume that my friend had caught up to at least one of the fleeing children. As much as I hated the idea of any of us ending up bloody upon the dried autumn leaves, I couldn't help but hope that the one he found was the one he sought. I felt guilty for even wishing for something like that, but one body left in the wake of all of this was a far better outcome than all of us. That's what I told myself anyway. Regardless of how that squeal from somewhere to my left practically drained the strength from my legs, I still pushed on through the pain in my side and the burning in my lungs. I almost considered stopping for a moment to catch my breath, but 2 more agonized wails in quick succession convinced me I could not risk it. While those swiftly silenced howls seemed further off than the ones before, I had to find a place to hide if I hoped to survive this, something that was no simple task with how dark my surroundings were. Finally, having no hope of resisting my weakening extremities giving out, I slid to the ground, tearing my arm across a broken tree branch in the process. I wanted to curse aloud when the jagged wood split my flesh, but I slapped my hand to my mouth before my skidding across the leaves came to a halt. As I lay there, gripping one hand around my leaking wound and the other over my mouth, biting down to keep from screaming from the pain and fear, I could make out another sound over that of my quickly paced heartbeat. The feet crunching across the dried leaves belonged to more than one person, but I couldn't tell if they ran side by side or if one was chasing the other. With them drawing closer by the second, I could only hope they would not make out the sounds of me burying myself beneath the leaves over their own footsteps. They were close enough to touch moments later, each of the 4 feet stopping only a yard or so from where I lay, attempting to keep my shivering from exposing me. Even with the darkness around me, the moon shining from above illuminated my surroundings enough to make out the shoes as I peered through the poorly constructed cocoon, but I could only hope that it wasn't bright enough for them to see me. While the 2 heaved, seemingly attempting to collect their breath, I was far too scared to risk revealing myself, even if they were likely just as innocent as I was in all of this.
I think he got Reggie,
one of them said, still gasping between words. John too, the other replied, sounding equally as winded. I clenched my jaw, feeling a spike run through my chest when they mentioned John, but I had hoped they may be simply mistaken given the circumstances. With how exhausted the 2 sounded, I couldn't pinpoint the voices, though they were both familiar. Either way, that wasn't enough for me to know if I could trust them. I had spoken to all of the guys at one point or another, but my friends were the only ones I had any interest in spending time with. I was never exactly a social butterfly, even before all of this, but I couldn't reveal myself until I knew for sure if these 2 were friends or just some of the other guys who may be quick to toss me to the wolves and make a break for it, if it came down to that.
I told you Liam had been acting funny.
The more familiar sounding voice spoke, now that the wheezing had calmed down.
So what?
Malcolm said in that annoyed tone he would get when feeling argumentative.
You trying to claim you knew this shit was coming?
Dude, I'm just saying I knew something was off with him. Ain't no way anyone could have called this.
I let out a shaky and relieved breath when I realized the other voice belonged to Ian. Suddenly, feeling almost desperate to share the company of friends, I grew more aware of how ridiculous I had been acting. I almost wished I could just slink away unnoticed to show up on foot, claiming that I couldn't believe I found them. That would likely be far less embarrassing than the way things went.
Don't freak out, guys,
I said, pushing a hand through the blanket of leaves like a newly reincarnated member of the undead, breaking free of its coffin.
What the?
Both voices said, combined with a few more colorful words.
It's okay,
I said, finally sitting up straight before pushing up from the ground.
It's me.
I chuckled, feeling my face flush.
Holy, you scared the shit out of me,
Ian said, holding a hand out to help me up. Keeping my voice low, I explained to them somewhat of my motivations behind smuggling myself away beneath the leaves, something that made us all laugh a bit, though mine were not quite as genuine, being still a bit awkward and ashamed. When we calmed back down to something more somber, Malcolm told us what he'd witnessed. John, it would seem, was indeed dead, or at least in pretty rough shape. From what he saw, he was ducked behind a thick tree when Liam came leaping out of nowhere. Our friend didn't have a chance to avoid the teeth chomping into his neck. I just knew I was screwed when he was done with them, Malcolm said, staring down at his feet. I stayed tucked behind that tree, feeling like I was gonna puke. I just knew he was coming for me when I heard him stomping closer, but when someone yelled from a ways off, he took off after him. I didn't move again until I was sure he'd gone. Then I just didn't stop running until I came across Ian.
Damn, they gave me a heart attack too,
Ian said, gripping his chest. Ian had seen Liam tackling Reggie from a distance, but he didn't stick around to see what happened next. We all got silent for a few minutes, each of us reflecting on our shame for leaving our friends behind. It was that very thing that left us so distracted when someone else came plundering towards us.
Run! He's coming! Run!
He screamed for us to run as he pushed through the trees. Before I had a chance to fully take in the sight of the only adult who had shared our company tearing through the branches, I felt him slam into me. Having paid little attention to my surroundings, what I could make out of them anyway, I was not only shocked by the impact of the shaggy-haired, lanky man, but of the steep hill we found ourselves rolling down seconds later. Ian called after me, only moments before his ear-piercing shriek interrupted whatever he had hoped to say next. In all honesty, I can't say whether it was he or Malcolm who released that agonized wail, but that would be an unnecessary debate when the other joined in. When the twin chorus of horrified howls turned to gargled coughs and sputters, I was barely aware of the snapping of my ribs against the rocks and twigs I rolled across. When our tumble came to a halt, I felt my consciousness struggling to hold on, before everything faded before my eyes. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I was screaming out to my body, begging it to reawaken before my old friend caught up with me. When my eyes blinked back open, I was immediately aware of the significant amount of pain my body was in, as well as the guy my limbs were intertwined with. From where we lay now, sprawled out at the base of the hill, there was far less light, making my new surroundings all the more hidden behind the darkness, but the pain I was in was clear as day. You okay? I said, wincing from the agony screaming from my ribs as I nudged Gilroy.
Huh? I think so,
he replied, slipping his legs from mine. I felt around the ground, hoping to find it level enough to attempt to push my broken body from its grip, but when I finally got to my feet, I was sure my eyes were playing tricks on me, or that the darkness was messing with my head. When I turned my gaze to that of the scout leader, the one I and my fellow scouts had put our faith in, I did not see the shaggy-haired, skinny man, but my own spitting image staring back at me. What the hell? He said, backing away from me, holding his hands out before him. No way, I replied, unable to think of anything else to say, other than questioning why he was backing away from me when he was the one who stole my face. As we just stared at one another, both of us wearing the same slack-jawed expression, something in the back of my mind was yelling at me to start running again. While just about every inch of my body was in pain, I knew I had to convince my legs to get moving. Not only was I fully aware that I was face to face with Barnaby King, but I was certain that his vengeful sister would not simply have taken for granted that her work here was done. It was as my mind was conjuring these facts, wrestling through the clutter of everything else this night had presented me with, that I felt the breath on the back of my neck.
You're the only one left now.
A voice spoke from behind me, not that of my friend, but a more feminine one.
You could have made this so much easier. You know that, right? It's your fault they're all dead.
The voice was emotionless, yet graveled in a way, youthful and aged at the same time. Though I was frozen in place, as was the other kid wearing my skin, I felt my body seemingly move of its own accord, turning in place to look upon what was surely to be the last thing I ever saw. While my subconscious fought to sprint away from my inevitable demise, my eyes' desperation to see what had become of Liam took the wheel. When they met the empty stare of what stood there, the horror of what I looked upon threatened to stop my heart before Lily and King would have the opportunity to. I couldn't tell if the thing was smiling or if it was just the effect of that exaggerated underbite hanging low with those needle-like teeth stained with the blood of my fellow scouts. It looked like the face of an anglerfish, but with slightly pointed ears in place of the fins on each side. Those small, spherical black eyes glared into me with nothing remotely human behind them. I felt my feet shuffling against the dried leaves that still wore my blood, steadily backing away from this creature as its body heaved with breath, contorting the stretched and torn uniform that was wrapped around its slender and hunched frame. I couldn't take my eyes off it, even when it began to move closer, closing the small gap I had made between us with 2 long strides. "Lillian?" I said, almost hoping I could reason with it. It nodded in response, not so much as blinking those hauntingly dark eyes. Had she altered the story she told us to switch her and her brother's places? Was she the deformed and forgotten one, while he was the favored child of her parents? Could this be the true form of whatever her father truly was? What he was ashamed to have passed on to his son? At the end of the day, when all of this was said and done, I suppose none of these questions would matter. As soon as I felt those lengthy teeth dug into my already shredded shoulder, I knew my curiosities would die with me. She wasn't aggressive with her bite. In all honesty, there was something of a tenderness to the way she drooped one hand over the side she wasn't chewing on, with her other pressed to my lower back. When she pulled back, tearing away a strip of my flesh with her, allowing the blood to gush from the open wound, I closed my eyes as I fell to my knees. "Run!" my clone called out as he attacked my would-be murderer, pushing me back as he tackled her, saving me from her following attack. Though my shirt was heavily dampened by the constant flow of my bodily fluids, I needed no second demand to encourage me to get moving. It wasn't easy to push one leg in front of the other, not at first anyway. It was more the shock of everything that had only just occurred than the pain at the moment. Likely the blood loss was a factor as well, but even as my ruined shoulder collided with the thick trunk of a tree, I continued forcing myself forward, not so much as looking back. I was so unfamiliar with this area that it was impossible to know if I would succeed in my escape, but I had to try. Some minutes later, a time frame that I was fully uncertain of between my fear and quickly dwindling energy, I noticed that only silence surrounded me. No longer did I hear the beastly siblings tearing into each other, nor could I make out even the smallest of forest critters nearby, being unable to know if Liam or Lillian, or whoever the hell that was, could still be intent on hunting me down if she survived the battle. I still would not stop. When I finally became aware of a new sound, that of engines humming and wheels rolling across the tarmac, the sight of headlights ahead allowed me to think I may just see the other side of this after all. I almost sprinted right into the road when I cleared the tree line, skidding to a halt before I met the front end of a speeding sedan. I screamed out with every ounce of energy I had, praying to the gods to allow my pleas to be heard by someone, or anyone. I was barely holding on to consciousness when I noticed still headlights casting my elongated shadow before me. It wouldn't be until sometime later, after reawakening on a surprisingly comfortable hospital bed, that I would officially meet the middle-aged truck driver who spotted me before I fell into the black. Over the following days, I would recall the devastating events of that ill-fated camping trip to a variety of official-looking individuals, 2 police officers being the first, as soon as my doctor cleared me to answer their questions. Though I could only assist them with what I had personally witnessed, some of which was quite foggy through the trauma of it all. I quickly grew exhausted from repeating the same words over and over again. While I would not be privy to many aspects of their investigation, I was informed that I was the lone survivor of the wrath of Lillian King, someone who was nowhere to be found when the dust settled. Whether she wore another's face by the time the battle reached its bloody conclusion, or that she fled before the blue lights flickered across the trees, I can't say. The police were quite puzzled about the mangled corpse of my doppelganger, as was I, truth be told. A police car remained parked outside my childhood home for some weeks after I was cleared to come home. When the body of the true Liam Holbrook was discovered some days after that night, it would be taken for granted that Lillian King was still out there somewhere. Given my recollection of the story she told, the authorities felt content in the knowledge that she would have no reason to seek me out, but wanted to keep an eye on things nonetheless. I would have a significant amount of physical therapy to endure when I was able, in addition to the psychological counseling I maintained to this day. Those first 3 months after the brutal murder of my only friends in this world were the worst, but the anguish eased in time. Unfortunately, the more I grew aware of what truly occurred that night, the less stable my mental health became. Perhaps it's simply the fact that I was far more resistant to use my gifts than my sister that caused this particular transition to be so jarring. I had been Jacob Gilroy for so many years that I had almost allowed myself to believe it was my true identity. I had lived on the streets for some time after fleeing my home, still dressed as my mother, so to speak. Having been cooped up in that basement for so long, I had not the slightest understanding of how to make it in this world, so I ended up amongst my fellow lost souls. The real Gilroy was a friend I made during those times, one who inadvertently poisoned himself to death with a needle in his arm. Fortunately, I only needed a sample of his blood to become him, so the toxins he fed into his veins only caused me a fleeting euphoria. Being the first time I willingly became another, I had been aware of how fully we embrace our new skin, as well as the memories of those costumes we don. The troubled life my friend lived was all I knew for those months following his death, even up to the second the contents of that needle put his life to a premature end. These recollections pushed my own personal history back for a time, hiding them behind the curtains of the life I adopted. I even felt scared when I saw the face I wore upon that dead man before me when I opened my eyes. Seeing this as a sign, I managed to get my life together. Gilroy's life, that is. But Gilroy I was, for all intents and purposes. Once my fractured brain rebuilt the memories of my true lineage, I maintained those I had adopted as well. It can be distracting, mind you, carrying multiple lifetimes in my head, understanding which memories are my own and which ones I stole. But I can only imagine how many poor souls my sister has locked away in hers by this point. Why I never stole the full experience of my mother's existence, I cannot say. Perhaps it was simply the fact that she was my blood. Maybe it was due to my resisting that first change. I suppose there are some aspects of my life I may never fully understand, nor the facts of what I even am for that matter. But in this case though, with the blood transfer being accidental as we tumbled down that hill together, I was fully immersed in the reality of this new face by the time my eyes blinked back to awareness. I would say that I can only imagine what was going through Marcus's head when he saw me looking back at him, but I would have to believe we were on the same page at the time. Likely, we both saw each other as the one Lily sought out, but I can't even begin to understand why he was so willing to sacrifice himself to grant me freedom. When I awakened in that hospital, my heart ached for the friends I lost, those that Marcus lost anyway. When the pain gave way to anger, I wanted nothing more than to inflict as much of that agony upon the one who took them from me. It could be that it was that very thing that inspired the true Marcus to attack my sister, the desire for revenge rather than an effort to save me. I suppose there's no way to know that for sure in the end. Perhaps even after all these years, I do not fully understand the boy whose life I claimed for my own, once he had no more use for it. If nothing else, I can take some solace in the fact that his parents need not have mourned his passing, though they did bear witness to my self-destruction. I can't help but wonder if my turning to the bottle were some lingering effects of being Gilroy for so long. All things considered, I suppose none of this really matters, as I am doomed to face the destiny I fled from back then. Should I ever hope to truly battle my inner demons, I must track down the very literal one I allowed so many lives to be lost to. Whichever way it goes, should I survive this encounter or not, it will never bring back those I let fall to my sister's lust for revenge. Maybe it would be best if neither of us survive our next meeting. Just wipe away the stain our parents smeared upon this world altogether. If that is the way it goes, I think I'm all right with it. Perhaps it is well overdue that my stolen parents finally be given a chance to mourn the death of their youngest son. That's probably the least I can do for them. I think when all is said and done, we must all face our demons in the end, no matter how far we run or how hard we try to hide from them. These things cannot be avoided. I wish I had understood that much back then. Between my cowardice and my sister's fury, we both allowed innocent blood to be spilled. It's my fault as much as hers. What happened to the scouts I both watched over and considered friends? Sometimes I wonder if those whose lives I've stole live on within me, as well as the great many I'm certain my sister has inside her head. After all, we were all just memories in the end. Nothing more than tales to be told around the campfire.